Good morning, and welcome to the European Cancer Research Summit 2021, held here in Porto, Portugal. We would like to thank you all for being here, and to all of you joining us online from different parts of the world. We will start with some opening remarks, and for that, I pass my word to Rui Henrique, Chairman of the Board of the Portuguese Oncology Institute of Porto.
Good morning to everyone, both here at our auditorium and across Europe and also across the globe, for being here. I would like to welcome you on behalf of the Porto Comprehensive Cancer Center, a consortium between the Portuguese Oncology Institute of Porto and the Institute for Investigation and Innovation in Health, I3S, our partners and friends. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to this summit. I had prepared a 10-page speech, but for sake of shortness, and I can summarize it in 2 words, which is thank you. Thank you, Minister Manuel Leitor, for entrusting us the organization of this very special event within the framework of the Portuguese presidency of the European Council. It is our hope that the summit will attain the goals and high standards that you set for us. I also would like to publicly thank you for all the support that you have always provided to Porto Comprehensive Cancer Center, joining together healthcare provision, high-quality healthcare provision, clinically oriented research, high-level basic research. In particular, I would like to emphasize your personal interest and commitment in the recently launched funding initiative, which will enable us to grow and better serve our community of cancer patients. Hopefully, this model will be replicated in other European countries, enabling better care hand-in-hand with scientific development. Thank you, Minister Marta Temido, Minister Simona Kustek, Commissioner Maria Gabriel, and Commissioner Stella Kyriakidis for endorsing and participating actively in this summit. I'd like to emphasize your long-standing commitment to leverage scientific research in health across Europe. Thank you, dear Julius Ellis and Scientific Advisory Committee members, for elaborating a high-quality program. And thanks to the chairs, speakers, and discussion panel members for kindly accepting to participate and share our knowledge and opinions with us. I am most confident that your interventions will decisively contribute to the goals of this summit. Thank you, distinguished participants, guests, colleagues, and friends, which will enable us a wide diffusion of the important discussions that will take place here today. A final and special thanks to Teresa Tavares, advisor of Minister Leitor, for all the help and guidance during the organization of this event, as well as to all of you that at IPO-Porto actively contributed to the logistics and organization of this event. The success of the meeting is also a tribute to your effort and commitment. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic did not allow us to enjoy the physical presence of so many of you across Europe. We would like very much to join us in Porto, but nonetheless, let's make our very best effort and transform this hurdle into an opportunity to advance science in favor of cancer patients. That is indeed our ultimate goal and the northern star through which we should orient our strategic thoughts. I wish you a very pleasant and productive meeting that may fully correspond to your high expectations. Thank you.
We will now proceed with Julio Celis in the quality of Chair of Science Policy Committee of the European Academy of Cancer Sciences.
Can you hear me now? Okay, there was a problem. So, dear Commissioner, Ministers, and colleagues, on behalf of the Scientific Advisory Committee, I would like to welcome you to the European Cancer Research Summit. Today, cancer is a significant challenge for society, the healthcare system, the economy, and the increasing number of affected patients and their families. Addressing this growing challenge will require a concerted approach covering the entire cancer research care prevention continuum. It would also require the establishment of distributed and networked state-of-the-art infrastructures that will be essential to ensure that science-driven and social innovation benefit cancer patients and individuals at risk across the European Union healthcare systems. These facilities are crucial to achieving the cancer mission and Europe's Beating Cancer Plan goals. Now, the summit follows the Declaration on Effective Cancer Research, Europe Unite Against Cancer, signed by Germany, Portugal, and Slovenia, and will focus on implementing the EU Cancer Research Strategy by addressing, in particular, the infrastructures that will offer innovative approaches to cancer research, links to the healthcare and prevention systems, development of high-quality assured multidisciplinary cancer care, and the assessment of long-term outcomes of prevention and therapeutics. There will also be a presentation of the strategic development of precision cancer medicine in the United States and the launching of the Porto Declaration on Cancer Research. Let's fight cancer in partnership. Together, we can make a difference. We wish you a very productive and successful meeting. Thanks very much.
Next, we'll proceed with Stella Kyriakidis, European Commissioner for Health and Food Safety, European Union.
Thank you. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be with you today, dear ministers, Commissioner Gabriel, ladies and gentlemen, and if I may say also friends, because I have known many of you for a very long time. Last February, the launch of Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, we all together in partnership took a major step towards a new era in cancer prevention, diagnosis, treatment and care. And I want to thank on this occasion all who have been involved and the Portuguese presidency and Minister Temido for really the commitment that has been shown beyond, I would say, the role of the presidency, but Maria has taken this very close to her heart, as many others have. So thank you. This plan was 1 year in the making, and from day one, this has been a collective effort involving patient groups, researchers, and many other stakeholders across the EU. And everything that has happened over the past year has reinforced the fundamental importance of collaboration. It's something that we have all seen is necessary, especially when fighting a global crisis and a pandemic. We are stronger against cancer when we are united against cancer. And the European Cancer Research Summit embodies this principle. So I'm delighted to join you and to thank the Portuguese presidency for bringing us all together, even though it is, as you said, virtually today. Ladies and gentlemen, the state of play is extremely clear. Europe has a quarter of the world's cancer cases, despite having less than 10% of the world's population. And this is a huge threat to our society and, of course, to our economies. And unless we do something about it, but actually do something about it, the threat will grow. We are able to reverse this trend, but we need to take urgent, decisive, and ambitious action. Europe's Beating Cancer Plan is our collective response to this demand, and I want to take the opportunity to thank you all for supporting this plan and our broader efforts against cancer. This plan will address cancer in a holistic way throughout the entire cancer journey and pathway, from prevention to quality of life of cancer patients and survivors. And research and innovation are starting points for all of these pillars. Here I want to stress an important point. The Cancer Plan works hand in hand with the Horizon Europe mission on cancer. This partnership is essential, and it will ensure coherence between ambitious research goals and realistic policy objectives. With the mission on cancer, we want to facilitate patients' access to innovative therapies by establishing a clinical trial program across Europe. And the translation of the achievements of research products into concrete action will go a long way towards improving cancer prevention and care. Evidence-based knowledge and implementable research are essential if we are to address the current challenges across the cancer patient pathway. And this includes everything from screening outcomes through diagnosis and treatment to long-term monitoring and survivorship, or to palliative and end-of-life care. We are committed to supporting cancer research and innovation. Over 3 billion euro in research funds have been dedicated to cancer research since 2007. Horizon Europe will provide more opportunities for research on cancer, and the mission on cancer will help set common goals. But as I said, collaboration is key. Most member states have very diverse cancer research and care strategies in place, with moderate to very high investments, and I think this is meaningful to now have coordination with a clear commitment from member states, and this is crucial for any mission approach to be successful. In parallel, we will continue to support translational research efforts. The Declaration on Effective Research, Cancer Research, with the Council Presidency Trio consisting of Germany, Portugal, and Slovenia, signed in October 2020, emphasizes the role of national interdisciplinary cancer centers in research, patient care, and teaching. And the cancer plan responds to this call, for example, because we will be establishing a network of comprehensive cancer centers. Ladies and gentlemen, investing in health is an investment in our communities, in our economies, and in our future. The EU for Health programme and other EU instruments will be providing financial support of almost €4 billion to member states and stakeholders to help them build more robust health systems and reduce the pain caused by cancer. Backed by this support, our cancer plan is a game changer that will help us to turn the tide against cancer. However, governments, public authorities, and alone cannot address the increasing health, social, and economic challenges associated with cancer. We need a holistic, we need a health in all policies, and a multi-stakeholder approach. And the research community plays a fundamental role in this effort. Today's event gathers key stakeholders from across the EU, so I'm confident we are taking important steps in this direction. I look forward to the outcomes of a fruitful and forward-looking discussion, and I will end by saying that we are in partnership and we cannot afford to fail European citizens who expect a great deal from us from Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. Thank you for the opportunity to share some thoughts with you today. Thank you.
Next, Marta Temido, Portuguese Minister for Health.
Dear Commissioner Kyriakides, dear Stella, dear Minister for Science, Technology and Higher Education, dear Manuel, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to address you today on this very important topic, cancer research. Unfortunately, I cannot stay for the duration of the meeting due to an unavoidable meeting relating to COVID-19 vaccination. My apologies for this inconvenience. As the European Union continues to focus its efforts in responding to COVID-19 pandemic in the strongest possible way, it is crucial not to let initiatives such as this one go unnoticed. As we are all aware, cancer is the second leading cause of mortality in the EU member states, right after cardiovascular disease. In 2020 alone, 2.7 million people in the EU were diagnosed with cancer and 1.3 million people died of the disease. The past few years have made it clear that public health authorities alone cannot address the increasing health, social and economic challenges associated with cancer. As we move forward with our plan to build a more resilient European Health Union, we underline the importance of Europe's Beating Cancer Plan approved by the Commission earlier this year. One of the key aspects of this ambitious plan is a modern approach to dealing with cancer by investing in technological development, research and innovation at service of patient-centered prevention and care. We cannot but agree with the Commission in this subject. Investing in research will be instrumental in delivering improved health outcomes for cancer patients. Novel digital solutions, artificial intelligence and changing research paradigms focused on real-world data and patient-centered outcomes will help deliver these goals. In fact, the highest valued research needs to be patient-centered by prioritizing patients' needs, by identifying key drivers of benefit, either through innovation in the form of novel therapeutics or by innovative clinical approaches in order to efficiently repurpose and optimize existing treatments. This research-driven, patient-centered approach will ultimately contribute to improved healthcare systems that are more effective, efficient, and safe. Fostering research is a priority for the European Union. Investment in research increases autonomy and promotes economic growth through investment by life science industries. In accordance with this priority, Europe's Beating Cancer Plan further seeks to support and strengthen research efforts in cancer across the Union. According to the data provided by the European Medicines Agency, around 400,000 trials are authorized each year across the European Economic Area. This phenomenal effort, in partnership with other global research partners, is transforming the way we care for patients and treat many diseases. As a European member state, Portugal is committed to clinical research. This fact is reflected in the 77% increase of new clinical trial submissions received by our National Ethics Review Board over the past 4 years. We will need to continue to increase the number of Portuguese cancer patients with access to clinical trials by increasing the training of our healthcare professionals, optimizing our cancer care resources, and the electronic health record backbone of the National Health Information System to increase our capacity for international cooperation. As in various member states throughout Europe, these issues are currently being reviewed to make way for a national cancer plan, designed to align the Portuguese national position with the priorities set forth in Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. As the ongoing pandemic highlighted, collaboration and strong research networks were essential to the innovation required to respond to this healthcare crisis and deliver new and repurposed medicines to tackle this disease. Such a reinforced cooperation will enable Europe to maintain high-quality cancer care and research even during an adverse event as this one. In that light, I would like to conclude my remarks by highlighting the importance of the Porto Declaration on Cancer Research, which we invite all member states to support. This document details the necessary steps to deliver the infrastructure required to bolster research across Europe on all aspects of the cancer care continuum. Therefore, its approval will constitute an important step in the support for a common European approach and signal to all citizens across the EU, especially those suffering from cancer or supporting a loved one in fighting and recovering from the disease, that their struggle has not been forgotten or put on hold by the forces of the pandemic. I wish you all a very fruitful meeting. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, Maria Gabriel, European Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth.
Dear ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to take part in this European Cancer Research Summit 2021. We are all aware that cancer represents a huge burden to our society and healthcare system. Each year, Here, 2.7 million people in the European Union are diagnosed with cancer and 1.3 million die of the disease. We need the engagement of innovators, researchers, public authorities and citizens towards this common challenge. That is why we have made cancer one of the key priorities of our Horizon Europe program. The Horizon Europe Health Cluster has been substantially strengthened compared to Horizon 2020. With a budget of 8.2 billion euros, this cluster will support collaborative research and innovation on cancer to better understand risk factors and improve prevention, diagnosis and treatment. We'll also have a dedicated mission on cancer. As you know, the missions are an important novelty of the program. They can mobilize European, member states and regional funding. The cancer mission target is to have by 2030 more than 3 million lives saved, with patients living longer and better. Together with my team, I'm currently preparing an impact-driven implementation plan which we'll share with you this summer. I take the chance to thank the research community for the support and positive feedback we have been receiving. I count on you for making the implementation phase a success. The first calls related to the missions will be launched in May 2021, following the adoption of the first work programs for Horizon Europe. We are also aware that the COVID-19 pandemic caused some delays in cancer research and weakened networks. We need now to rebuild these networks and boost our research efforts. Horizon Europe will strengthen the partnerships in the area of health. This includes the partnerships on personalized medicines and on innovative health initiative, which build on the success of the Innovative Medicine Initiative Partnership. We'll also reinforce the European Institute for Innovation and Technology Innovation Community on Health. Since 2014, the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions have invested 415 million euros in the field of cancer, supporting over 3,000 researchers. The Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions will continue to develop doctoral programs in the areas of cancer prevention, diagnosis and treatment, including clinical expertise. Another major initiative will be the launch of the new Knowledge Center on Cancer before the summer. This center will promote the coordination of European Union member states' cancer activities, share best practices, as well as collect and analyze data to quantify cancer burden across Europe, including for pediatric cancers. In terms of prevention, which is critical in the fight against cancer, the role of sport and the promotion of healthy lifestyle are crucial. That is why I will launch the Healthy Lifestyle for All campaign this year, involving member states, regional governments and civil society representatives to promote sport, physical activity and healthy diets. These efforts will also be supported by the sport actions of the Erasmus Plus program. They have already invested 24 million euros to promote the participation in sport and physical activities for all, including for cancer patients. Ladies and gentlemen, only our combined efforts will allow us to be more effective in the fight against cancer. We need to use the tools at hand to help us make a difference in saving lives. Thank you very much for your attention.
Now I'll pass the word to Manuel Heitor, Portuguese Minister for Science, Technology and Higher Education.
We cannot hear.
Again, thank you very much for being able to meet here and across Europe. More than 500 people are listening to this conference, and it is particularly important to understand that we are here to call for a collective action throughout Europe for a comprehensive translational research approach from the full continuum of cancer research to cancer care and cancer prevention. But we have a focus. This can only be done if we strengthen the European network of comprehensive cancer centers through three basic types of research infrastructures. First, research infrastructures on transnational research. Second, infrastructures on clinical research and clinical trials, last but not least, infrastructures on outcome research, particularly to look at impacts of research and the way population at large look also at the economics of cancer. And again, first and foremost, this conference is an appeal throughout Europe to strengthen cancer comprehensive centers. There are still 10 member states without a well-integrated network of cancer comprehensive centers. Actually, we are delivering this conference from the Porto Cancer Hospital, which coordinates the Porto Comprehensive Cancer Center and the network of comprehensive cancer centers throughout the country, also in Lisbon and Coimbra, and I'm pleased that apart from the director and the team of the Porto Cancer Hospital, we have also here with us the director of the Lisbon Cancer Hospital and the Lisbon Comprehensive Cancer Center, João Oliveira, and the Executive Director of the Coimbra Cancer Hospital. Building up national and regional networks of comprehensive cancer centers should be our target for the years to come, and that is the reason why we launched today the Porto Declaration on Cancer Research, making an appeal throughout Europe for strengthening comprehensive cancer centers. We have a target, and this target should be very clear following Maria Gabriel's understanding of the cancer mission for Europe. The target is to mobilize comprehensive cancer centers so that by the end of this decade, by 2030, we can guarantee throughout Europe that 75% of those that have been diagnosed with cancer have a long time survival of at least 10 years. And this means essentially reducing early deaths by cancer by about 50%. And the point is that this can be probably achieved in countries and regions with well-developed healthcare systems. But our goal should be to make this possible throughout entire Europe and in every single European regions. Don't leaving no one behind, and bringing to the center of this discussion every single European cancer hospital, and building a strong network of comprehensive cancer centers is particularly important. So let me thank you all of those that throughout the last months have organized this conference. Certainly Julius Ellis and his team from the Scientific Council, but also very much I would like to acknowledge Anthony Burns, the president of the European Academy of Cancer Sciences, and Professor Walter Ricciardi, the coordinator and president of the European Cancer Mission Board that is working on the development of the EU Cancer Mission. Last October, during the German presidency, we signed a declaration focused in a broad view of the fight against cancer, so-called Europe Unite Against Cancer, and under the trio of the German, Portuguese and Slovenian presidency, we have agreed to deepen, month after month, this collective action towards transnational cancer research. That is the reason why today we launched the Porto Declaration, specifically concentrated on the need to strengthen comprehensive cancer centers and the network of 3 basic research infrastructures which are critical for achieving the targets that we all perceive in the years to come. Certainly, this needs to be done in very close articulation with the European Beating Cancer Plan, just presented by Commissioner Stella Kyriakides, and certainly in close articulation with Horizon Europe. Last February, under the Portuguese presidency, we launched Horizon Europe as the largest European research program ever done. As we have listed, Maria Gabriel just mentioned, before the end of May, the new calls will appear particularly also in the area of cancer research, and therefore this conference is also an appeal for all researchers, innovators throughout Europe to concentrate their task in the mission that we all have. A final word for the critical importance of these three types of research infrastructures where we are concentrating the attention of the program today. First, translational research, which, as we know, is a critical bridge between basic and preclinical research and clinical and prevention research, and do clearly depend on the way molecular and digital pathology is particularly critical on these days, as well as to be combined with new areas of increased complexity, including radiation therapy and immunotherapy. Again, we believe that only through well-integrated comprehensive cancer centers we can have these bridges between the basic molecular and basic pathology studies with the preclinical prevention. Then, this needs to be combined with well-structured infrastructures for clinical and prevention trials in order to facilitate the development of proof of concept studies throughout Europe, and again, the development of clinical trials structure and advanced diagnostic methods such as state-of-the-art molecular pathology, omics technologies, and pharmacology to really be able to develop all the necessary treatments and care actions. Certainly, the role of the International Agency for Research and Cancer is a major player in this process. Last but not least, the infrastructures for outcome research are particularly important to bring the effectiveness of the therapeutics, including certainly the analysis of treatment optimization, side effects of treatment, and long-term follow-up. And this, we believe, should be done through a collaborative effort between clinicians, researchers, and epidemiologists in order to bring data and to treat and process data which have become more and more available. Again, these three types of research infrastructures are more and more well concentrated and integrated in the network of comprehensive cancer centers, and that is the reason why, again, we deliver this conference for a well-positioned comprehensive cancer center, the Porto Comprehensive Cancer Centers, in close collaboration with the Portuguese Comprehensive Cancer Centers in Lisbon and Coimbra, to also appeal throughout Europe for a collective call on strengthening this type of structures. Let me now pass the word to those which really have led this process over the last months. We will listen to two important keynote speeches, first by Anton Berns, as I mentioned before, the president of the European Academy of Cancer Sciences, which bring together leading scientists in the world, and particularly throughout Europe, to address these unique challenges. We know that science heals, but we also know that science is a battlefield, and therefore we need definitely to give the voice to scientists, and certainly Anton will represent that better than no one else. Then we will have Professor Walter Richard, again an authority on cancer research and the president of the European Cancer Mission Board, that will address the audience here and through our screens, particularly to frame the evolution of the European Cancer Mission through Horizon Europe for the period 2021-2027. But let's now pass the floor to our leading scientists. Anton Berns first, and then Walter Richard. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation to speak at the summit. Dear commissioners, ministers and colleagues, the Cancer Mission offers unique opportunities to reduce the cancer burden and improve the perspective of cancer patients in the EU. Initiatives have started actually many years ago and have now led to this EU-wide emphasis on cancer, and this is very gratifying. The goals set by the mission board are ambitious, and it's now to all of us to make this endeavor a success. Now let me start sharing my a few slides with you. I want to share with you what we believe is needed for this, as is also articulated by the community of cancer researchers, cancer specialists, and patient organizations. Our ideas how to achieve these goals have become more concise over time through meetings and contacts with many colleagues and professional cancer organizations. They were described in this paper. That was published last year in Molecular Oncology, and I want to thank the co-authors listed here for their important contribution. My presentation is a summary thereof and fully aligns with the Porto Declaration on Cancer Research. Let's go briefly back to the problem we are facing. Increasing incidence and projected death from cancer. Numbers by which current victims of COVID-19 grow pale. Not only more patients developing cancer, living with cancer, and dying from it, it will also lead to an increasing demand on personnel and to skyrocketing cost. We will neither have the manpower nor the funds to afford this. In addition, we also have to rectify the inequalities in access to cancer care between and within countries. We believe that the cancer mission can provide an important stimulus to tackle this if we define reachable goals and spend funds wisely. Here I show the ambition that we consider is realistic. 70% of cancer patients diagnosed in 2030 survive 10 years or longer with a good quality of life. And that should finally be reached in all countries in the European Union. In order to achieve this, we need to strengthen the continuum of cancer research, all the way from better understanding the underlying biology to implementation and making cancer care cost effective. Research items needed to be addressed are identify individuals at risk, improve on primary prevention, implement what we already know and develop new prevention methods, develop more sensitive methods for early detection, precision medicines tailored to individual patients, implementation research to enhance speedy introduction of more effective treatments, placing patients in a central position, and outcomes research to carefully assess the benefits of current and new treatments. And to achieve that, we need infrastructures, already mentioned before, infrastructures of sufficient critical mass are needed so that new discoveries can make a real difference and swiftly become clinical practice. These essential structures come in a number of flavors. First of all, the comprehensive cancer centers and networks thereof that cover a substantial part of the cancer research continuum. They should serve as the home for basic translational clinical researchers. These CCCs should have state-of-the-art service facilities, genomics, proteomics, imaging, computational biology, artificial intelligence, animal facilities, molecular pathology, pharmacology, clinical infrastructures with the quality of life of cancer patients as a leading principle. Clinical trial networks to permit swift recruitment and stratification of patients for enrollment in preferentially PI-initiated innovative clinical trials. We see already good examples of such activities, as you will hear later today. And then outcomes research networks to accurately monitor and assess the benefits of both existing and new interventions in the listed areas. Involvement of all EU member states and long-term sustainability are key. Otherwise, these centers might fall apart again after the support from the mission ends. Robust quality assessment of these centers and networks is also critical. For CCCs, this is already possible through the accreditation programs of the OECI and German Cancer Aid and the designation programs of the EACS, and we can further build on that. This slide shows sort of schematically how centers and networks could work together. So if you see these comprehensive cancer centers and other institutes that form a network, and they come in several flavors like translational research, clinical trial networks, and outcomes research networks, and they closely interact. And really, we better to have multiple networks of translational research in which centers collaborate effectively and making those aggregations not too large. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will simply not work. Obviously, these comprehensive cancer centers also have to interact effectively with many other stakeholders in the cancer field and beyond, both within and outside Europe. And more specific recommendations are listed in the next slide. Support a continuum of cancer research and care with specific attentions to the gaps that exist in what should become a smooth continuum. Therefore, support optimization of the research continuum and have an eye for bottom-up. Provide incentives to specific areas such as pediatric and geriatric oncology. Install experts boards to help address legal measures and resolve legal issues. Think about patient data sharing. Further, incentivize centers and their networks to acquire a critical mass and commit to high quality. Encourage accreditation and arrange support for sustainability. Provide specific support to establish high-quality centers in less developed areas in the EU and stimulate centers to engage with other stakeholders. And finally, provide support for education and training to the next generation of cancer specialists with the goal to achieve an adequate distribution over the member states. Professional specialist organizations can actually play an important role by that. And finally, since real breakthroughs primarily come from creative investigators with original new ideas, install programs to support innovative PI-led projects and early phase clinical trials. ERC or Synergy ERC-like funding are excellent suited for this. Let us not try to invent a new wheel while an excellent proven one is there to grasp and implement from day one. I would like to stop here. No doubt presentations that will be given over the day will provide further details of what I just touched on in this brief overview and what is also described in the Porto Declaration. We need to do this together. Let us grasp this opportunity. Thank you very much.
We'll start now with the sessions. I would just like to call your attention that all the questions should be put at the end during the debate part. We'll start with session 1 on infrastructure for translational research. This session will be shared by Ulrich Ringborg from the Karolinska Institute from Sweden.
Thank you very much. It's my privilege to chair the session 1 on translational cancer research, which will focus on infrastructures for early translational research. Basic research is the engine, and early translational research set the agenda for the translational research continuum. The cancer research continuum spans from basic preclinical research to clinical prevention research and further to implementation and outcomes research. For therapeutics, palliative oncology with end-of-life care and survivorship are endpoints, and for prevention, long-term follow-up with outcomes of cost-effectiveness of prevention programs. For a mission on cancer with focus on patients and individuals at risk, the entire cancer research continuum has to be covered for all components of cancer research and prevention. So may I have the first slide, which illustrates the research continuum for therapeutics, starting with basic preclinical research and moves into the clinical research. So you see the early translational research here, the late translational research. You see that there are a number of gaps. And the first gap between basic preclinical research and early clinical research has been visible since a long time, and there are activities to bridge this gap. There are additional gaps which are not as visible, but we see them more and more, and that is adoption into the healthcare system. We need the real-world data, assessment for clinical utility, and long-term follow-up. This session deals with the infrastructure for the research, and we need infrastructures covering the research continuum. So for the early translational research, we have one important infrastructure area. Then we go to the clinical trials. We need another one. And then if we go to the implementation and outcomes research, we need the outcomes research integrated with health economics. So it's important that these three infrastructures are sustainable over time and can be helpful with conducting the research. We have said clearly what we want to do, but with the infrastructures, we can also say how to do it. I put at the bottom also, by definition, translational research is bi-directional. And that means that there are loops back to the basic preclinical research areas. Examples are clinical information and biobanks will be used for basic preclinical research for biomarker discovery, expand the technologies for stratification of patients, contribute with solutions of treatment resistance, predictions and strategies to avoid acute and late side effects, and use of clinical and biological data for computational science. If I have the next PowerPoint, we see that we have a similar continuum for prevention, where we have the basic preclinical research as the engine again, moving into identification of prevention context, then the prevention research to prepare for strategies, and then adoption by health organizations and long-term follow-up. And here you see we have the same type of basic infrastructure for early translational research. We have them for clinical prevention trials. We have them for implementation and outcomes research integrated with health economics. Also here we have the bi-directional translational research, which is very important to successfully improve the prevention programs. One obvious research question relates to diagnostics of the relevant early tumors for cancer screening. We have breast cancer and prostate cancer as very good examples. Also identification of causes cancer behind risk factors will in the future be still more important. I just show this as a background, and then we will go into the session and discuss some important infrastructures. Innovative imaging could have been there, and we had discussions about it, but due to the limits of time and avoidance of iteration, it will be represented in the next session on clinical trials. So let us move on into the program and the presentation. And we start with Alexander Egermont, who will give a presentation of basic preclinical research. Generating proof of concept clinical trials is the engine for translational research. Alexander Egermont is former director of Gustave Roussy in Paris. Now he is the scientific director of Princess Maxima Center for Pediatric Oncology in Utrecht, Netherlands. And he is professor of clinical and translational immunotherapy at the Utrecht University Medical Center. He is also the person who created the Cancer Core Europe. We will hear more about that later on. So please, Lex.
Thank you, Ulrich. I will share my slides. Okay, thank you. So first of all, before starting, I would like to salute Julio Celis and Ulrich Ringborg for their tireless dedication to organize oncopolicy in the cancer research space in Europe. And so, dear commissioners and dear friends, what I'm going to focus on is the role of translational research nowadays in accelerating the advance from basic discoveries to early clinical implementation. So basically, we have gaps from discovery to clinical implementation, but we have it also in the prevention and early detection field, as well as in the development of new systemic therapies, translating these discoveries into new treatments. The next gap we always have to overcome is then to translate a new treatment into a structured implementation in healthcare systems. And the next step then is to do a reality check and measure the real world impact of new treatments by outcome research tools. But I will focus, as I said, on that earlier phase. Now, Ulrich asked me to also make a few remarks on prevention. And I do that here because prevention obviously is an enormous important part of the cancer research and cancer mission agenda. But it's a difficult one because it has to do with lifestyle. So smoking, diet, alcohol, sedentary lifestyle, and UV exposure are 5 very big elements that lead to cancers. They're all difficult to change. But at the bottom, you see that there's infection preventive agents where there is actually a remarkable success story. And this has all to do with the development of new agents. And when we look at that triangle, then we see how successful we actually have been in HBV, hepatitis B vaccines to prevent hepatitis B and the cancers that then follow the development. Anti-HBV NHCV, hepatitis C virus drugs that prevent an enormous amount of hepatocellular cancers. The HPV vaccines that prevent both cervical cancer in women as well as some of the oral and head and neck cancers. And just a simple antibiotic to treat cancer ulcers of the stomach, gastric ulcers, that otherwise might degrade into stomach cancers, gastric cancers, which is a very, very prevalent disease, especially in the East. And therefore, it's interesting that anti-infection agents, we don't talk enough about it, but they are capable of preventing an enormous amount of cancers. In the space of early detection and prevention, we see that, of course, colorectal cancer have both a prevention and early detection model by stool screening and then endoscopy, where you can already take care of precancerous lesions, so it's preventive, but it also is the early detection of small cancers. For cervix cancer screening, we see it's both prevention because we can also detect precancerous lesions, but it's also early detection of cancerous lesions. And then the breast cancer and lung cancer screening programs identify early detection of starting small cancers. And of course, the numbers in breast cancer and in lung cancer are so big that when we look at the Nelson European trial of early detection of lung cancers, where we see that in the outcome, we see a 25% reduction of lung cancer-related mortality by early detection. This is tremendously important finding that launches now various lung cancer screening programs all over Europe. But it's not that easy because you need to define, very group your high-risk patient populations, 55 through 75 years old, more than 15 years of smoking, less than 10 years of ex-smokers, and so on, to achieve this 25% reduction of mortality. So then when we look at the development of new systemic treatments in the cancer space, the difficulty is, and the challenge is how do we translate basic research discoveries that lead to candidate molecules and candidate findings, and then translate that into early clinical trial implementation, where we take that particular opportunity and that clinical phase as a biomedical experimental space to learn as much as possible. And compared to only 15 years ago, this particular early clinical trial space has changed tremendously as the most important tool to accelerate understanding in humans of the efficacy or lack thereof of new cancer agents, because we can unravel the cancer biology in humans like never before. And this gap one requires an integrative research environment. And that is where the difficulty lies, because that requires a lot of infrastructural investment and the creation of an integrative research environment, which is a long process and cannot be done everywhere at the same level. So when you look at the left panel and you look at elements to new systemic therapies, you see the development of targeted therapies. This is mostly mutation-driven drug development, where you tackle receptors on the cell surface or intracellularly in cancer cells, because there are signaling pathways that should be prevented from being activated or should be blocked at their different steps in the signaling pathway intracellularly. And what we can do in that space is now that in early clinical trials, after you've gone through the whole basic discovery and new drugs identification, crystallization, purification, in vitro and in vivo testing, and then out of the mouse you go into finally a concept that you can test in the clinical setting. And now the clinical setting is so much richer in providing information, because now we know what we're doing. We can define our genomically selected targets. We can demonstrate them by immunohistochemistry. We can verify that the target is actually reached by the targeted drug. We can define where the signaling pathway is correctly blocked. And by sequential biopsies of the tumor and in the blood, we can see the evolution both of the tumor in terms of clonal evolution and the emergence of resistance, yes, no, but we can also monitor now the impact on the immune system of targeted therapies. The problem in this field is that many mutations do not create a target. And when you don't have and when you have a target, then many targets are not necessarily druggable or actionable. And then you must have a broad early clinical trial program to actually offer the new target as an opportunity for patients to enroll into. And so in the end, we're still not really above 10% of patient population profiting from this scientific approach, but we need to continue this because in the end, we will make headway. In the immunotherapies development, we have seen incredible advances over the last 2 years. And here, the observation is very different because here you modulate the functioning of the immune system and that's your primary target. The consequence is that the immune system now can kill tumor cells, whereas it was blocked and unable to do so before. And that is a very different type of approach because it means that if you manipulate the immune system with the correct new tools, key molecules that can unblock a blocked immune system, you can all of a sudden create a broadband effect in terms of efficacy against multiple tumor types. And so when we look now in the early clinical space, early clinical trials that now provide superior information, we can see that how we activate the different components of the immune system. We can measure all that. We can unblock a blocked immune system and define that by the components that we have been able to evict or the elements that we have been able to block. We can measure that by sequential blood and tissue biopsies. We can measure it by single cell sequencing, unraveling the immune system and showing how the heterogeneity of the tumor and all the cellular components of the immune system can be followed and how the effect of the immune system can be measured in these early clinical trials. And therefore, nowadays, we have tools that can accelerate the understanding in the human tremendously. And so the story of the immune system is important to understand the importance of translational research. Discovery of just 2 molecules, anti-CTLA-4, that blocks a blocked T cell programming to make them killer cells. And these killer T lymphocytes, this process taking place mostly in lymph nodes in the immune system, then go into the bloodstream and go to the tumors. Once they arrive at the tumors, where they should be killing tumor cells, they are being neutralized, paralyzed by the fact that tumor cells and other cellular elements of the microenvironment in the tumor have PD-L1 receptors. And now the interaction of PD-1 on the T cell and the PD-L1 receptors on the tumor cell and the monocytes in the tumor microenvironment paralyzes the T cells. And if you can avoid this with anti-PD-1 or anti-PD-L1 antibodies, then the T cells can continue to kill tumor cells. And so this was initially developed in melanoma. And here in the blue line, you can see that what was the situation only 10 years ago in advanced metastatic melanoma. The 5-year survival rate was about 5%. With just one monoclonal antibody, anti-CTLA-4, the 5-year and 10-year survival rate is 20%. It's 4-fold higher by just manipulating the immune system. And then with the anti-PD-1 antibody, you see this line, the 5-year survival is 45%. And with the combination of anti-PD-1 and anti-CTLA-4, it's now 5-year survival rates are above 60%. And these are the next lines that are expected to evolve. An important point of this observation is that we have never seen this type of a blockbuster in the history of cancer medicine. Look at the fact that anti-PD-1 monotherapy has anti-tumor effects in over 20 different tumor types. And that in the space of just 9 years, we have seen 100 FDA approvals that are anti-PD-1, anti-PD-L1 based in second, first line, and in adjuvant therapy settings. And that this was not predicted by mouse tumor models, because in mouse tumor models, anti-CTLA-4 is actually a much more potent monoclonal antibody than anti-PD-1. And therefore, we need to go into this early clinical trial space and take advantage of the fantastic tools that we have now to conduct the translational research in that space on human tumor material, on the human immune system, and on the interaction between the two. And so nowadays, anti-PD-1, anti-PD-L1 is the core molecule of 2,500 different trials where we combine anti-PD-1 or anti-PD-L1 with anti-CTLA-4, with chemotherapy, with radiation therapy, with all sorts of targeted therapies, with vaccines, and so on. So this revolution was not predicted by anti-PD-1 in mouse systems. Don't forget it. We only learned it in patients. So if we want to accelerate development of new therapies, we must build infrastructures to do correct translational research, tools, infrastructures that are essential for new therapeutic developments. And so here I have a figure of low-grade gliomas, brain tumors. This is the heterogeneity of the tumor cell components. This is the heterogeneity of the immune system. Very different from the very big heterogeneity of a high-grade glioma, much more malignant, and the immune system response in high-grade glioma. We can even now reconstruct and analyze how they interact spatially, and we can image that and demonstrate it. So the understanding of what is happening in humans nowadays is completely and totally unparalleled by only 10 years ago. And so we can go and define the characteristics of responding patients. We can unravel components of the immune system, how they work, how they interact with the tumor microenvironment, what is crucial, what can be manipulated, and how we can fight immune escape mechanisms. And so it's about infrastructural building to make sure that we have these high-level translational research infrastructures that can be the first guiding lights for a revolution that should take place everywhere. And with that goal, we created Cancer Core Europe between Gustav Roussy and Heidelberg, Deutsche Krebsforschungszentrum and University Hospital of Heidelberg. Start with the Karolinska in Stockholm, NKI in Amsterdam, Cambridge Cancer Center in Cambridge, and the Vall d'Hebron Institute of Oncology in Barcelona. And then Milan Institute, Istituto de Tumori was added as a seventh center. And the goal here is to secure that we can do translational research and profit from each other's infrastructures and collaborate. To fill this first gap, this was the primary goal of Cancer Core Europe. And Cancer Core Europe should be a model for other similar initiatives in Europe to also create those type of networks, because you cannot work in this complexity with 26 centers at the same time. You must have more than one of these type of networks to be optimally effective. And it's actually a reflection of EU-supported policy, because it started with an FP6 program, Eurocam Plus, which was an inventory of barriers and the fragmentation of the research. Around that FP program was a research platform. We did in FP7 Eurocam Translational Research Platform. We did it the old-fashioned way with 26 partners, 16 work packages, and then in the end, that may be just one base too far. First, get on first base, just like in baseball. And the recommendation was create Cancer Core Europe to get a full grasp over this complex agenda with a few centers that know each other well. And that led to the creation of Cancer Core Europe. I'm almost done. It's the before last slide. And this network has a very active program. So coming back to what we need to do now in Europe is create infrastructures. Comprehensive Cancer Center program in Germany is a very good example of that. And that already allocated €250 million to it. Translational research program networks, as we saw in CRUK, in the UK, in French, CIRIC program, and now very big program in Germany between the Comprehensive Cancer Center's Translational Research Network and the National Center of Tumors multi-site program. And you can also create critical mass by super concentration, which, for instance, for pediatric oncology, led to the creation of the Princess Maxima Center in the Netherlands. And so Germany has put in total now over 2 billion into the biggest overhaul and reform of research, cancer research infrastructures anywhere in Europe. And it's a guiding light what we should be able to do elsewhere. Creation of 15 comprehensive cancer centers, the creation of a translational research program over 7 sites that gets 35 million a year. The CCC program already was endowed with more than 200 million. And then the creation of the National Center of Tumors, multi-site translational super infrastructures, which is allocated with $1 billion over the next 10 years. In France, we had the creation of the CIRIC, Cancer Translational Research Care Institutes, of which we have 8 in France, and in the Netherlands. For rare cancers, we are going to concentrate and create critical mass. And for pediatric oncology, it led to the concentration of one single center for the whole nation. And so that leads me to my last slide. High-level translational research is essential, and it's at the level never seen before. It requires high-level infrastructures, integrative research, and clinical trial culture. All these are hard to achieve, but they are the new norm of the day. Concentration, collaboration, and investments are needed, and this is the way to go in Europe to have a different geometry of these type of initiatives to make sure this is happening all over Europe. Thank you.
We turn over to the next speaker, and that is Simon Oberst, who will talk about the Comprehensive Cancer Center, an essential infrastructure component. Professor Simon Oberst is chair of the accreditation board of OVCI, and he is director of clinical development at Cancer Research UK, Cambridge Cancer Center in UK. And then they ask all upcoming speakers to try to stick to the time schedule. Please, Simon.
Thank you very much, Ulrich. Can everyone hear me? Give a thumbs up if you can hear me and see my screen. I hope so. Everything okay?
Everything okay.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you, Ulrich, for your kind introduction, and it's a great privilege to follow you and Lex Egremont in this very prestigious conference. And I want to take a slightly different angle from Lex, not looking so much at the science, but looking at the organization. And I've been asked to speak on the Comprehensive Cancer Center as an essential infrastructure component for translational research, but also, in fact, of course, for the other points of the research continuum. So comprehensive cancer centers are really organizations where everything comes together, is integrated and coheres. You must have a high quality clinical diagnosis and treatment, and a pan-cancer approach, including aftercare and survivorship. And in CCCs, we're looking for a wide spread of research. And that includes, as people have said already, from population risk, epidemiology, early detection, wide-ranging translational research, clinical studies, and outcomes research. Most of the CCCs do have basic science, but of course there's a tremendous variation in the depth and breadth of basic science, even in comprehensive cancer centers. And thirdly, there need to be and are educational and research links with at least one good university in many cases it's more than one, who liaise over the creation of professorial chairs, who provide PhD students and undergraduate education, including basic biology. And so, in fact, the international definitions of CCCs are well defined in the United States by NCI and the American College of Surgeons, in Europe by OECI, the German Cancer Aid, as we've just heard, and the European Academy of Cancer Sciences with its designation of research excellence. And all these organizations have set very specific standards, quality standards and requirements for what a CCC should deliver. And therefore, we can see that comprehensive cancer centers, as Minister Heitor already said, are absolutely pivotal to delivering the cancer mission and Europe's Beating Cancer plan. Somebody much cleverer than I think it was Ulrich, said the whole is greater than the sum of the parts in a comprehensive cancer center. But how does that happen? Well, we can see it does not happen by chance. It requires organization continuously. And as OECI looks for what the necessary components of a comprehensive cancer center are, we look for an overarching vision for the whole center to integrate clinical care, research, and education. We look for governance. We look for a cancer center board to bring together all the main players and with real capacity. And we look for a program structure, ideally, which brings the clinicians and researchers together, exchanging challenges and opportunities and building translational research capacity. We look for the possibility of financial incentivization through pump priming grants for early discovery and laboratories working closely together with the clinic. And we look for shared infrastructures. Biobanking, of course, is an absolutely key infrastructure in this project, linked to the clinical record, of course, in an anonymized fashion. And we look for knowledge exchange between scientists and clinicians in particular, or different kinds of scientists, through a whole program in the center of events and communications. We look for protected research time for clinicians, and this is really important. I want to make a particular plea here. I think the European Cancer Mission could do a fantastic job by creating a fund for protected research time for clinicians who want to work in the laboratory, but the National Health Service won't pay for that. The university pleads poverty and won't pay for that. It's very difficult, except in well-funded centers, such as in the UK, actually, to get protected research time clinicians. That's something, a specific thing that the EU Cancer Mission could really fix. And finally, there needs to be a ready influx and bringing on of development of young scientists, PhD students, and particularly MB PhD students to again integrate the clinic with translational research. Please forgive me if I use as an example Cambridge as one example of an organization that promotes translational research. And in Cambridge, up until recently, we've had 12 programs, and those programs have been 8 of them site-specific, the usual suspects, and 4 of them have been modality-based or on a scientific theme: cellular and molecular biology, early detection, cancer imaging, and onco-innovation, again engaging with industry. And all those programs have been co-led by a clinician and a scientist. Again, it's integrating clinical care and research. They all have an aligned 5-year strategy, and they have a delegated budget from central funds to create posts that they want to create and pump priming from the bottom up, in addition to the competitive grants. So that means that there are, in effect, about 70 scientists and consultants in each program on average. And these are drawn from 8 freestanding institutes in Cambridge, 2 university hospitals, and up to 30 university departments, including physics, engineering, the humanities, the social sciences, as well as the usual suspects. So this is organization. This is bringing people fundamentally together to solve the cancer problem. This perhaps is a less sophisticated cartoon than the one showed initially by Anton in terms of an anatomy of a comprehensive cancer center. But what we look for fundamentally in a comprehensive cancer center is the unification of a university hospital or freestanding cancer center, at least one university, and multiple research institutes working together under a common governance and a program structure to bring people together. And then the second stage of development really is around that comprehensive cancer center to create a comprehensive network to reach out into the sub-region, all patients in that sub-region, to give access to those patients to high quality clinical trials, equal access across a county or a sub-region, perhaps a population of 2 or up to 5 million people, and also engaging other research institutes or perhaps private hospitals within that region. And without creating that comprehensive network for translational clinical research and for clinical care, Europe won't meet that objective of reaching 90% of patients by 2030. So the creation of local networks around a comprehensive cancer center is absolutely fundamental to that project. I just want to share with you quickly the contributions of CCCs to peer-reviewed cancer research. This is a study done by OECI on 40 comprehensive cancer centers, the largest ones in Europe, published in Molecular Oncology last month or in March. Bearing in mind that this is not a question of size in terms of numbers of patients. The median CCC is only 50% larger than the median clinical center. But what the analysis shows in terms of academic research publications is that the median academic output of CCCs is 4 times higher than their clinical counterparts. In terms of high impact factors, it's 5 times higher. And therefore, you see, we're looking at the possibility that CCCs are producing or leading between 50 and 80% of all the translational research in cancer in Europe. And that's why they are axiomatic to the implementation of the cancer mission. Or consider the contributions of CCCs to clinical studies in a year. Our research showed that CCCs have got more than 4 times as many clinical trials active and open than other large centers. And in terms of early phase trials, phase 1 and 2A, CCCs have got more than 8 times as many phase 1 studies and phase 2A studies as clinical centers. And it's the same story for patents filed and granted. So we see how important they are to the development of translation research, and that they are key to these 3 networks that are proposed in the Declaration for Translation Research, Clinical Research, and Outcomes Research. And it seems to us that there are 3 challenges which all begin with I, which the Cancer Mission and Europe's Beating Cancer Plan recognize. First of all, innovation. There is the need desperately to galvanize the CCCs around understanding cancer and the earliest possible detection. Then implementation, using real-world data to optimize treatments and to perfect precision cancer medicine. And thirdly, to address inequalities. That's all about creating around the comprehensive cancer networks, cancer centers, networks around them, because our research shows that it's different from in each country, of course, that CCCs on average themselves treat only between 10 and 20% of patients in member states. So how are they going to reach all of the patients in their sub region? Then there's the question, how should those networks be organized? Should they be top down, or should they be enabled bottom up? And I address that in the next few slides. And make a gentle plea to Europe, don't reinvent the wheel. There are, as people have already said in other talks, existing Europe-wide networks of institutions, OECI, EURTC, European Cancer Organization, Cancer Corps Europe has been mentioned, and those other ones, including the cancer ERNs, and, as Lex has already mentioned, existing great networks of institutions, Unicancer, DKFZ, ACC, etc. And that's how some of these centers and some of these designations and accreditations map out. So there are already organizations such as OECI, such as EACS, such as German Cancer Aid, accrediting and recognizing the quality of these centers. And there are some countries, and I'm glad to say that Portugal is one of them, with almost full coverage of accredited centers. That also applies to Italy, France, Germany, and Finland. But there are 10 countries without even an accredited CCC yet, let alone a network around it. Those are listed there, although at the bottom, Slovenia and Luxembourg are in process. So there is a job to be done in Europe. But we need, I think, to be very clear about the purpose of the networks of CCCs and then the method of getting there. So form follows function. And so the purpose of recommendation 10 of the Cancer Mission Board is clear: to set up this network of comprehensive cancer infrastructures supported by the flagship 5 of the Beating Cancer Plan, and with joint aims to diminish inequalities of access and to harmonize standards of care and research. But it's my belief there should be different methods of formation of those networks for different purposes. If the purpose is to stimulate high quality translational, clinical and outcomes research, those 3 paragraphs, interacting with the knowledge center in cancer, then Europe should issue funding calls for very clear projects. Let's not forget, as Lex mentioned, comprehensive cancer centers are very complex and very busy. So there requires to be real focus within the programs to form very specific networks with specific objectives. But secondly, where the purpose is to address inequalities of research and care within and between member states, then a good idea would be to issue funding calls for consultancy functions to enable centers and local networks from the bottom up to be formed and to improve. And that's how, as I said, we will reach the 90% of the population. There are organizations such as OECI with the expertise to help that consultancy function. And thirdly and lastly, where the purpose is to provide better cross-border treatment for hard to treat cancers, then by all means extend the program of ERNs to specific cancers. But don't, we suggest gently, create a behemoth of a network of 120 comprehensive cancer centers, which is too diffuse unless and until you give them a very specific project to achieve and very specific purpose to engage. And here's my final slide. Despite the fact that I partly represent an accreditation organization, actually it's my belief that the emphasis right now in Europe should be on the formation and improvement of centers and networks as a priority. Accreditation is important, but steps must be taken at a local infrastructure level to get there. So advice needs to be provided on governance, organization, multidisciplinary care, also including researchers, clinical trials organization and recruitment into clinical trials. There's a huge variety. Some centers accrue only 3% of their new patients to clinical trials. Another center within the OECI family recruits 34% of all patients, new patients to clinical trials. So tremendous variety there, which needs to be equalized. There needs to be consultancy on data management, sample, standardization, tracking outcomes and treatment optimization, knowledge exchange and sharing best practices. So finally, only then can accreditation be helpful as part of an improvement process to address innovation, implementation, and inequalities. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Simon. And we will move on. And I say again to all speakers, try to stick to the time frames. Otherwise, we will miss the lunch, you see. So the next presentation will be on molecular and digital pathology. It's essential to develop personalized precision cancer medicine. And Fatima Kalnir is professor of pathology at the medical faculty of the University of Porto and head of the Department of Anatomic Pathology at the University Hospital Center. Please, Fatima.
Sound? Yes, thank you. So, yes, Claudia is asking me to have this out. It improves a bit indeed, thank you. So we get so used that you forget about. So it's my pleasure to be here today. And I do not have to say much because you have listened from the beginning the statements of our Minister of Science, Professor Manuel Leitor, stating that molecular and digital pathology are essential for personalized precision medicine. So I think after this statement that will be also reflect in Porto Declaration, I hope I have an easy task. Just to provide an outline, brief outline, I will address molecular pathology using two major models, gastric cancer, which is the model I know more about, and central nervous system tumors because it's a peculiar example of what we are talking about. And we'll address etiopathogenesis, diagnosis, prognosis, and therapy, just small examples because we do not have time for more. I will approach digital computational pathology, and at the end, what we think it's really fundamental, and all of you have listened from Professor Egermont's statements, which is integrated molecular pathology for target therapy. So, beginning with gastric cancer, as I announced, gastric cancer is extremely heterogeneous, so it's a model that is a challenge by itself, not only regarding geographic distribution, environmental causes, genetic susceptibility, we have a major interest in hereditary cancer, clinical phenotypes, morphological features, and molecular landscapes. If you look, and we take in consideration the molecular landscapes, all of us, I'm sure, are aware of this classification, molecular classification of gastric cancer coming from TCGA, in which 4 main types of gastric cancer are recognized. And if you look at this one here at the upper left, right corner, there is EBV highlighted. It means there is one type, molecular type of gastric cancer that is determined, linked to Epstein-Barr virus. It means there is an infectious cause behind this specific type. But it's quite strange for all of us, mainly in Portugal. We are used to listen about Helicobacter pylori, not about EBV, some of us. And here we have in the audience some people who have dedicated part of the efforts in the study of EBV-related gastric cancer in northern Portugal, and Rui Medeiros and Martínez Ribeiro. But in our group, our main interest has been dedicated to Helicobacter pylori, actually. But this is not only Helicobacter, we know. Helicobacter infection may be behind most of those molecular subtypes, but it's much more. It's Helicobacter in the middle of trillions of microorganisms colonizing the gut, the human gut. And we are talking about microbiota, which is much more than Helicobacter. And in the group of Ipatimub and the work organized by Self-Figueiredo and published in Gut, it was clearly demonstrated that in gastric cancer, there is a dysbiotic environment, cause or consequence, it's not clear, but it's there. So there is the influence of infectious agents. If you come now again to the molecular subtypes, our interest recently has been focusing on 2 major types of gastric cancer, which are very important for oncologists. And these are the gastric cancer associated with EBV infection I mentioned before, and gastric cancer with microsatellite instability. Professor Egermont has addressed these 2 types clearly, and these are very curious because at the microscope they are similar, because they have abundant lymphoid infiltration. So we cannot distinguish between the 2 unless we have in situ hybridization for the detection of EBV, or if you perform the study of mismatch repair proteins for the search of MSI. But you can also study at different levels, and transcriptomic studies were one of those which have been interested to demonstrate that the transcriptomic profile of these two subtypes of gastric cancer is quite different. And we demonstrated something that is a confirmation of what TCGA studies had shown before, which is EBV is deeply related with immune signaling, cell signaling, and there are alterations in checkpoint receptors. And microsatellite instability, gastric cancer is related with mitotic pathway, but as behind the microsatellite instability. So these different genotypes, transcriptomic types of gastric cancer, they are mutually exclusive. When you have one, you do not have the other. You have EBV infection, you don't have microsatellite instability. You have microsatellite instability, you don't have EBV infection, but both are targetable for immunotherapy. So we pathologists, we using molecular pathology, play a very important role for the identification of these subtypes to the clinicians. And another issue that molecular pathology can provide is the identification of prognostic factors. I'm bringing a paper from the group of Leonor David recently published addressing the expression of different molecules now in colorectal cancer. And what is, I get in gastric cancer, sorry, these are colorectal markers of differentiation, intestinal differentiation, but this study was performed in gastric cancer. There is another in colorectal. And here different technologies were used, conventional immunohistochemistry, and also fluorescent immunohistochemistry, multiplex. So at the same time, over the same section, you can apply different antibodies, and you have beautiful images, this one. But our eyes are not able to recognize the different importance of those. So we need here computational pathology to identify and to describe what is behind and the interpretation. And we are talking now about the area of digital immunohistochemistry, for which the computational pathology plays a very important role. And this is important because the confirmation of the results obtained by conventional immunohistochemistry was made by fluorescent immunohistochemistry, and the impact in the survival of the patients was demonstrated with these two methodologies and confirmed by RNA-seq results from TCGA. So this is molecular pathology playing an important role now, not for targeted therapy, but for prognosis evaluation. And I bring to you the most recent paper we had published this week in molecular oncology, in which we address the so special subtype, histological subtype of gastric cancer, which is diffuse gastric cancer. I think there are many oncologists in this room that know much better than me that diffuse gastric cancer is a very special tumor type because it is very difficultly targetable. And if you come what is published, there is a single clinical trial addressing a molecular target, which is Claudin 18.2. So we felt it was really necessary to explore more. So I'm not coming to the details, just to tell you that we have in-depth analyzed the molecular features of the major types of gastric cancer, and specifically these two subtypes of diffuse, which is the signet ring cell and the poorly cohesive carcinoma, not otherwise specified, and to demonstrate that there are specific genes in each of these groups. So they are candidates for target therapy if explored in the future. So let us see if it works, yes or no. And we come to the other mold I was talking about, which is now the tumors of the central nervous system. Why am I doing it? Because this is one of the best examples in which molecular pathology plays a crucial role. And there are two examples here, medulloblastoma, in which we have the histological subtypes clearly identified with the morphological phenotype, but you cannot just make the diagnosis of the histological subtypes. You have to put on the molecular characterization, either from wingless pathway, sonic hedgehog pathway, encompassing p53 mutations, yes or no. And there are other groups which do not affect neither one or the other, but in which there are other alterations, such as CMYC and chromosomal remodeling proteins. So all this information is crucial for clinical decisions. And this is also published in a paper that was published already this year, very recently, really showing, not in the world of glioblastomas, but the diffuse gliomas, in which we can see that it's not the histological type that is enough, because you need really the identification of several molecular changes to come to the integrated molecular diagnosis, because all these changes are crucial for the prognosis evaluation and for treatment of the patients. I have to say some words about digital pathology. We are using it every day for diagnosis in some centers, for intraoperative consultation, for morphological control, for molecular testing, for second opinion in everyday practice, for computer-assisted image analysis. And believe it or not, there are some papers indicating that there is the possibility of instant digital pathology in the near future. We don't know, but in which you can look at sections from without even staining, and you can provide the intraoperative diagnosis. In our environment, I'm sure it is a far the future. And of course, use it for teaching in every day, the classes for the students. And we come to something that is crucial for me. It's not only pathologist. I am a very convinced pathologist. I love what I do. I hope that all of you feel the same in your fields of action. But it's not only pathology and digital pathology. You cannot be alone. You have to integrate with omics, the different omics, genomics, proteomics, transcriptomics, whatever. And you have to integrate with clinics, and you have to integrate with radiology. And from triple integration, that's where we get a better diagnosis, prognosis prediction, and identification of therapeutic targets. So we can put it in these interlacing worlds in which we have digital radiology, more and more, digital pathology growing a lot, and digital molecular medicine. So we come up with this concept of these three RPM that comes from radiology, pathology, and molecular medicine. And this integrated multidimensional model is that will significantly extend the power of clinical medicine. So we'll be more and more together. We go in depth, but we need the others. And I come to the last slide, trying to be strict with the time, in which even we've only considered molecular pathology. The molecular pathology knowledge should take in consideration that there are spatial and temporal heterogeneity, as I addressed before. There are lots of information coming from this field, but nothing will have any role without the clinical context and the clinical phenotype, because some of these features will determine the target therapy and the clinical phenotype of the patients. So altogether, this will contribute to better understanding, which is the basis of clinical medicine, and the translation to clinics to what we wanted to address today, which is a translation to precision cancer medicine. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Fatima. We proceed in the program, and now we will have a presentation on immunotherapy, an expanding treatment modality. And Professor Laurence Sitpovel will give the presentation. She is the director of Centre d'investigation clinique en biothérapie at Curie and Gustave Roussy in Paris. Please, Laurence.
Thank you very much, Rink. Thanks to the organizers for this very kind invitation. Our research team and many of our clinical departments at Gustave Roussy have benefited from the EU networks of excellence and from Lex Egamont's endeavor to launch Cancer Core Europe. The immune system is a hardwired host defense mechanism against pathogens and cancer. Exciting progress has been made over the last decade, including the 2018 Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine awarded to Honjo and Allison for their discovery in cancer medicine of the clinical relevance of the inhibition of negative immune regulation. Sweeping approval of 6 agents by the FDA and the EMA to block the PD-1, PD-L1 pathways for treatment of 16 cancer types a paradigm shift of PD-1 and CTLA-4 blockers for the management of a broad class of cancers with DNA mismatch repair defect, the first ever tissue-agnostic approval of cancer drugs. Real-world practice of synthetic immunology using adoptive T-cell transfer with two CD19-directed chimeric antigen receptor T-cell products for relapse or refractory B-cell malignancies, and the emerging new concept of normalizing the mucosal microbiome to modulate systemic immunity. The impact of the PD-1, PD-L1 inhibition on key health outcomes in real-world situations is remarkable, with estimates reaching about a gain of 20,000 life years, 19,000 quality adjusted life years, 22,800 progression-free survival years, avoiding 3,300 adverse events compared with standard of care alone, to be expected over the next 5 years. Because only 30% of cancer patients receiving immunotherapy can actually benefit from it, major efforts have been devoted to the understanding of the mechanism of action of these immunomodulatory compounds to best combine them together or with cytotoxic approaches to find predictors of primary resistance, to decipher their pharmacokinetics, to ascribe their toxicities, to define mode of actions, to understand their impact on metabolism and their interaction with the gut microbiota and neurological pathways. Importantly, to optimize their therapeutic index and their economical cost, local injection appear to represent a witty approach still in evaluation. As mentioned by Lex, interception, meaning preventive or prophylactic administration of immune checkpoint inhibition, has proved to be of great efficacy in preventing distant metastasis in stage 3 melanoma. Finally, the current health crisis, together with the specific clinical management related to the use of immune checkpoint inhibitors, have fundamentally shifted the balance between home and hospital care. What's on the stake for the next generation immuno-oncology? Investigators need to launch prospective surveys of deep cohorts coupled to comprehensive biobanking in real-life treatment of cancer patients amenable to immuno-oncology. This effort should be conducted across various cancers and countries and will monitor by high-throughput technologies and multi-omics a lot of parameters, a sort of patient hologram, that will require careful data management plans, high clouds, and centralization of data, moving slowly from therapy of advanced diseases to interceptive measures. The integration and analysis of this metadata will require artificial intelligence in a coordinated manner. This is an example of what we are currently launching at Gustave Roussy on 1,000 patient deep cohort in first-line immuno-oncology, integrating clinical data comprising radiomics, pathomics, metabolomics, inflammation, metagenomics of gut microbiota, and deep immunology. Accelerated progress and sensible advances cannot be made without a competitive research, fundamental and translational research. Platform of cell biology capable of monitoring immunogenic cell death mediated compound, detecting the properties of patients' tumor cells are indispensable to advise for best synergism with immune checkpoint inhibitors. High-dimensional immunology, encompassing functional and dynamic modulation of the tumor immune atlas by means of spectral flow cytometry, single-cell RNA sequencing, as mentioned earlier, tissue distribution imaging and immunodynamics became a mainstay in the competitive landscape. Targeted and untargeted metabolomics allows to track key metabolites involved in the bioactivity of immunotherapy and discover new compounds endowed with tumoricidal activity, such as inosine in conjunction with CTLA-4 blockade, for instance. Finally, cancer-associated intestinal dysbiosis may be induced by chronic inflammatory processes such as cancer, as outlined earlier, and be influenced by co-medication and cancer therapies causing immunoresistance. Novel diagnosis tools to analyze the taxonomic composition of the gut microbiota are being developed, as well as microbiota-centered interventions. Fecal microbial transplantation proved to be efficient to circumvent primary resistance to PD-1 blockade in melanoma in pioneering trials and deserve more attention. The coordination of high-rate research with the development of top-level technologies will allow therapeutic breakthroughs in the next generation immuno-oncology. Should European Union accompany the efforts to support deep cohorts across frontiers and help mitigate or annihilate regulatory hindrances that are really painful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Laurence. And we continue in the program. And now we will listen to Olli Kallioniemi. He will talk about liquid biopsies, expanding diagnostic procedures for both therapeutics and prevention. And Olli Kallioniemi is professor at the Karolinska Institute, and he is director of Science for Life Laboratory, which is a national structure providing advanced technologies and research collaborations for life sciences. Please, Olli.
All right, thank you, Ulrich, and thank you very much for the invitation to talk today. So I am currently running a major national infrastructure, and I am a translational cancer researcher, but I am not a particularly investigating the liquid biopsies that I'm talking about today. So you will probably hear a rather unbiased view on the premises of what this highly exciting technology could provide us in the future for cancer research and also clinical diagnostics. So what is liquid biopsy? It is detection of anything that originates from the tumor material in a liquid form, such as in a blood sample. So this could be DNA, RNA, vesicles, proteins, cells, or other material. And obviously the most commonly used metrics are tumor cells in the circulation, as well as DNA, tumor-derived DNA, so-called ctDNA in the circulation. You can also analyze other liquids, but for the most part, we are talking about blood sampling in this context. And this should probably be put into context in terms of what was discussed earlier in terms of molecular pathology and tissue biopsies, that this will obviously never replace tissue and molecular pathology in that sense, but it provides another dimension into our capabilities of diagnosing and investigating cancer, such as providing non-invasive sampling, body-wide representation, some opportunities for automation, and then particularly not only a diagnostics of cancer, but opportunities of seeing cancer before it has arisen in terms of prevention and early diagnosis and screening, as well as following up treatments of cancer during the follow-up of cancer. Obviously, we are dealing with issues and challenges, such as there's a lot of background and noise from other circulating material in the blood that needs to be distinguished from that of originating from cancer. And we are not getting all of the information as we get from molecular pathology. So why is this important right now? And first of all, we can look at the number of publications over the past 10 years on liquid biopsies, and that is skyrocketing. We have a lot of technological advances in terms of providing better sensitivity, specificity, and also cost efficacy. This is not only research, there are some aspects of this that are already FDA-approved clinical diagnostics. And then we are seeing a major opportunity to come with the data analysis and incorporation of AI-based data analysis of this abundance of data that we can collect. On the clinical side, cancer screening, early detection is really critical for the cancer mission, as has already been mentioned. And sometimes, and not infrequently, we have no tissue biopsies or no opportunity to do operations and get plenty of tumor material. So sometimes it is the only way to move forward in terms of molecular understanding of cancer. And as I said, following the therapy efficacy forward. There are two major technologies, as I said. One is the circulating tumor cell, CTC technologies, over 6,000 publications, some 800 papers since 1960 already. And the first mentions of circulating tumor cells are 150 years ago. And this is an area where European scientists have particularly played a lot of role developing a technologies and also FDA-approved technologies and kits that allow us to detect and visualize these circulating tumor cells from blood samples. I will not talk about this anymore, just to say that there's major developments in this field as well. And I will rather speak more now today in the remaining few minutes about the circulating tumor DNA, which is also skyrocketing in terms of the number of publications. It is also not a novel observation by any chance, but today we are really able to take it to another level, and this has resulted in significant opportunities. Again, so we are trying to see circulating free DNA stretches in the plasma samples in blood, and we are trying to separate the non-tumor derived from the tumor derived samples, and this is often very challenging. Originally, all technologies were based on specific PCR-based assays, but now increasingly we are talking about large-scale next-generation sequencing-based detection of all circulating free DNA, and then trying to isolate and trying to define the tumor-derived material. And what you can look for are mutations, copy number alterations, gene fusions, and increasingly methylation patterns, which have turned out to be very informative for a lot of different purposes. As I said, this is already in the clinic. You can use this for specific mutation detection in the follow-up of therapy and looking for alternative therapies. This can be used to diagnose driver mutations when primary tumor sample doesn't happen to be available, and you can use this to predict the treatment response and track the clonal dynamics of distinct subclones during therapy. So this is really illuminating cancer evolution after treatment has started in a novel way. And therefore, we should really incorporate this type of a technology to all kinds of clinical trials. And I'm just quickly illustrating one example from Stockholm based trials from Henrik Grönberg, Johan Lindberg, and others, where the liquid biopsy of castration-resistant prostate cancer is being applied. So this is a disease at the metastatic stage where you don't often operate anything. So you only have circulating material available, and you use that to define the treatment arms of patients in a randomized trial. And then you use the same ctDNA technology to look at the therapeutic responses of the patients. And then you can even re-randomize and allocate patients again to a trial based on how the tumor evolves over time. I don't have time to go into the details of this process, but this kind of sets the stage for how we would in the future treat cancer, how we would monitor cancer, and how we would quickly adapt to changes in the tumor behavior and treat it with another way based on molecular information from the patients in real time. So finally, the ultimate challenge that what we would really like to do, and this is really fundamental for the Cancer Commission as well, is the liquid biopsy-based screening and early detection of cancer. I'll just quickly provide 3 different vignettes, and I don't have time, obviously, to go into the details on how this has developed over the last few years in a dramatic way. So the CancerSeek publication in Science in 2018 was already able to achieve 69 to 98% sensitivity, depending on the cancer type, and high level of specificity by combining the ctDNAs with 8 protein biomarkers. Then another publication a year later achieved 57 to 99% sensitivity and 98% specificity in terms of combining this across the genome and looking at fragments and the nature of the fragments coming from cancer and comparing them from the fragments coming from normal tissue and achieving better sensitivity. Then a commercially sponsored efforts underway just reported at the AACR a month ago exceed 51% average sensitivity across all types of cancers, 4,000 different samples analyzed, 99.5% specificity, and extremely interestingly also able to detect the cancer of origin with 89% specificity. And this brings me to the point that we are actually now facing, is that we may have opportunities to detect and screen cancers that have not been considered screenable before. This is obviously, if it works, a major advance in trying to circumvent cancers as well. But as you know from the stories of PSA and the like, this is far from simple. We are always biased towards slow-growing cancers, and we are always likely to detect those more readily than the quickly growing ones. But I would like to point out to another thing that was published at the AACR, that if you look at the cancers if you look at the prognosis of patients, of those cancers that are detectable through this methylation-based assay, their prognosis is a lot worse than those who are not. That's a circular argument to some extent, but I would also like to say that this is not PSA. Now we are looking at cancer-specific alterations in the plasma, and this could be really changing the scope. I don't have time to go into all the technological and infrastructural aspects, but the types of things that were said earlier about the integrated capabilities required from clinical labs, research labs, involving companies and the clinic. There's a lot of things that need to be developed and still researched. This is not yet ready for prime time across all areas. There's a significant impact now here in the role of companies, because early detection of cancer raises huge commercial interest. I should say that I have absolutely nothing invested in terms of these companies mentioned here, but this is really something that we should also consider seriously in the cancer missions, that this is attracting a lot of attention. These commercial platforms are often expensive, such as if they are used for follow-up of cancer, they are not always the best ones available. But companies now sponsor large cancer screening studies, and this is where they have really taken a lead in that sense. And this is important because this may also lead to tests being marketed direct to consumer. And we need to be really careful about how that might contribute to over-detection, false positives, healthcare burden. And this is not just what academic cancer centers are doing. This is what companies may do directly with the consumer. So we need a lot of research still before this is ready for prime time. We need to balance it between academic, translational, clinical studies, also in collaboration with the companies. Large cohorts of people are needed, involving both cancer patients and healthy patients, prospective trials, clinical follow-up studies, and this is exactly where the EU mission for cancer is important. This is also where outcome research, health economics will be central, and this is what I hope will happen as a result of these types of meetings in the future. So that's all for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Olli. We proceed in the program, and now we will hear about acquisition of clinical and biological data, implementation of computational science, which is often named artificial intelligence. John Corbell is head of data science at the European Molecular Biology Laboratory in Heidelberg, and he has a focus on computational biology. So please, John.
Yes. Still trying to share. I guess I'm not sharing yet, but oh, it tells me that I need to leave the meeting to share. That's a bugger. If slides are available, maybe someone else share. Otherwise, I would need probably 1 minute to disconnect, because then I can apparently share.
Okay.
I'll do that. I'll be back in 1 minute.
So we meanwhile take the, can we meanwhile move to the last speaker here? And that is Guy van den Ede. And he will speak about EC Knowledge Center of Cancer. And Guy van den Ede is Health Director of Health Consumers Reference Materials of the, is it terrible echo now? You hear me? Yeah, I can continue. So for the European Commission's Director General Joint Research Center. The center has a worldwide collaboration regarding joint research facilities. The Joint Research Center hosts the Knowledge Center of Cancer, which serves both in initiative of the European Beating Cancer Plan and the Cancer Mission. So please, Keith.
Shall I now give my presentation? Because then somebody should put up the slides. They were just on, but I see they have been. Okay. So good morning, colleagues. What I will do in this presentation is to detail what my Commissioner Gabriel has mentioned already earlier this morning, and what was also mentioned by several speakers, and that is the setting up and the role of my organization in the EC Knowledge Center on Cancer. If I may have the next slide. I do not need to give the details of the burden of cancer to the audience here, but we cannot underscore enough the burden of it and the rationale as why we need to coordinate against cancer at all possible levels. Now, if we look at coordination, let us first look a little bit at the activities within the European Commission. Next slide, please. Where we have 12 Directorates General, which you can call departments, that work either directly or indirectly on cancer. For example, this morning we have heard Commissioner Kyriakidis, responsible for DG Santé and responsible for the implementation of Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. We have also heard Commissioner Gabriel, responsible for DG Research and Innovation, and at the same time also responsible for my organization, the Joint Research Center, where the mission on cancer is being managed and implemented. Now, the role of the JRC is to bring all this together in the Knowledge Center and to help foster a united European Commission approach. So the main message is, the mandate of it is to foster scientific and technical alignment and coordination of all the EC-related activities on cancer, and so particularly in relation to Europe's Beating Cancer Plan and to Horizon Europe mission on cancer. May I have the next slide, please? So why has this role been attributed to the Joint Research Center? For the people that do not know us, we are part of the European Commission, and we are the scientific and technical support service of the European Commission. So we do in-house research, and we are connected to the research communities in the member states, either governmental or non-governmental organizations. So we are independent of any commercial or private or national interest. And with respect to the work that we are talking about, we have a proven track record in cancer prevention, in screening, diagnosis and care, but also in taking care of cancer data, information and knowledge. And I will give a few examples later on. So what are the roles of the Knowledge Center on Cancer, if I may have the next slide? The main message here is that we provide scientific and technical support systems. First of all, when it comes to cancer prevention, then when it comes to cancer data, including interoperability and linkages to other data sets. And lastly, also to provide cancer guidelines and quality assurance scheme to cover the whole cancer care pathway. And I give in my next slides examples of these three major roles of the European Commission Knowledge Center on Cancer. So if I may have the next slide. In the European Cancer Information System, we have set it up to support, the next slide please, to support research, public health, decision-making in the field of cancer, and also to serve as a point of reference and information for the European citizens. So what we do there also, we provide the latest information, independent, neutral information on indicators that quantify the cancer burden across Europe. And the future plans are to open a new section dedicated to childhood cancer, to geopositioning the cancer data, and also to link with this extremely other initiative from the European Commission, which is the European Health Data Space. So if I may have the next slide. Our European Commission initiative on breast cancer, there the major goal is to offer independence guidance to the member states, to healthcare providers on screening, diagnosis and care based on the latest scientific evidence. And that point is extremely important because our European guidelines are constantly updated as new evidence becomes available. So you can say that these guidelines will not expire. It is not that they are set at a certain moment, they need to be revised or updated. No, we do a constant updating of our European guidelines. And the comprehensive quality assurance scheme is the vehicle to facilitate implementation in the member states. So these two go hand in hand, the guidelines with the quality assurance scheme. And although the work has not been completed yet, this will be done in June in this year. Some 13 countries today are already implementing at least part of the European guidelines for breast cancer. And this includes countries like that are not also in the EU, like China, Mexico, Tunisia, and so on. If I may have the next slide, I would like to spend a little bit also on the non-communicable diseases and health promotion for non-communicable disease prevention, because we believe that through prevention, it has been demonstrated that through prevention, one can reduce the burden of cancer very, very significantly. And here again, we have developed a number of initiatives. And for example, we have the School Food and Nutrition Initiative in Europe, where we provide information to schools, to parents and so on in relation to nutrition for children. So I hope that with these few slides, I have given you some further background information on the EC Knowledge Center on Cancer. As I've said, it is implementing the main EU policies in a very coordinated manner. We do that together with the Commission services, and we do that together with the research community. The launch is foreseen, the official launch is foreseen for June of this year. But as I've been able to demonstrate, we are already extremely active in this field, and we look forward to collaborate with the different people and stakeholders that are here. And once again, I would like to thank you for having given me the opportunity to present this work at this very timely conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Guy. And now I come back. Jan Korbel, you are still there?
Yes, I am. And
yeah.
Hopefully you will now see my slides. Is slide sharing working okay?
Yes, Jan, we see it.
Okay, thank you for the most kind invitation opportunity to present at this Cancer Research Summit. I will speak about the use of AI in cancer research and data science in general, and also excuse me of using this opportunity to present what I'm about to do in my new role as head of data science at EMBL Heidelberg. We see indeed throughout different fields in the life sciences, from more fundamental research endeavors as they happen at EMBL to more clinical and translation-oriented endeavors, data doubling times of every 18 months. So this is true across diverse subfields and even outside of biology. And it's exemplified here by the growth in cancer genomic data and genomic data from other disease types over the years, as well as of course, is true for other data types, such as imaging and structural data and clinical data for sure. At the EMBL, we are currently beginning or in the process of beginning a new program that will start next year. And we have, as an European transnational institution and infrastructure in Europe, we are very special in the sense that for some of the data types that we're considering, we actually are embracing the whole biodata life cycle, from the generation of a data set through the analysis of the data, interpretation and publication. And we are also providing for Europe and the world means to archive the data so that they can be reused for new hypotheses in a new cycle of data. And that's true for example, for structural biology, for imaging, where with our services facilities, we are generating very large amounts of data, and for the various data types that we intend to develop in our new program. And just to exemplify this before then becoming more general, as a international European institution, we have various sites in different countries involved in producing genomic data, imaging and structural data. All of the sites are involved in analyzing the data, and we're archiving the data at the EMBL EBI in Hingston, UK. So to pursue the flow of the data across its life cycle, we need to coordinate and provision data internally across our European sites, but we also do so externally because we act as an infrastructure for different data types in Europe to realize our own research and our service ambitions in this regard. And in this regard, we've identified and as part of the data science program that I will co-lead with Rolf Abweiler from the EBI, we've identified 5 priority areas of data science that we realize by developing a network of data science centers at EMBL sites that can then interact and will interact with the European member states to realize needs that of course exist throughout the European landscape with regard to handling data and the data deluge with the just mentioned 18 months data doubling size that we're all experiencing. The priority areas for getting our data right is to develop better ways to perform research, including with AI-based methods, an integrated and fair data management solution for our EMBL data, IT infrastructure solutions that co-evolve with this. This will help us expand our services and train the next generation of data scientists, which is also one of the aims of our institution. And this is all along the lines of us wanting to enable leading edge technologies and research, which includes model organism research and new ways to bridge from imaging and structured data into omics data to really understand systems in 3D in a spatially organized manner. And of course, this is also true for cancer. And I will, after this slide, then focus specifically on cancer research relevance for this. In the data science theme that we are developing to be able to deal with our own data, we always have in mind, of course, the the interests and of all stakeholders and communities in Europe, and investigators throughout Europe that we're collaborating. We are keeping in mind lessons learned from the International Cancer Genome Consortium Pan-Cancer project that I co-led and which published its results last year and this year, studying 2,600 cancer genomes from 38 tumor types. And we've confirmed earlier views of mutations, showing that tumors have 4 to 5 driver mutations on average. To my particular interest, found that most cancer driver mutations we could pin down in these tumors are actually structural ones. So they structural genomic alterations and copy number abnormalities driving cancer outnumber point mutations at the scale when one starts to look at tumors in a pan-cancer manner. And we continue to share these data. Actually, we've done so for a number of years already, and through also EMBL's infrastructures promoting the sharing to allow continued work on this extensive cohort. We're doing so using and essentially within Europe, engaging in data sharing of data that are particularly need to be particularly well protected, such as identifiable genetic, molecular, and phenotypic and clinical data. We're doing so by provisioning technology originally developed at EMBL, the European Genome Phenome Archive, and now provisioning that with our partners and also with our collaborators outside of EMBL, Elixir in this regard, to allow the flow and federation of data, including cancer data, across Europe. We're also similarly provisioning data types such as from the Human Cell Atlas organoid project and more specialized assays developed at EMBL and or provisioned through our core facility. And after this more a dedicated focus on EMBL, no more broadly, data science and the amount of data types and the diversity of data types out there necessitate the development of new approaches. And modern machine learning approaches, also known as AI, deep learning in particular, provide profound opportunities to integrate these data and actually by bringing these data together to create more than the sum of the parts. To give examples for this, there's recent work from Jakob Carter and Tom Löde in Aachen, for instance, and also Moritz Gerstung's lab at the EMBL EBI, showing that one can use histopathology data from the clinics and mine them using deep learning frameworks that allow essentially to discriminate distinct cancer types, normal tissue and cancer tissue in a spatially resolved manner or in a sample resolved manner, to ultimately provide aid to pathologists, but at the same time providing more information than has been available to pathologists, as these features correlate with a variety of genetic alterations, for example, across cancer types, including copy number changes, point mutations, or also historical events that happen during the lifetime of a tumor's evolution, such as whole genome doubling events that lead to slightly increased cell sizes and are readily depicted in deep learning approaches to histopathology. There's lots of potential here for supplementing the pathology of the future and also for enriching already rich cohorts by analyzing the data in this way. Opportunities for data science or AI motivated methods also are around for other data types, single cell data, for example. And I'd like to end this talk by giving a quick overview of approaches that my laboratory is developing in this regard to understand cancer at the single cell level by performing single cell multiomics of DNA rearrangement processes, which I already alluded to, lead to, at the pan-cancer level, the bulk of cancer drivers that we can identify in cancer genomes. So why single cells? But there's 10 to the 13 human cells in our body, and fundamental disease process, including cancer development and progression, are driven by alterations in single cells indeed. We've recently, by repurposing a sequencing method developed by Peter Lansdorp, have shown that we can detect structural rearrangement processes, so mutation process whereby the cancer genome rearranges in single cells by a process termed tri-channel processing, or SC-TRIP, single cell TRIP. This methodology uses single cell strand sequencing, where during cell division chromosomes are labeled. So we end up having chromosomes from which we can sequence individual strands. And by integrating information from individual strands, from haplotype phase and from read depth, we can generate karyotypic footprints along the genome at a fairly high resolution, 200 kilobase, which at the length of a cancer genome means we can see approximately 80% of all structural alteration drivers in a single cancer genome. We can draw karyotypic information from this, shown here for the karyotype of a T-cell acute lymphoblastic leukemia patient, mapped to 200 kb resolution, and this can be done extremely cheaply for 15 euros per cell, and identifying alterations that correspond to those we can then re-identify by genome sequencing or cancer exome sequencing or karyotype analysis. We can now move from this single-cell karyotypic view to multi-omic view to begin to go directly from a cancer genomic landscapes to its functional outcome through the use of AI, and essentially by using tricks to add to our single-cell karyotyping approach a readout where we analyze micrococcal nuclease cuts along the genome that you can see here generate nucleosome occupancy profiles. And these profiles and strand-seq of where nucleosomes occupy the genome are highly concordant to MNase profiles. Using this AI technology, we can monitor MNase along the genome, infer cell type, cell state, and for individual alluded to in this slide here, the nucleosome occupancy profile will change with the expression status. This allows us to look at individual cells for karyotypic abnormalities, such as the scar of a brachytruthon bridge cycle in these cells here, and link that to genetic alterations to uncover what might be the driver behind these. And we're using these currently with collaborators at Heidelberg University in different leukemias to study leukemic evolution and disease progression, and going directly from the alteration to the functional consequence. And with this, I'm closing my presentation, and thank you again for having me.
Thank you very much, John. Okay, we are a little bit behind in time, but we have a few minutes for discussions. And we have a panel here which will participate in the discussion. And I have a request from the Spanish Minister of Science and Innovation, Pedro Duque, to come with some comments or questions. Please, Minister Duque.
Good morning. I'm pleased to participate today in the European Cancer Research Summit, and I appreciate the invitation from Portugal to do so. For decades, Europe has been a beacon of prosperity and well-being for its citizens. Countries participating in today's summit are amongst those with the highest life expectancy and quality of life on the planet. This increased longevity has forced us to face new challenges related to aging, and one of them is cancer. This group of diseases will challenge our welfare system during the next decades. Today's summit coincides with the launch of two key European Commission measures to tackle this problem in the coming decades. In February, Europe's Beating Cancer Plan was published, and we expect the Horizon Europe program to be launched in May, and within it, the first preparatory actions to pave the way for the cancer mission. Science, as we are seeing right now with the vaccines against COVID, is a crucial tool to improve our health. The mission's approach, which focuses R&D efforts on specific societal challenges with defined temporal objectives has great potential to continue improving our lives. The cancer mission goal of avoiding 3 million premature deaths by 2030 is one of the most important targets for the European Union in the next decade. Let's simply imagine the potential of these 3 million European Union citizens living longer and with better lives. Spain is strongly aligned with European objectives in this area. We have updated our national cancer strategy with an emphasis on R&D. In addition, we have created a personalized medicine strategy that will prioritize the prevention and treatment of cancer. And of course, we have worked since the end of 2019 on the definition and co-design of the Horizon Europe Cancer Mission. We have done it as believers in co-creation in order to support the mission boards launched by the European Commission. In fact, Spain is funding specific national missions, and the first program was awarded last year, with the second well underway in preparation. In Spain, we want to continue collaborating on the construction of the roadmap for this mission at the European level. We have significant assets to do so in our research centers, including hospitals and our companies. In particular, I would like to highlight the value of our networked research centers, which are structured around different knowledge areas or diseases. In the case of cancer, the CIBER-ONC network brings together the top researchers in our country, both basic and clinical, under a common scientific program. They are already working on the cancer mission roadmap to focus our capacities on that great common European goal we already mentioned by 2030. The challenge is large, and as for other missions, the path towards fulfilling it will produce countless discoveries and developments along the way. We, the European citizens, place full trust in science, innovation stemming from new knowledge, and therefore on all of you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister, for these positive comments. We continue now in the program, and I will go to Professor Douglas Hanahan and with a question, because we clearly see from the presentations that the clinical research is highly dependent on the basic research. And my question is, how interesting is it for the basic research centers to go into collaboration with Comprehensive Cancer Center? And what do you see as missing elements in what we have talked about today? So please, Doug. Doug Hanahan is he is a cancer biologist, and he is from the École Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne, and director of the Swiss Institute for Experimental Cancer Research at that institute. Please, Doug, I don't see you here.
Well, I'm here, I think.
Yeah, you are there. Yeah, now I see. Very good.
Okay,
please.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, it was very interesting discussions. Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple of remarks because several of you, and in particular Lex, talked about the gap between basic and clinical research and this whole notion of translational research. And I just want to make the point that Lex also presented this daunting example of 2,500 clinical trials emanating around one target. And I think with the reality that we have no magic bullets for cancer, that the future is combinatorial. And I think that, you know, we can't do it all in clinical trials. Financially, the number of patients, I mean, the patients can't be the guinea pigs for every wild idea. And I think we have to develop more informative preclinical models. And so in addition to refining current mouse models and organoids that are being used already, I think, you know, that the part of this whole initiative should be making next generation models PDX transplants that are fully immunocompetent, so we can reveal the activity of the immune system. Organoids and that are also upon transplantation into are fully immunocompetent, as well as next generation genetically engineered models, so that we can really explore the space, because we now realize, and this was also alluded to, that even chemo and radiotherapy are dependent on an active immune system. And so we need preclinical models that are truly informative about the actions of the immune system. And so we need to continue to evolve those, to improve them, and then to set up an infrastructure where for co-clinical trials, where we're doing trials in preclinical models linked to proof of concept clinical trials, to really try to filter the myriad number of combinatorial possibilities and take the best shots on goal into coordinated clinical trials. So I think that's something that I would argue needs to be part of this vision for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dorg. I mean, time is short because speakers have difficulties to stick to the time schedules, but I would like to continue with a couple of questions to the panel here. And I will turn over to Stefan Fröhling, who is the head of the Division of Translational Medical Oncology at the German Cancer Research Center, and he is also managing director of the National Center for Human Diseases in Heidelberg. And you have in Germany a lot of experience regarding institutional collaborations between centers regarding molecular pathology, immunotherapy, you have liquid biopsies, etc. How do you see the possibilities here to share resources when you move the programs at the international level? I think that will be a very important step forward.
Yeah, thank you, Ulrich. I wanted to perhaps use one specific example that Alexander Eggermont explained in his talk, and that's the German Cancer Consortium, the DKTK. So that's a network between a basic cancer research institution, so the German Cancer Research Center, and a large group of comprehensive cancer centers and their research programs across the country. And I think that consortium has been very successful in addressing gap number one that you also explained in your initial presentation. So it basically links late preclinical research with early clinical research. And just one specific example is the area of rare cancers. So we basically teamed up across 10 comprehensive cancer centers plus the DKFZ to map the genomic and transcriptomic landscape of rare cancers, which when you take them all together make up, I don't know, 1/4 of all human cancers. And this has been very successful. Now we understand the genetic landscape of these diseases, and we also know better how to treat them. And this has been possible because we have worked as a team and we have been able to collect a large number of cases in a relatively short period of time. And this has worked in Germany, I'd say, quite well, despite rivalries between institutions and so forth. And I think this is already being taken forward to the European level when you look at another consortium that Lex explained, that's Cancer Core Europe. And I think this is already happening there. And we have joint activities in genomics-guided oncology, and I think that's a role model that has been working quite well. And I think one challenge will be to take this from a technology point of view beyond genomics and transcriptomics. For example, single-cell approaches, advanced immunologic diagnostics. So all these things need to be done within networks just to be faster and to accrue large numbers of patients that we need to make progress.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And you have also experience in pediatric oncology to spread it out outside Germany, and a good network collaboration. So I think Germany is in this respect an interesting model of how to work. And that's the reason why I ask you the question.
Thank you.
Okay, may I turn over to Peter Nash, being scientific director at the National Institute of Oncology in Budapest. And Peter has been involved and been operative in the establishment of the Central Eastern European Academy of Oncology. And the aim here is to create better integrations within this geographic area, but also better links with Western Europe. Would you like to say a few words of that with regard to the infrastructures we want to build?
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Ulrich, and thanks for a fantastic meeting for you and Julio as well. Now, as been emphasized by Minister Hayter and our keynote speaker, Anton Berns, is of utmost importance to address inequalities within Europe with the aid of the Cancer Mission. The question is how to do that most efficiently. And in my view, there are three potential mechanisms which could help fill this gap. Which clearly needs to involve Central and Eastern European countries more into EU-funded projects. One of them is potentially a so-called twinning program, which has been initiated earlier, and a number of centers already advancing in this mechanism by creating center-wide collaborations between Western and Central Eastern European centers. And these type of collaborations, I think, will have a major impact in the future in the outreach program of the Cancer Mission. The second one is, has been articulated by Lex and Simon Oberst, is to create networks. And a network within the Central Eastern European region is very important in order to harmonize the activities of these countries and centers. And on this ground, Hungary has made substantial devoted substantial efforts, as you've mentioned. We have created the Central Eastern European Academy of Oncology, to which a number of centers has already joined forces and started to collaborate. And we also have started collaborations with major organizations like the European Academy of Cancer Sciences, IARC, OACI, or subgroups of Recommendation 10, EU Health Support, and a number of others. And all of these organizations recommend and approve that the Central Eastern European Academy of Oncology should play a major role in this outreach program of the mission. And lastly, I'd like to mention that in order to improve quality in the Central Eastern European region, infrastructures clearly need to be developed in this area. But it's very important to develop these infrastructures in a highly organized manner and to place them initially into centers which are prepared and of high quality, and also to aid the other centers which present in the region to improve their qualities. And I think to this end, the OACI will have a major role. And with the OACI, we have started to work on this program, as Simon has mentioned, and we believe that it will be very important to establish consultancy, which will aid and help to increase the quality of these cancer centers. I think that's all I wanted to say now.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Peter. And here we see a close link between your ambitions and Simon's ambitions to increase the accreditation of the comprehensive cancer centers in Central Eastern Europe. So let us hope that this is a process that will continue. I turn over to Ken Masris, being the president of European Cancer Patient Coalition, because everything is for the patients or the risk individuals, but the patients here. Ken, will you just comment anything about this idea of building the comprehensive cancer centers and you see the networks of centers to increase the critical mass, but also make the high quality care available for those outside the centers in a manner suggested by Simon Oberst. You are there? No voice back, okay. He went for lunch, perhaps, because we are a little bit behind here. Then I turn over to Alexander Rüdiger, representing the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Associations. And we knew that the pharmaceutical industry, of course, has a strong interest in the cancer research. It's also working with strategies to improve personalized precision cancer medicine. Can you, in a few words, say something about your opinion or the industry's opinion of building or structuring the cancer research in the way we try to do?
Yes, thank you, Ulrich. And sorry, I hear an echo, maybe. Yes, so thank you for inviting me, and I'm mindful of the time because we are behind of time. And I think one element which has been mentioned several times today is these gaps. At the same time, from an industry perspective, I believe what is really important is the other word, which means collaboration. I think this kind of collaboration we had in the past has led to on average 10 new treatments coming to patients per year. And this was a huge shift. For example, a few years ago, a decade ago, it was only 4 treatments per year, which went through EMA approval. In addition, I think we also have now more than 164 indications approved by EMA, which gives patients a lot of treatment options, which were not available before. What we also saw is that a lot of R&D investment in basic research is very often financed by the public sector. On the other hand, where is the role of the private sector? I think a lot happens at the late stage, and here we see another gap which also triggers late stage R&D, which is patient access. So if patients cannot access new treatment options, then there is no new treatment option actually available, and that means also research is not happening. And here I believe the big element is that we have an ecosystem where public and private work together. And when I say public, it's not just public institutions or public research institutions, it means also governments and payers. For 3 reasons. Developing new treatments is a collaborative effort, and COVID-19 has shown this in a very, very clear way, what can be done if we work together. Secondly, the commitment of the European Commission with Europe's Beating Cancer Plan sets somewhat the framework, which is extremely important and sets a signal also that cancer is a priority. While this is not so evident in research and development, nevertheless, these policy frameworks trigger a lot of investment and also interest. And this is the basis for doing research and development. Thirdly, this links a little bit back to patient access and healthy ecosystem. Patient access means that new treatments are reimbursed. So that means also governments can set signals where research is going when they make new treatments accessible or in reimbursement decision making. On the other hand, and this links back to what you said about personalized oncology, what we also see is that sometimes health systems are not always ready for new innovations. One speaker before has talked about the benefit of combinations. At the same time, what we see is that many health systems struggle to find payment models for combinations. The same goes also with personalized oncologies, where you have quite a diversity in terms of testing infrastructure. And without testing, personalized oncology remains a vision or a wish. Here, I think much more collaboration will be needed between the private sector, but also between private and public. And this kind of collaboration is also central for, in the end, I think, and that's the purpose of any research and development, patient access or patient benefit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexander. You are quite right. To use the resources in the best way is one thing, but you do it better if you have a common vision and strategy how to proceed So that is one idea with meetings of this type, that we should share visions and future strategy, and then use the resources in the best way. So I will turn over to Raquel Saruca, who is the last person in the panel. And she is from the Institute of Investigation and Innovation in Health in Porto. And with your background, and we look upon now establishing new cancer centers. So you do it in Porto here, and you shape up very much in Portugal overall here. And we say that we need more comprehensive cancer centers, but also strong infrastructures for the translational research. Then we say this is very expensive. That is one thing. But seeing it from an innovation point of view, can you regard this as an investment sooner than a cost? That is my question.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very pleased to participate in this very important meeting. And in fact, yes, I'm representing I3S, but I'm also representing the Porto Comprehensive Cancer Center in this meeting. So the Porto Comprehensive Infrastructure results from a very tight partnership between the Oncology Institute, that is a reference center in cancer care and in research, with three institutes that merged and have in fact get together to make a new research center that is the I3S. In fact, we are in a very special region and in a very special part of the city of Porto, where there is a cluster, is a health hub, because we are very in the proximity of two large hospitals that are related to the two different medical faculties, that is Hospital São João and Hospital Santo António. And also we are in so this hub is very important for all the collaborations that can raise from the proximity with the Porto Comprehensive Cancer Center. I think we have, so I have to give some news. We were recently funded by the North region of Portugal to be able to set up a new infrastructure that allow us to do very deep research on cancer. And we can go now and from discovery to validation in patient material testing in clinical, using preclinical models and do preclinical studies, and clinical trials using cutting edge technology. So now we will be allowed to do very deep research on cancer, and that is very important. And I think this is a very important step that now we have really to concentrate on. We are going to focus in the first gap in the initial stages, although the infrastructure is able to follow the complete path of translational research. So we will concentrate on fundamental questions related to health. We have very important groups that have this focus. We will do extensive characterization of cancer tissues, as Fatima Carneiro has beautifully showed everybody that pathology and digital pathology and molecular pathology I mean, that is possible because at the Oncology Institute and at the I3S and at the IPO-Porto, we are reference centers on pathology. And so we have biobanking in the two institutions. So the PCC has a very large biobanking, very well characterized. And so these two infrastructures are very important for us to follow the validation step that is very important. We are going to buy all technology to be able to do dynamic analysis of cancer evolution using liquid biopsies. Till now, we were doing very few studies. Now we will do extensively characterization using liquid biopsies. And I think we have a very good animal house with simple models as Drosophila, but also with gems and the possibility to do patient-derived transplantation in mice. So we can do it for preclinical studies and investigation-driven clinical trials. We have the structure and we were also funded to do that. And we have a large group of oncologists that already have experience on doing investigation-driven clinical trials and pharmaceutical-driven clinical trials, phase 1 and the next phases. We decided not to focus in everything because we are still small. And so we decided to focus on areas that we already are recognized as with international expertise. So we will focus on cell cycle, on cell senescence and aging, on adhesion molecules, on extracellular vesicles, tumor microenvironment, epigenetic markers, and cancer immunology. And we will focus also on specific tumor models because we already have some recognition on that, and that's in urogenital tumors, gastrointestinal tumors, neuroendocrine, lung, breast, and hereditary cancer. We have several competences, and Fatima has shown that on pathology, but also on genomics, epigenomics, cell biology, biomaterials, experimental models, early phase clinical trials, and investigation-driven clinical trials. And we have experimental models, and that's a very important step. I was asked to pinpoint some difficulties, and I think some difficulties like poor hypotheses can be a culprit for poor translational research. That's why we focus on few questions. Irreproducible data is also a problem. So that's why we really concentrate on having good biobanks and centralized clinical data. Ambiguous preclinical models can be a problem also, and that's why we have various in vitro and in vivo models, advanced tissue analysis and in vivo imaging. And I think we have something that is really important, that is a simple infrastructure based on trust. And that's very important to start something. And also we have a simple organization structure that is based on people that still have their hands on. And so they know which are the problems, which are the challenges, and how can we overcome the challenges. I think we have some troubles yet that are not yet solved. We still lack protected time for medical doctors, and I think that's a big problem. We still lack contracts for clinical researchers, and we need to have more incentives for research careers. And in fact, in Portugal, we have a problem of not having a stabilized funding mechanism. And so I think this mission of Europe can be a very interesting challenge for us to be within an European network and working together with other comprehensive cancer centers in Europe. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Raquel, and my congratulations also to the Porto Center for the development that is now going on. I know the centers and the earlier. I can see that you would like to change the situation in a very positive way. Yeah, we have to stop here, but I can draw the conclusion that we have a fairly tuned view about the infrastructure we need for the early translational research. We're completely dependent on the basic preclinical research. We need more integration between the early clinical research and the basic preclinical research. And we could see that in practically all presentations, there is a strong need to go deeper into the basic research and the cancer biology. So let us stop here and say that we need this infrastructure, and then we will out loud listen to the other infrastructure. Thank you all for participating in this session.
Good afternoon. We will start now with session 2 on infrastructure for clinical and prevention trials. This session will be shared by Josep Tabernero from Vall d'Hebron University Hospital and Institute of Oncology from Barcelona.
So I hope that you can see my slides. First of all, I would like to thank the commissioners, the ministers, the patients and patients advocates, and also our colleagues. And a special thanks to Julio Celis, Ruiz Enrique, and the Minister Manuel Heitor for organizing this very important and stimulating event. These are my disclosures. We have heard on the burden of cancer in Europe and worldwide and the rising cancer patient numbers that we have for the next years, but also the commitment by the European Commission to battle cancer through all the Horizon Europe Cancer Mission-related aims, plans and activities. In these regards, the goal of the mission to save more than 3 million lives and for all patients living more and better is highly encouraging. But at the same time, beside all the infrastructures that we have already and will expand during the next years, we have in a way to try to reset some of the current approaches to foster and improve the way that we do clinical and prevention trials by better collaboration and coordination. If we look at the 5 intervention areas pointed out by the Cancer Mission, we immediately identify that we need to continue promoting cancer research for better understanding of the disease, especially in a spatial and a temporal mode, to be more successful in real prevention of the disease whenever possible, to have better and earlier diagnosis and more effective and efficient treatments, keeping the best quality of life and making all this accessible and sustainable for all the citizens. If we look in detail to the 13 citizen patient-centered recommendations of the Cancer Mission, we clearly identify the need for promoting research in almost all areas to make possible the goal of the mission. First of all, launch UNCAN-EU, a highly anticipated and awaited European initiative to understand cancer. Second, to develop a research program to identify polygenic risk scores. Third, importantly, to support the research, development, and implementation of effective cancer prevention strategies and policies. And all these 3 first points should be done in collaboration with other missions that may relate and have action plans for a healthier environment. Fourth, we need to optimize existing screening programs and investigate and develop novel approaches for screening and early detection of other highly deadly cancers. 5, advance and implement personalized medicine approaches for all cancer patients to make real the promise of precision medicine. Develop a research program on early diagnostic and minimally invasive technologies. We have to be stronger in developing research programs aimed to improve the quality of life of cancer patients and survivors, family members, and all persons with an increased risk of cancer. We have to create an European Cancer Patient Digital Center where cancer patients and survivors can deposit and share the data for personalized care. This is an area where we still have big challenges in the implementation of the General Data Protection Regulation in different European countries. We have to achieve cancer health equity in the European Union across the continuum of the disease, what I previously stated as sustainable, affordable, and accessible. We have to set up a network of comprehensive cancer infrastructures across and all European Union member states to increase the quality of research and care. A special focus on childhood cancers and cancer in the adolescents and the young adults, but this could be very easily extrapolated to the promotion of research for all rare cancers. Also to accelerate innovation and implementation of new technologies and create oncology-focused living labs to conquer cancer. And finally, but not last, to transform the cancer culture, communication, and capacity building. And very precisely, and on time, the Porto Declaration on Cancer Research constitutes an excellent initiative to remind the aims that we have as European citizens in combating cancer, but also to highlight the weaknesses and challenges, but also the opportunities that we have in front of us to achieve the goals. This session is aimed to point out and discuss some of the most important challenges that we have to promote the research with clinical and prevention trials, and how we could foster engage by different countries and areas to participate in these next generation trials, in particular by addressing the multiple boundaries and limitations we do have. And this is going to be tackled by leading experts in the fields, aspects like harmonization and technical requirements for clinical trials, stratification of patients by molecular pathology, revolutionary genomics, or modern imaging, acquisition of human cancer specimens, proof of concept clinical trials that could lead to diagnostic and therapeutic practice changing strategies, innovative radiotherapy, and innovative cancer prevention clinical trials, fields that have not historically been well covered. And last but not least, how we can better organize ourselves in tumor boards, in particular molecular boards, for real advance and delivery of precision medicine. We will have 9 short presentations, followed by 4 additional panelists that will provide some remarks, and if time permits, a debate at the end. And now, without any further delay, I would like to introduce the first speaker, my colleague and friend, Denis Lacombe, who is the Director General of the European Organization for Research and Treatment of Cancer, who will lead with the quality assurance of clinical trials structures.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you, Josep, for the kind introduction. Can you see my slides? Yes, okay, thank you. So thank you for the introduction, and also thank you to the commissioners and to the organizer to invite DORTC to speak about quality assurance of clinical trial. And because the time is very short, I thought that the best way would be just to go directly to something that already works in real life. And this is the SPECTA program of DORTC, which basically is an infrastructure for accessing to patients outside a clinical trial, because indeed everything is not necessarily within clinical trial. But at least, as you can see here, we have a network which aims at embedding almost 300 investigators. It's being implemented. And almost 200 centers, and it is active already in 17 centers. And basically the idea here is to reach to patients outside clinical trial and to be extremely patient-centric, to try to get back to all patients and to reach patients wherever they are as much as possible. And of course, on the other side of this picture, when you have such an infrastructure, you build quality assurance by design because you are confronted to complex multi-dimensional data set. It's about pathology, but it's about genomics, it's about clinical data, it's about radiation oncology data, it's about imaging, and now we are extending it to quality of life and PRO because that's what matters to patients. And with an integrated multidisciplinary tumor board, we can get back internationally extremely rapidly to patients and propose eventually access to clinical trial. And of course, this is also very important because we apply extremely high quality assurance, especially on the tissue, because we want to make sure that we can reinterrogate access to this biological material. And once you have such an infrastructure, of course, you can do a lot of things because it's not technology dependent. You can add new technologies, and you can bring people, labs, clinicians with specific expertise around the infrastructure and offer them that. Something that is important to highlight also is that it's about quality assurance in science and infrastructure, but it's also quality assurance in regulations. Because today in Europe, we don't necessarily live in a very friendly environment for clinical research. So it needs agility you need to anticipate and you need to understand very well where the legal framework is going, because you mentioned GDPR, Josep, but it's the clinical trial regulation, it's the IVD regulation, it's the medical device regulation, and you need to anticipate if you do not want your programs to be interrupted. What I want to say also is that though this program was a little bit slowed down by the pandemic in terms of getting to new centers, actually during the pandemic, the recruitment on centers which were already active did not suffer at all. And I think what is important also is that this serves as an infrastructure already for clinical trials and for clinical programs actually supported by the European Union. For instance, we do research, we do clinical research, prospective collection of patients in partnership with ERACAN, so the ERN for adult rare tumor. We have the IMUCAN program, which is a program supported by IMI. We have a program in adolescent and young adult, which has been delivered extremely rapidly in terms of recruitment to really access to these patients, understand their biology, and try to see what we can do better. And we are even trying to see expanding the capacity of such a network, looking into potentially in prevention and understanding radon exposure and cancer. So the beauty of such infrastructure is that it is there and it is extremely agile, again, to access to patients. And as you can see, we are now reaching, of course, it's work in progress. We are at about 70, 80 patients a month, but with the continued expansion of the infrastructure, we believe we can easily double this recruitment. So I think that once we have achieved that, we try to re-engineer to really stop a little bit doing trial like we've been doing. So writing protocol and searching the patient, rather trying to have solution where we have the patients, we try to understand as much as possible, and then we try eventually to bring them to clinical trials. But as regulatory science evolves, is more agile, and that the commercial sector brings efficiently new drugs to the market, we mentioned gaps this morning. There is an important gap about missing data sets, treatment optimization, how all these, I would say, new interventions are going to be combined, how they are going to access the patients in the healthcare system. And I believe this is the second big challenge that we are trying to take, because many questions do remain when the technology reaches the market. I believe that treatment optimization is something on which Europe should develop effort. It was said this morning, the future is combinatorial. We need to understand how to use optimally all these interventions in sequence, in dosage, in de-escalation when possible, in optimizing the patient population, understanding better the biomarker, addressing specific population like the adults and the young adolescents. So there is an enormous amount of work for which we need to be organized differently. So there are many challenges in front of us. Now we have treatments, indeed, which are based on their mechanism of action. We understand, but we have, again, new regulatory science, early access. So the gap actually between efficacy and effectiveness is much greater, actually, and we have to address that. And sometimes we've been disappointed by innovation. So how do we measure it? How do we identify? Of course, how do we make access to it? And what I would like to emphasize in this few-minute presentation also is that it's not only about drugs, it's multidisciplinary strategy. It goes about also optimizing surgery, optimizing radiation oncology, and how we develop data sets which are very important for access and in the healthcare system. And this is all the challenge of treatment optimization, which is maybe not necessarily understood at this point in time. So I would like to just highlight historically a few selected trials of DORTC which have changed practice, and we are not going to go through, but you will find advanced trial, you will find adjuvant trial, you will find non-drug trial, you will find health-related quality of life type of program. I just would like to highlight two, again, very short presentation, but for instance, the CREATE trial, which was a basket trial, bringing a new drug, or not so new drug, but a new drug to very rare entities that otherwise would not be addressed. So this is the type of things we can do optimally on the backbone of this type of network. But I would like also on the other panel of type of trials that we have in frequent tumor, I would like to highlight the MINDAC trial. And Fatima Cardozo, who will be sitting on the panel, can speak better than me on this trial. But precision oncology is not only about new drugs, it's also about understanding how we give drugs that we have in the armamentarium. And I think these trials are critically important in precision oncology also to be highlighted. And actually on this trial, which has probably been one of the first personalized oncology trial in Europe with big, we have learned a lot how to organize these programs. And program like I've shown you in the SPECTA trial would not have been optimally implemented if we would not have gain all this experience based on such landmark trial. And as you can see, it's a continuum from drug development to late research, but it's also back because we are learning from this complex trial. And this you don't basically improvise overnight. It's years of adaptation, and it's continued agility to adapt to this environment. And how that we have this infrastructure, we can do quite innovative trial or quite innovative initiative. For instance, our scientific council, thanks to SPECTA, is looking how to develop a pan-European program on minimal residual disease across tumors. So all these things are being made potentially more feasible. So I would like to finish here and just have a few take-home message. I think we need to develop the means, first of all, to access to patients, but to generate data sets which are also very important for patients. Again, precision oncology is not only about what is new, it's also optimizing what we have. I think we need to reinvent a little bit this continuum from clinical science, regulatory science into health technology assessment for optimized treatment in healthcare. And again, this is a continuum, but we are missing a number of data set. And I think I would like to echo what Simon Oberst said this morning. I think Europe should not reinvent the wheel. There is in this room today plenty of different expertise, different know-how. We have infrastructure, we can learn from each other, we can complement each other, we can do gap analysis, but I think Europe should build on infrastructure which are delivered and that can prove they can deliver. And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, and especially thank you for keeping the time. I hope that at the end we'll have time for a panel discussion also with the other colleagues that will join. And now it's my pleasure to introduce the second speaker, who is Paolo Nuciforo, pathologist that leads the molecular pathology service at the Vall d'Hebron Institute of Oncology. And he will lead on the topic of how we can do better in molecular pathology in order to stratify patients in multi-center clinical trials. Thank you, Paolo.
So good afternoon. Thank you, Joseph. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you so much to the organization for the kind invitation. So as Joseph mentioned, I will talk about molecular pathology strategies for patient stratification in multi-center clinical trials. And let's start with a little bit of background and think how healthcare is today undergoing a deep transformation. Recent scientific breakthrough, technological advances have improved our understanding of the pathogenesis of the disease and changed the way we diagnose and treat disease, leading to a more precise, predictable, and powerful healthcare that is customized for the individual patient. Greater use of biomarkers can today enable a shift from what we know as empirical medicine, where treatment is driven by trials and error, to precision medicine, the right medicine, the right patient, at the right dose, and at the right time. It is conceivable that in the immediate future, it's already happening today, that physicians will be moving away from the concept of one size fits all and shift instead to precision medicine. The acceleration towards precision medicine strongly relies on the advancement of molecular profiling technologies, such as NGS or next-generation sequencing, leading to a deeper understanding of the disease and inevitably to a more precise disease classification that led to the incorporation of new molecular knowledge to generate new taxonomies. This shift is exemplified by lung cancer disease classification, where treatment recommendations are today generated not anymore according to morphology-based approach, but using individual somatic genotype alteration. So perhaps the most obvious application of NGS and any kind of new molecular pathology approaches to achieve personalized medicine is in clinical trials. The proportion of trials requiring the presence or absence of a genomic alteration increased over fivefold between 2006 and 2013, and it continues to grow. In 2017, trials using biomarkers to stratify patients most likely to respond to treatment constituted roughly 25% of the industry-sponsored oncology trials, and such biomarker enrichment approaches are increasingly being implemented. Trial designs which aim to incorporate molecular stratification of patients can be defined according to the number of diseases included, one histology or different cancer histologies, the number of molecular types, one biomarker or more biomarker at a time, and the number of targeted therapies, but also according whether only biomarker positive patients or both biomarker positive and negative patients are randomized according to biomarker credentials. Models to identify molecular alteration for patient inclusion in clinical trials may rely on different strategies, and we may either find patient for trials or trial for patient, with the decision of the most feasible model relying on several considerations, including logistics, cost, pharmaceutical company strategies, and availability of state-of-the-art molecular pathology services. Molecular assays for patient stratification in clinical trials are constantly adapting to the drug development portfolio. In our institution, we have seen a dramatic change in the landscape of phase 1 clinical trials, now focused on targeted agents for rare molecular alteration, immunotherapy combination, antibody-drug conjugates, and epigenetic agents. And in parallel, different molecular pre-screening assays were developed for accurate detection of rare actionable mutation, copy number alteration, fusion events, and as well as novel immunohistochemistry tests were introduced. We started in 2010 with a targeted panel of 20 oncogenes, progressively reaching in 2018 an NGS panel containing roughly 420 genes encompassing DNA damage, response plus epigenetic pathway genes, and fine-tuned for tumor mutation burden quantification and other genomic signatures such as MSI. Whatever model is used, implementation of any biomarker-driven approach, in this case precision medicine, has many challenges, with a dropout rate that can reach up to 65% of consenting patients not getting a molecular test results, mostly due usually to pre-analytical issues. But even when we have NGS performed and a result is obtained, not all patients have a targetable alteration. This, of course, challenges, as we say, brings opportunities. So limited tissue availability for molecular testing, that is one of the main limiting factors for the implementation of precision medicine, and is actually leading today to the development of validation of alternative non-invasive approach, such as liquid biopsy for patient stratification and disease monitoring. Traditional sample handling and processing, which are optimal for morphological characterization of the tumor, have not changed or adapted to the genomic revolution, despite it is known to significantly damage tissue nucleic acid and proteins, ultimately ultimately affecting the molecular test results. So understanding and controlling pre-analytical factor is needed, and pathologists are called to act in this respect. The limitation of assessing genetic biomarkers alone have become evident, and improved treatment decisions require going beyond genomic alteration, for example, by digging into the tumor microenvironment using the spatial resolution technology, cellular heterogeneity, and study cell-to-cell interaction. High-quality microscopy is necessary for high-quality molecular diagnostic. We need to supervise the quality of molecular data by integrating morphology with molecular pathology and request for accreditation of centers and laboratories providing molecular test results. And lastly but not least, precision medicine requires a new generation of pathologists to be trained beyond morphology, to be actors and not just spectators of this paradigm shift. This needs investing in education to bring trainees closer to new tools such as artificial intelligence and digital pathology. And finally, due to the limited global pathology workforce, network of translational molecular pathologists will be needed in the future to achieve the critical mass for high-quality precision medicine to be achieved. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Paulo. And again, thank you for keeping the time and providing us these new challenges that we have in front of us to promote stratified precision medicine clinical trials. And now it's my pleasure to move forward and to invite Emil Wust, close friend as well. Right now, he's the director of Cancer for Europe and the former chief medical officer of the Netherlands Cancer Institute, and also a group leader at the Oncode Institute, who will be leading with the topic of how we can move forward in genomics from discovery to bedside genomics to take decisions for patients. Thank you, Emil.
Thank you, Josep, very much for, let me see. Thank you for this. These are my disclosures. As you can see, my background, I'm very transparent. This is my DNA sequence. So whenever you see any flaws there, let me know. What I would like to do with you is just in 7 minutes, which is actually very short, take you through some of the hurdles, and we'll focus on access to diagnostics and innovative trial designs. So it's a great time to work in oncology because we have many opportunities for our patients, and precision medicine, especially genomics-guided precision medicine, is coming to age. So we have the various components. That's obviously new drugs, access to diagnostics, innovative trials, big data, affordable healthcare. Those are all very important steps. And the good news is that there are many drugs on the horizon coming to us and already are in the regulatory pathway to be approved. So this is just a list of the last couple of years. You can see it's almost like a tsunami of new biomarkers and new drugs coming along in a variety of cancers, whether it's tumor agnostic or whether it's devoted to certain tumor types. But this is a very important and very hopeful development. And as you can see also, the biomarkers that are required for testing are rapidly increasing over the years. And if you would use a slide to look at the next couple of years, you would expect this to be more and more. And please realize that we're now looking at DNA aberrations that are here, and there are so many things that we still haven't identified. Think about the non-coding areas in the genome or RNA profiles that we can use, etc. So this is actually a very important area, and this is going to change the landscape. So now here's the problem. What you see is that there is a gap that's widening between science and clinical implementation. We have unique opportunities to bring all this very beautiful science and all these very excellent drugs to our patients, but we're not prepared for the implementation process. And this is a slide that shows you things that happened in the Netherlands. As you can see, it's a fairly old slide, but this is the introduction of For instance, the ALK fusion testing in lung cancers. Please remember that in 2011, it was approved as a drug, and you can see the number of laboratories. So every dot is a laboratory in the Netherlands, and you see the percentage of lung cancers that are tested for that. So you see that even 2 years after approval, very few patients are tested, and this improves over time very slowly. Then you could argue, well, this was early days of precision medicine, so things must have improved because this is not acceptable. Well, this is a slide that shows you that unfortunately that's not the case. You can still see for many of these targets that there are opportunities that we miss for our patient because slowly, very slowly, they're implemented in the clinical practice. And there are multiple reasons for that. Obviously, if you start looking for targets that are 1 in 1,000 patients, that's not very rewarding for a diagnostic lab because you need to have significant investments to make sure that you identify those patients. And if you don't find those patients, you don't know. So the incentive of finding a patient is less than the incentive almost of not finding a patient, which in cancer care, that's not acceptable in my opinion. So I just want to show perhaps a way out, and this is unpublished data where we have compiled the largest set of paired biopsies that we did whole genome sequencing of. This is 250 patients, so almost 500 biopsies. And we did whole genome sequencing before and after a second treatment, a second biopsy. And the average time between the biopsies was about 6 months. And what you can see here is that if you take a biopsy early in the metastatic disease, you hardly lose any treatment options if you take a biopsy a second round. And that is a little bit different than what we expected on the evolution of cancer, where you would think it's a very dynamic type of DNA changes. But here you can see that for standard of care, you hardly lose any opportunities. So you only need to do one-time comprehensive profiling to identify all treatment opportunities. And the same goes more or less for new clinical trials, for new clinical opportunities for treatment, where you see that also the majority, 95% of the targets remain there over time. And 92% of the targets also are detected earlier. So compared to what we're doing now, you could argue that one-time comprehensive profiling at any time of the metastatic disease setting will tell you most of what can help your patient. The next question, obviously, is how then to kind of have all these variants, because we're simply scratching the surface here. We don't know what all the variants are doing. We don't know whether some variants give you a better prognosis and then others are more aggressive. That's the reason why we need comprehensive testing and databases where we can go back and interrogate these type of questions. But we also need to have trial designs where we have opportunities with limited number of patients to at least see a signal of activity that is beneficial. And this is the trial that we're running in the Netherlands, the drug rediscovery protocol, where we use off-label drugs in settings of multiple cohorts of a tumor type, a genomic profile, and a drug, and then identify signals of activity. And in brief, this is like it goes. You have metastatic cancer. You have a molecular tumor board that reviews your comprehensive profiling. These are all patients that have exhausted all other treatment opportunities. And then these patients undergo a mandatory treatment biopsy just to make sure that later on, if we see exceptional responders, we can learn from that particular information, because otherwise we don't know what's going on. And then you enter this circle of 8 patients. If you have success, you go to 24. If you fail, we can go back and interrogate why patients have failed or why patients have benefited and refine the profile and re-enter. And for some of the cohorts, we now have also a third stage where we have a personalized reimbursement model that we negotiated with our payers, where they pay after 4 months of clinical benefit, they pay the drug, and the first 4 months are paid by the pharmaceutical companies. And I'm also very happy to say that many European sister initiatives are now started. So in Denmark, Sweden, Norway, but also Italy, the UK, Russia have started similar trials. And the beauty here is that within Europe, we decided that we're going to share this data, these cohorts, for the very small groups of patients with these molecular targets. So that's a way forward to help each other out in Europe, but mostly to create opportunities for our patients. And that brings me to my last slide. I would say it's time to act. The gap widens between science and implementation of these opportunities, and we're losing opportunities for our patients. So I would say we need to kind of work with our pathology labs to create a platform for large-scale molecular profiling, to make sure that we collect all these data and accelerate the clinical translation of these new insights to the use of anti-cancer drugs. And importantly, invest in the future by collecting all this information in publicly available databases so that we can indeed also facilitate our regulatory authorities to show control groups that have the same benefit with or without the drug. And importantly, and I haven't shown any data here, but the same goes for rare cancers. Rare cancers have exactly the same opportunities, the same profiles. It's just a matter of starting to test these patients. So with that, I would like to thank a lot of people in my group that have worked on this, and my co-PIs for the drug rediscovery protocol, Hans Gelderblom and Henk Verheul, and obviously our funding bodies. With that, Josep, thank you for introducing me, and I'll give the floor back to you.
Thank you very much, Emil. Again, keeping the time, but also raising these very important points on the dissociation between the investigational approaches and how then the payers and the regulation comes back to support the field of precision medicine. I think that this is one of the hardest topics that we'll be able to discuss at the end. So now it's my pleasure to invite the next speaker, who is Dr. Regina Witstaan. Regina is the chair of the Department of Radiology at the Netherlands Cancer Institute and also the president of the European Society of Radiology. But more importantly, she's a Cancer Mission board member. And we have asked her actually to deal with a topic on how modern imaging and especially radiomics could help or could make things different in the way that we promote clinical trials. Thank you, Regina.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you also for the authorities for inviting me to share this next generation imaging. Because in cancer trials, if you are considering imaging, it's always CT in the routine practice and measuring the sizes, but what's out there? So at the moment, it's not only imaging of morphology, but also imaging of underlying tumor characteristics. So the diffusion or perfusion, and you've heard about metabolism. And all together, it gives us the information of the comprehensive information of the tumor. And this is called the multiparametric imaging. Just to give you an example of it, so you have an idea, diffusion MRI reflects the underlying tissue cellular architecture by measuring and capturing the motion of water molecules in the space outside the cells. So that motion in tumor cells have a restricted movement in contrast to normal tissue, as you can see here. And we can translate that into a signal on MRI, and high signal is tumor. We can also quantify that with an apparent diffusion coefficient. Do we implement it in clinical practice? Yes, we do. In the management of bowel cancer, where we can identify patients with a complete response. Here is an MR imaging of a patient with bowel cancer, low in the bowel, and the patient undergo a radiotherapy, and you may expect a scar tissue, and yes, this is the dark, thickened bowel wall of a scar. But you don't know what's going on inside the scar, so what you do is you add diffusion with only 4 and even 3 minutes additional sequence, and if you see this bright signal, that is a residual disease. And if you do not see a bright signal, that corresponds to complete response. So why am I telling you this? Because this is an example of how modern imaging can push forward modern treatment. And modern treatment is all about minimal invasive treatment. So with selection by imaging combined with clinical data, we can omit surgery with the attempt to cure and achieve a better quality of life for these patients with bowel cancer. That's called the watch and wait treatment. And as you can see here from the Lancet paper of an international watch and wait database analysis, you see from the survival curves that this treatment is safe and the patient do very well. In fact, as good as when they would have had a resection. Now, I told you that at the moment, clinical evaluation in trials is only measuring sizes. Here is an example of an MR of the liver with the patient with a metastasis in the liver from bowel cancer. Before and after chemo, you can see hardly any difference in size. So the conclusion of the radiologist would be this patient has not responded. But if you extract the diffusion parameters, the ADC, of the same lesion, before and after chemo, we see a rise, indicating a response to the treatment. So in other words, the imaging biomarkers associated with functional MR imaging detects response much earlier than the imaging of morphology. Are we ready for multi-center trials? Well, in the Cancer Core Europe Imaging Task Force, we started sharing the MR protocol and standardize it and look with phantom studies and volunteer studies, what is the residual variability between the MR scans. And we found that we could bring down, after standardization, the deviation to around 2% in the phantom studies and below 10% in human studies. So this is already a good step in getting this new imaging into clinical trials. Molecular imaging is also the way to go. You've heard of ImmunoPET. This is a very good study that shows that the invasive biopsy of lesions that we do on a repetitive basis does not always reflect what's going on in the human body, because it is a reflection of the tumor response of the lesion that we biopsy. However, in contrast, we can see with ImmunoPET that it can differentiate, the signal can differentiate between those patients who are likely to respond and those who are not likely to progress, while you don't see that differentiation with the biopsy tissue evaluation. Another on the horizon is artificial intelligence. Then we go from the domain of an image into the numerical domain. And you've heard of radiomics, where we extract thousands of features, and with machine learning statistical models, we try to divine the features that will predict an outcome. So we had the first pilots, which shows that there is a radiomic signature that could predict response to immunotherapy already at 12 weeks after onset of treatment in patients with lung cancer and melanoma. In the bars, you see on the y-axis the performance indicator, and you can see how radiomic signature outperforms the volume measurements of all these lesions. And there we are talking about volume, not even about size. So you can imagine that size is even inferior to that. But can we use this radiomics analysis also in multi-center trial setting? Well, what we did is in the Cancer Core Europe centers, we exchanged the protocols and we fixed the reconstruction parameters. And after that, we did a radiomics analysis of the liver. And we found robust, reproducible radiomics biomarkers across the centers, which means that there is potential of a radiomics analysis of trial data. But this is only one part of the biomarker, because we have to get out of the silo and we need to look at all the potential biomarkers, as you've already heard, from tissue, from liquid, but also from genomics, and integrate this to build accurate prediction models of outcome that we can empower by AI. But if we use AI, we need data, and I think that is critical. And therefore, I'm very pleased that at EU level, there are many initiatives and investment in imaging and other biomarkers. So in the Europe Beating Cancer Plan, there is this flagship initiative of the European Cancer Imaging Initiative that will set up an EU atlas of cancer-related imaging. And in the Digital Europe program, there will be a call launched to establish a pan-European digital infrastructure that will enable linking imaging data together with other health data. And you've already heard about the cancer mission. The board believes that a European Cancer Patient Digital Center is the way to go, because if we involve the patients into this digital center and have them also access their data, we believe that these are the steps that we need to take to make use of the potential of real-world evidence and the steps that can make the difference in the outcome of cancer treatment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Regina, for introducing these very important topics on expanded radiology and radiomics in our armamentarium of diagnostic tools. So now let's move to the next speaker, who is Dr. Benjamin Bies, the head of the Cancer Medicine Department at the Institut Gustave Roussy in Grand Paris, France. And he's going to lead with also a very difficult topic on how we should deal with repeated biopsies and how we should biobank them, and also some considerations on clinical trial registries with annotation of clinical and biological information. Not an easy topic. Thanks, Benjamin.
Thank you, Joseph. So if I go directly to the point, the rationale of these rebiopsy trials today is that when you have an advanced tumor, you have a biopsy to perform the diagnosis. So you have tissue available on which you can perform a molecular profile. And then you can adapt the treatment. But at the time of progression, you might offer a new biopsy to know what is the best treatment that you can give after failure of the targeted therapy, to understand the resistance mechanism and to build models to work on these resistance mechanisms and potentially build new drugs. MACHR is a program that we are running in our institute since 9 years, and it has been quite successful. And I just want to explain some key points in this program. Any physician at Gustave Roussy can pre-screen a patient as long as it is entered in predefined cohort of patients with interest for their treatment, or because it's a rare malignancy, for example. They sign a consent and they have a new biopsy. Of note, the radiologist who perform the biopsy will be informed within the day the percentage of tumor cells in the tissue, so that the radiologist can train and improve themselves to really try to pick the best part of the tumor and get the maximum tissue. And rebiopsy is very well accepted by the patients as long as you give them back something, and you have to give back a molecular report. So the patient said, yes, it's good. I will have a biopsy that will help science. That's good for you, doctor. And I will get a molecular profile that is very profound and that would not get outside of this kind of trial. So this is the first report that we have published on MACHR, 333 inclusion, but please note that even if it's one single trial, the number of biopsy based on the number of inclusion decreased because not all the patients can have a biopsy, and the type of molecular report that you can get decrease also because of the quantity of the tumor and the quality of the tumor. So now we combine tissue biopsy and liquid biopsy to increase the possibility to get a molecular information on the tumor. This is an example of 127 patients that were biopsy at the time of resistance and to a TKI. 1 patient out of 5 got a new treatment based on the molecular analysis. So it's a success for the patient, and they will have a direct interest to participate to this program. But the beauty of this program is to have a very large translational research program. So this is something that we monitor through a steering committee, and we open, and you can analyze potentially any kind of tissue and of method. One method, for example, one example is to derive from the biopsy a PDX model, meaning a graft, a tumor graft in a mice. It's very, very complicated because you need the mice to be very below the patients. And at the time you will have the biopsy, you have to put directly one piece of the biopsy in the mice. We did that on 134 patients, and in 1 case out of 3, we got a PDX that was derived. This is an example of PDX derived after last generation inhibitors, so very new inhibitors. This is an example for the ALK positive non-small cell lung cancer. And this kind of PDX are completely unique and very important to help to develop the next generation drugs and understand the resistance. But we are not so much to do that, so that some patients empower themselves to build programs. Imagine that it's not the academic that are doing that, it's the patients themselves. ROS1 positive and LCLC, it's 1% of lung cancer. 1% of lung cancer, it's a rare malignancy. So the ROS1 positive and LCLC patients build a group called the ROS1ders, and they build a biopsy program. If one of these patients has the biopsy, is able to send by mail some piece of his biopsy or pleural fluid, and it will be grafted in mice. Imagine that the patients are doing that themselves. It highlights the need for new models. And in this case, what I report on the website is that they have developed 9 ROS1 cells that double the number of available ROS1 cells available. So we have enrolled more than 300 patients. It's completely feasible in any type of cancer. We have collaboration with academic, with pharma partner, but MATCHR is a single center trial. Importantly, can we do that at the large scale? Yes, we can. 2 examples. SAPHIR is a French trial, 20 centers in 1 country. 1,000 patients were randomized, all had tissue or liquid biopsy. And based on the molecular profile, they were randomized between a targeted therapy or standard of care. And for those without any molecular abnormalities, they were randomized between immunotherapy and standard of care. So this is completely doable. Another example is a pharma-sponsored trial, Hudson, 6 countries, 36 centers, 600 patients had a new biopsy at the time of relapse after immunotherapy, and all had a central report, and some received, 300 in fact, received a new treatment. So rebiopsy are feasible in multi-centric trial. It allows these patients to have access to a molecular testing, but imagine that if you do one trial does its own test, it means that you will not have enough tissue when you do one biopsy to cover all the tests of all the partners. So this is why I like very much the concept of SPECTA. That could be one screening for all. And I really think that Europe needs this. So SPECTA is open in 17 countries, 80 centers. It means that you can offer your patients a centrally molecular panel. So this is really, I think, the role of academic organization to do that. It increases access to molecular profiling for the patient. So it's good for the patient that they will agree to enter this type of program. You collect tissue, but also clinical data. The results are discussed in a molecular tumor board, international, by web, and then you can send the patients to trial either sponsored by academic or pharma. This is a unique project, and I think that we would need such platform in Europe. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ben, for sharing these thoughts, not only on the single center studies, but the possibility of doing this in a more expanded fashion. Also another good topic for the discussion. And now it's my pleasure to introduce the next speaker, who is Professor Vincenzo Valentini, who is the chair of the Radiotherapy Oncology Department at the Gemelli Università Cattolica Santo Cuore from Rome, Italy. Who will lead, of course, with also a challenging topic. We have talked before that not all the clinical trials are related to conventional drugs, but also to other approaches like radiotherapy, surgery, and he will lead that with the development of innovative radiotherapy clinical trials. Thank you, Vincenzo.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. I would like to offer you two possible perspectives related to the term innovation in radiation therapy. The one related to the introduction of innovative technologies, and the one referring to the innovative research methodology to which radiotherapy can contribute. The introduction of an innovative technology in radiation oncology may be aimed at improving one or more of the three main aspects of radiation therapy delivery. The process of targeting the tumor, as using imaging technologies coupled to linear accelerator, like hybrid CT, hybrid MRI machines, or addressing the dose fractionation delivery, allowing very high dose delivery in few seconds, for example, or allowing very small or very large volumes to be irradiated. In this respect, it is necessary to assess the reliability of new technology. We are in the technology domain. But when the aim of the new technology is to generate a benefit for the patient, then it must be distinguished that the term innovation will not only be related to the new technology used by the treatment, but also to the new methods of producing evidence that are emerging in clinical practice, such as the contribution of real-world data and predictive models based on machine learning technologies. In a certain situation, we are facing with innovation, we are in the technology domain, that optimize a technological process in a disruptive way. In this case, the ability to allow the patient to see the position of his liver lesion in real time on a screen when he is in a machine for treatment, and to position its own tumor at the optimal point for irradiation by controlling his breathing shows a clear improvement in targeting functionality. In this situation, there is a need for a regulatory framework that defines this benefit while avoiding unnecessary parachute trial testing if this image technology could allow better targeting in such a case. When the introduction of innovative technology is not disruptive, in radiotherapy it is possible to conduct retrospective studies stimulating the comparison of new technologies based on tumor coverage and healthy organ sparing on archived images of previous treated patients. These studies are referred to an in silico trial, and it would also be useful to define also for this trial a regulatory framework for these studies to indicate their power of evidence. Obviously, cost-effectiveness evaluation will be necessary and will need to be context-specific to different nation treatment health system to justify implementation of this technology only based on in silico trials. However, when an innovative technology makes it possible to modify the therapeutic strategy by, for example, changing the standard fractionation and increasing the dose administered to a tumor level that could not be previously achieved, of course, clinical validation of these therapeutic modalities is necessary. Finally, in the case where faced with a completely innovative radiotherapy technology that has never been used before, it is necessary to climb the whole pyramid of evidences. The new flash technology, which enables to deliver by an electron beam a very high dose in a fraction of a second, is now approaching, and it is first in human trials and are coming up, and therefore we'll have to go this validation of this technology to under the traditional validation process. Sorry. But now moving to innovation in methodology to allow clinical evidences. Multiple computing technology that link to artificial intelligence have made it possible for high quality real world data and predictive models to be incorporated into research designs. If surgery is approaching its digitalization in recent years, especially thanks to the augmented reality technologies, radiotherapy has more than 30 years of complete digitalization and is already included in paths of sharing real-world data through consortia and federated strategies at different levels of granularities. And this means that radiotherapy is ready for a perspective to generate with proper modalities evidences by real-world data. Furthermore, the ability to use the new hybrid equipment has also opened the possibility of integrating omic models, radiomics, dosomics, to clinical data domains, allowing the development of predictive models that use international classification scale for their validation to assess the strength of evidence. It is thus possible to introduce these predictive models into research trials for which an appropriate regulatory framework could determine the strength of evidence, and also this kind of framework is quite necessary to support the possibility to contribute to evidences in technology exploiting a prediction model. So, in conclusion, the digital transformation of medicine finds the radiation therapy oncology discipline as an opportunity ready to introduce new hybrid technology, AI-based, or new models of generation evidences that can improve the chance of cure and quality of life of our patient. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Vincenzo. Let's move to the next speaker, who is Elena Garralda, the director of the Phase 1 unit at the Vall d'Hebron University Hospital in Barcelona, who will lead also with a challenging topic on how we can coordinate our clinical trial activities in order to establish proof of concept studies that could lead to practice-changing clinical trials, and how we can speed this for moving forward in precision medicine. Thank you very much, Elena.
Thank you very much, Joseph. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak in this summit. These are my disclosures. So we've been listening all morning about how the way we understand cancer has really changed in the last decade. Now we know it's the genomic alterations within a tumor that is going to shape its response to the different treatments. However, despite the huge promises of personalized medicine, there's still a lot of challenges that need to be addressed. And here in the slide, we can see the bottlenecks for application of NGS in a broad way. So there is, of course, patient education issues. There's more technological issues, such as the ones regarding sample acquisition, the NGA assay itself, its analytical validation, how we standardize the bioinformatics, but then more clinical, such as how we do the reporting, how do we prioritize alterations, what's the clinical relevance of these alterations, how we scale tumor boards outside academia, and finally, access to drugs. Today, I will be talking about some initiatives that are being undertaken in order to address these challenges in clinical trials. And the first one I'd actually want to mention is the SCAT framework. ESCOT is a framework to rank genomic alterations as targets for cancer precision medicine. So depending on level of evidence between an alteration and a drug, a ranking is given. And this is an effort that has been done by the European Society of Medical Oncology, precision medicine work. And I think this is important because actually the first infrastructure that needs to be built is language. If we don't have a common language, we won't be able to advance cancer. And I believe this publication set the scene for precision oncology in the years to come. Secondly, I would like to speak about Cancer Core Europe, and it has been already mentioned here several times this morning. So Cancer Core Europe is a network of 7 cancer centers. It started in 2014 with the vision of creating a multi-site European Cancer Institute. Our goal is to carry out joint translational and clinical research programs, conduct next-generation clinical trials, develop personalized cancer medicine, establish standardized academic diagnostic platforms, create large shared databases, and perform outcome research. And this is the way we are structured. So we have the board of directors, and then there's 3 big pillars: the education, then the clinical trials and translational research program, and the virtual data center program. And within this task force, we have different groups, such as the early drug development group, precision medicine, or immunotherapy, where people from different backgrounds work in a multidisciplinary fashion with the different technology working groups in order to answer common areas of interest. And we are creating 2 big important infrastructures for research. One, a virtual biorepository with all the samples of the different projects, and another, as I mentioned, the virtual data center in order to be able to share data sets. And I would like to particularly speak about the Basket of Basket trial because it illustrates beautifully most of the things that we have been discussing this morning. This is an investigator-initiated trial. It is sponsored by IPO on behalf of Cancer Core Europe, and it has two areas. One is the iProfiler, where patients of the 7 cancer institutes would be profiled using the same 350 gene capture-based panel. Depending on the results of the iProfiler, patients will be included in the therapeutical part of the trial, or the iBasket, where we have different modules with different treatments for the different alterations. The first thing I want to highlight is what I think it's a huge advance. We are pre-screening patients using an homogenized system, and we have screened over 600 patients. But then, very interestingly, we are actually meeting each Wednesday to discuss the results of these patients. And we are doing this being helped by the Cancer Core Europe Molecular Tumor Board portal, an infrastructure that has been built by the Karolinska, and it's described in this publication, and in fact has been made publicly available. This helps us interpret the tumor variants that we find and give them a clinical applicability. Secondly, Basket of Basket is enabling us to perform important correlative studies. So this is the first module evaluating atezolizumab in genomically selected populations. We are collecting biopsies, we are collecting PBMCs, cell-free analysis, stools, and this has served us to create a project that analyzes all of the technologies we've been hearing this morning. So we'll be performing digital pathology, single-cell RNA-seq, imaging mass cytometry, immune signature analysis, stool analysis, in order to generate biomarkers for immunotherapy. So actually, what is clear is that once you have an infrastructure, it's easier to have bricks to build the second infrastructure. So thanks to the creation of Cancer Core Europe, we were able to launch Basket of Baskets. And after 2 years of Basket of Baskets, we actually saw there were a lot of challenges that still needed to be addressed. That's why we created the DART consortium. So DART is a consortium between the 7 centers of Cancer Core Europe, but also other academic centers and different SMEs. So once again, a nice collaboration between the private and public, and in order to deliver new methods for the design and implementation of newer, more efficient and effective clinical trials in oncology. And this project has been recently awarded funding by the Horizon 2020 initiative. Our aims is to develop digital tools that facilitate the trial management and the clinical decision making, the use of new statistical designs to create more efficient clinical trial methodology, to have new biomarkers such as the radiomics, as we've been hearing earlier before, and how to integrate this with more established biomarkers, and finally, to generate more patient empowerment and engagement, because this is also very important for research. These are the different working areas that we will be working in the Cancer Core Europe DART. This is a project that has just started, so February this year. And as I've said, we are analyzing or evaluating new tools, digital tools, new statistical methods, new biomarkers, new ways to engage patients, and finally engage with the different stakeholders in order to generate a sustainability project. So to end, I would like to say that cancer has shown us that we have the opportunity to define small subsets of patients where specific drugs can achieve high efficacy. We have more knowledge, better diagnostic tools, better drugs, and new clinical trial designs that allow clinical trials in small patient populations. But multiple challenges still need to be addressed. Only building infrastructures that allow us to answer collectively what we cannot do individually, we will move and we will improve cancer treatment. I want to thank all the investigators in BIO, Cancer Core Europe, our patients, families, and funded entities, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Elena, for also picking up these points, on multiple participation in clinical trials. So now let's move forward to the next speaker, and it's actually my pleasure to invite and to present Elisabeth Bender-Paz, who is the director at the International Agency for Research on Cancer, an institution of WHO, and also importantly a Cancer Mission Board member. She's based in Lyon. And she's going to deal also with a limitation of time, but she will have more time also to discuss this on the new concepts and opportunities in cancer prevention trials, an area that, as I mentioned before, has not always been well funded. So we should move forward now with more cancer prevention trials. Thank you, Elisabeth, for coming here.
Thank you, Dr. Tabernero. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and also to the other organizers for allowing me to speak to you today. I will give a presentation on new concepts and opportunity in cancer prevention trials. Next slide, please. So to illustrate new concepts and opportunities in cancer prevention trials, I will showcase some specific clinical trials coordinated by the International Agency for Research on Cancer, with focus on cervical cancer prevention in low and middle-income countries. I will also briefly talk about how the European Union and IARC and other UN organizations can cooperate in the field of cancer prevention, which will be complemented by the forthcoming presentation of my colleague, Dr. Michael Baumann, on the EU and USA cooperation on cancer research. Next slide, please. As clinical trials in cancer prevention is one of the final steps in the extensive research process for confirming the effectiveness of new medical advances. These trials are crucial for finding ways to better treat cancer, for detecting cancer early and preventing cancer in the first place. Let's start with the example of HPV vaccination and cervical cancer screening clinical trials. IARC has assessed the efficacy of a single dose of the quadrivalent HPV vaccine against persistent HPV infection comparing 2 or 3 doses, using data from 10 years follow-up of the vaccinated cohorts and an age-matched unvaccination cohort in India. The findings showed a very high efficacy against persistent HPV infection, irrespective of the number of doses of the vaccine. Due to the cost effectiveness of one dose, findings of this study are determinant for the successful implementation in limited resource settings. IARC is developing predictive models to estimate the impact of HPV vaccination in different settings, including low and middle-income countries, as well as each European country, aiming to support public health decision-making and planning at the country level. Next slide, please. Within the framework of the US NIH-sponsored study, IARC worked with a private enterprise to develop a portable battery-driven thermal ablator. Thermal ablation has been shown to be simpler to implement than traditional cryotherapy interventions to treat cervical lesions. Historically known as cold coagulation, this method uses a heated metal probe to destroy abnormal cervical tissue that, if left untreated, may lead to invasive cervical cancer. The thermal ablator was field tested in Zambia, in Africa. Women eligible for ablative treatment were randomized into 3 arms to be treated with either thermal ablation or cryotherapy or large loop excision of the transformation zone by bisturi. The treatment showed that the cure rates at 6 months follow-up were no different between the treatment arms and choose effectiveness of the thermal ablation. The IARC study provided valuable evidence to the World Health Organization to recommend to member states thermal ablation as a method to treat cervical precancers. Next slide, please. Recently, researchers have begun to examine urine-based HPV testing as a future potential non-invasive alternative to the current cervical screening methodology. IARC, in collaboration with the University of Lancaster in the UK, have evaluated infrared spectroscopy methodology to detect urinary HPV. Stored urine samples were selected from the IARC biobank using criteria 50 high-risk HPV negative women and 50 samples with HPV positive women. The methodology is simple and no pre-processing of samples is required. And the accuracy in detecting HPV, the sensitivity was 84% and the specificity 100%. This proof of concept study indicates that urine-based HPV testing could be used as a simple and non-invasive approach to screen for cervical cancer. The accuracy of the model is under development. The implementation of this non-invasive test could lead to increased coverage, early detection, and thus decreased mortality due to HPV-linked cancers. Next slide, please. I will now talk about the EU-IARC cooperation on cancer prevention. Cancer represents a tremendous burden for patients, families, health systems, and societies at large across the European Union. Cancer will affect every other man and 1 in 3 women during their lifetime in many European countries, in fact, in most European countries. So the situation is a major challenge in Europe. In fact, the number of new cancer cases in Europe will increase for almost 5 million new cancer cases in 2020 to 6 million by 2040. And this represents a 21% increase if we don't implement quickly new prevention measures. Altogether, more than 100 million new cancer cases will be diagnosed in Europe cumulatively in the next 22 years. And this is not the worst case scenario. In fact, it's a very realistic and conservative projection. Considering that Europe has 1/4 of all cancer cases globally and less than 10% of the worldwide population, this is truly a major challenge and one of the 5 major societal challenges in Europe today. And it shows that we really need to act now to have an impact in decreasing the cancer burden in Europe. And in this sense, the European Beating Cancer Plan and the European Cancer Mission are major parts of the response. Next slide, please. So Europe urgently needs a renewed commitment to cancer prevention, treatment, and care. The European Cancer Plan will tackle the entire disease pathway from prevention to quality of life of cancer patients and survivors, focusing on actions where the European Union can add most value. The European Union and IARC cooperation in the field of cancer prevention becomes then self-evident, is a necessity in fact. IARC collects and disseminates information on the epidemiology of cancer, on cancer research, and on the causation and in the prevention throughout the world, but in particularly in Europe. What we have shown is that circa 40% of all cancer cases in the European Union are preventable. The European Beating Cancer Plan aims to raise awareness on and to address key environmental, lifestyle, genetic, infectious, and nutritional risk factors while paying attention to inequalities and inequities to access to prevention and cancer care. IARC renewed strategy has strong synergies with the European Cancer Plan and the European Cancer Mission. IARC provides the global statistics on cancer risk incidence, including on childhood cancers, and IARC carries out research on the risk factors, environmental, nutrition, lifestyle, infectious agents, integrating genetic susceptibility, and IARC new strategy, midterm strategy, focus on implementation research, on new evidence and considerations for vaccination and screening programs. And finally, IARC integrates the new research programs on social inequities. These programs are some concrete illustrations on the synergies of our common goals to tackle cancer more effectively throughout information sharing, exchange, and expertise on best practice. The European Code Against Cancer, coordinated by IARC, is already part of the European Beating Cancer Plan, and the code will be updated to take into account the latest scientific developments and will add new evidence-based recommendations to improve health literacy. The Cancer Plan will aim to make at least 80% of the population, of the European population, aware of the code by 2025. There's a great potential here for the successful implementation of preventive measures in Europe by strengthening cooperation and opportunities for EU added values. More people would live without cancer. More cancer patients would be diagnosed early and would suffer less and have a better quality of life and after treatment. Next slide, please. And I will thank you, and I'm open to discussions and to questions. Back to you, Joseph.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. These were, as mentioned, very important topics, and I like that we have a midterm plan of collaboration between IARC and the European Union, the European Commission. Let's move right now to the final presenter of this part of invited speakers. And now it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Julio Oliveira, who is a medical oncologist and clinical pharmacologist and the head of the early phase trials unit in the Portuguese Institute of Oncology in Porto. We'll lead also with a very important topic on how we integrate all the clinical and molecular data in the molecular tumor worlds in order to promote as much as possible clinical trials or in conventional care. Thank you. The podium is yours.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Precision medicine in oncology offers to transform cancer care with medicines tailored to each patient by targeting specific bioprocesses, genetic mutations, or by precisely enhancing the individual's immune system. In the last half decade, about 60 new medicines gained around 100 new indications approvals, comprehending more than 20 different cancer types. More than half of these therapies requires or recommended testing for pharmacogenomics biomarkers prior to its use. Just to have an idea of what is coming, targeted small molecules and target biological treatments comprehends more than 19% of the late-line oncology pipelines. Genomic profiling with next-generation sequencing is becoming more and more required for the selection of patients for clinical clinical trials. The development of tissue-agnostic therapies is growing, giving the potential for these therapies to shift the treatment paradigm for cancer. As an example, in 2019, there were over 20 tissue-agnostic therapies in development across 28 indications, mostly through basket clinical trials. But what is precision medicine? In cancer, it's also called precision oncology. Usually refers to the use of therapeutics expected to provide benefits in the subset of patients with cancer that have specific molecular or cellular features. Why precision oncology? It aims to offer individualized treatment to avoid futile exposures, example given to chemotherapy side effects, to improve outcomes and to reduce costs, reaching a better quality of life for cancer patients. Considering the reported experience from major cancer research institutions, only about 10% of the patients without further standard treatment options were matched for treatment after broad genomic testing, having Instituto Gustavo Roussy reported around 20% of matching. One note, these are centers with an impressive offer of early phase biomarker-driven clinical trials. A recent report promoted by FPA and the European Cancer Patient Coalition pointed inequalities in the access to biomarkers testing and to target therapies across Europe, stressing that steps must be taken to standardize access and quality testing of biomarkers across European Union and UK, guaranteeing a minimum standard of testing everywhere. So, how to deliver precision medicine in oncology? Access to three main processes are critical for that mission. The access to genomic testing, the access to decision process, where the molecular tumor boards has a central role, and an effective access to treatment opportunities. Considering the testing, how to identify patients that will most benefit from tumor genomic assessment, how to handle with the growing complexity of the genomic testing, their heterogeneity, and also diagnostic limitations. Here, guidelines or recommendations like the ones emitted recently by ESMO for the use of NGS in cancer patients are very relevant. The development of genomic biomarker screening programs, especially by academic cancer centers, and the existence of proper funding is critical. Also, liquid biopsies can provide additional diagnostic value. Concerning the decision process, how to interpret and integrate information about gene variants, multiple potential targets, and also, very importantly, possible germline findings. How to streamline all of these time-consuming and error-prone tasks, how to deal with the complex genomic analysis, and how to navigate in so many times scarce evidence. Possible solutions comprehends broad molecular tumor board access, either by its implementation in major cancer centers with proper expertise resources, but also by opening molecular tumor boards to community hospitals, for instance, with virtual molecular tumor board meetings. The development of decision supporting tools is also critical to help molecular tumor board decision, having the good example of IPO-Porto developed by Karolinska Institute. And finally, concerning the treatment allocation and effective access to treatment medicines, how to expand clinical trial access, how to evaluate the outcomes of treatment allocations, and how to deal with the heterogeneous regulatory environment across European Union in clinical trials and in new drugs approvals. For this end, it is necessary to support the development of referral networks and collaborative research data collection as a good example of basket clinical trials within the Cancer Core Europe. It is also very important to promote regulatory authorities' engagement and harmonization. And molecular tumor boards, why do we need them? It allows integration of modern molecular diagnostic data and the discussion of complex cases, offers more precise and rational therapy recommendations, identifies and optimizes patient access to clinical trials, can have an important role in the definition of standards for testing and guidance for the decision process of treatment recommendations. And this is a very important topic. They generate also virtuous dynamics for scientific discussion and medical education on emergent biomarkers. Just a quick note about the precision oncology strategy at IPO-Porto. Since the creation of phase 1 unit at IPO-Porto, one of the main goals was the implementation and development of a molecular screening program to expand the opportunities of biomarker-driven clinical trial access. IPO-Porto molecular screening program had its main deployment with the project SPECTA, as it was referred today, from EORTC. Is also supported by phase 1 clinical trials and by the IPO-Porto own molecular screening program. IPO-Porto Molecular Tumor Board emerged from the need to discuss the cases of patients with the most complex molecular results to produce treatment allocations and/or genetic counseling recommendations. Our Molecular Tumor Board is also open for the patient discussion from other institutions. One of the main goals of our strategy is to reduce the chance of off-label allocation by increasing the opportunities of clinical trials inclusion for the patients. And to finalize and summarize, Molecular Tumor Boards engages multidisciplinary teams and facilitates the knowledge about emergent biomarkers in cancer. Comprehensive genomic testing allows to identify potential targetable alterations. However, genomic guided therapies must be based in scientific evidence and standardized decision-making process must be in place. Access to biomarker-driven drugs within clinical trials should be prioritized. Electronic decision support systems allow automation, more reliable interpretation, and treatment recommendation. And finally, precision medicine access discrepancies across Europe should be strategically addressed and funded in Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. I'd like to acknowledge all the contributions from the colleagues and from the Molecular Tumor Board team of IPO-Porto.
Thank you very much, Julio, for addressing these important points on the Molecular Tumor Board. Now we should move forward to the next section of the sessions. We still invite the panelists that are also attending this session, and they have also very important voice, and I would like to have their remarks. I'm going to start with Bettina Rill. I think that Bettina Rill does not need any kind of introduction, but I will do. She's the founder of the Melanoma Patient Network Europe and is the current chair of the ESMO Patients Advocates Working Group. And also importantly, she's a member of the Cancer Mission Board. And Bettina, we would like to hear your remarks on the voice of the patients and the patients advocates.
Thanks so much for the kind introduction, Joseph. Just to add two more things for those who don't know me. I'm trained as a physician. I spent a couple of years working on genetic pattern formation during my PhD and on evolutionary biology during my postdoc, and then afterwards as a researcher here in Sweden, and that will hopefully explain a little bit how I look at this. I would like to start, as this session is about clinical trials, to remind everyone that trials are there to serve patients. And in case you don't recall, Helsinki Article 8 clearly states that the primary interest is the one of the trial participant, and that's often something that gets lost. I actually ended up in patient advocacy after my husband was on a phase clinical trial, which I, as a medical student, would have thought was the cutting edge of medical research. Once you're exposed to it, you think about this differently. I also would highlight that we are in a changing landscape. I mean, I'm sure we haven't heard COVID so far, and I apologize that I bring it up. But I do believe if you want to look at the silver lining, the last year and a half has shown what we're able to do if we put our mind to it and if we really truly think about the problem first. And I think this is something that I would like to leave you with today. I believe that, and this is something that funders at European level, at national level worry about, is that the impact of all the medical research we're funding, the impact and benefit to our societies and patients is not enough and is not clear enough. And I believe that what we have to think about more is starting with the end in mind and to have a sharper focus on implementation. Because let's face it, gentlemen, if you get cancer, You're not going to do an NGS panel and then have a prediction and then just hope for the best and then let someone else look back what happened because you're going to be dead. You're never going to do that. I bet with you, you're going to take a tumor sample, you're going to run it through some organoid screening. You're not going to test for one drug, you're going to test in combination. You're going to skip the mouse models because the mouse lives longer than you do. And then you will work backwards. And that is the type of thinking we also need if we want to make progress. And I think, I mean, we have already heard Elisabeth mention it, starting with the implementation, thinking what is accessible, what can we implement at large scale, where does the collaboration come from? I think that is where the next push comes from. When you look into what Digital Europe plans right now, there's a heavy angle also on the health side on it. I really invite you to look this up because that will affect the way we run healthcare. And let's not fool ourselves. If you talk honestly with everyone, and I have been working a lot on the personalized medicine recommendation on the cancer mission, I've been talking with like stakeholders in the entire landscape. There are so many issues we have to address. First, we have to get biobanks. We don't have biobanks, we have bioarchives. Check out how many samples leave your bioarchive ever. The official numbers are 10 to 15%. The unofficial are less. We have to think about how we do these biomarkers. We've heard biomarkers a lot. Check out how many exploratory biomarkers ever make it to a validated test for patients in the clinic. Not very optimistic in that respect. And we have to, this will get harder. The IVDR is coming, so the requirements increase for us. If we really want to benefit from that, we have to have a strategy. If you can't do it, find a company, find someone who does it for you. And when it comes to GDPR, has also been mentioned, I mean, most have even not realized that you have a responsibility towards the data subject. So who is able to give patients their data as you're obliged by law? So I think there are lots of issues that we have to tackle. It's not as bad as it seems, but I think often the fault is under the surface. Unless we get there, that will never change. And of course, as I'm asked to look at the patient perspective, I believe that patients are an integral part of research to make research better because they help to keep our focus and our minds on what's the problem that really matters. And also, how do we get there to focus on the implementation? More and more funders requested. I mean, I'm sure many of you will have submitted an application to this year UK Grant Challenge. I think the deadline was 2 weeks ago. There it is compulsory to have a patient advocate on there. And you lose out on it. I mean, I've been contacted by 6 consortia, and the range was great, from the wonderful to the rubbish. I shall not say who was what, but you have a competitive disadvantage if you don't know how to interact with patients and how to help them make your research as good as it possibly be. I could talk about this forever, so I stop here. But I do believe that, just to end on a positive note, we are in times of change. We have shown ourselves in the last year what we can do if we work together in Europe, if we put our minds on results. And my hope for us all is that we're able to lift that kind of optimism for cancer and that we're in for a better future for all of us. Thank you, Joseph.
Thank you very much, Bettina, for making all these important points on the side of the patients and the patients advocates. And as you mentioned, this is what Horizon Europe is all about. It tries to be a patient-centered initiative, although as you mentioned with your remarks, sometimes it's not as much as we wanted. We have to move forward. Now it's my pleasure to introduce the next speaker, who is Susan Galbraith, also very close to us. She's the Senior Vice President of Early Oncology at AstraZeneca, based in Cambridge, UK. And I have to say that AstraZeneca has always been very collaborative on promoting academic-based clinical trials through CR UK and other granting bodies. So I would like to ask from you, Susan, first of all, thank you for attending, because we know that you were on vacation during this week. But basically, how do you foresee the collaboration between academic and pharma companies, especially in the environment of the European bodies and the new grants established at the Horizon Europe program? Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph, and I really appreciate the invitation to what's been a fascinating discussion so far. So I think, first of all, I would just say that collaboration is absolutely essential for us to make progress in this space. It has been an opportunity for us to do so already, but I think if you look forward to the next 10 years, opposed to the last 10 years, the opportunity to really fundamentally make a big difference to the outcome of a patient with cancer is huge. And we'll only do that through close collaboration. So I think there's 5 areas in particular that I think we should focus on. The first, if we want the one thing that's going to make the biggest difference to the outcome of patients with cancer, it's early diagnosis. And we're living in a world where that's becoming technologically possible. Today, we only diagnose about 30% of cancers through screening. I think it's possible to double that at least. With the advent of blood-based circulating tumor DNA and the examples of sort of methylation patterns, etc., the improvement in the sensitivity and specificity there that can do that. That should be a major focus. And with that comes an opportunity in terms of the clinical trial designs we can subsequently do. You're starting to see substantial improvements within the space of lung cancer, not just in the metastatic setting, but in particular when you look in the neoadjuvant setting, even with the combination of targeted therapies and potentially immune targeted therapies. And what the neoadjuvant space does is creates an opportunity for us to learn from each patient much more than we do currently in typical phase 3 trials, because we'll have the tissue at the time before intervention and the tissue at the time just after an intervention. So we can learn far more, and we should embed that into our designs. So early diagnosis is the first piece. The second is diagnostic standardization. You've already heard about that. We need to make sure that that is democratized in a way that it isn't at the moment. So you get much more value from each of the diagnoses that we're currently making. And that helps. And I'm very happy in terms of industry to help participate in that. For example, you know, we've had the experience of multiple PD-L1 testing, but you've also had, you know, the example of the industry coming together and working with organizations to make sure that we've got some standardized approaches and understand how those interact. I think we should focus on doing those kinds of efforts together. The third thing is, whilst I completely agree that comprehensive cancer centres are critically important for the rigour and excellence in terms of clinical trials, if you really want to overcome the disparities that occur in terms of access to clinical trials, you've got to make them available to people who can, who are outside the driving distance to their local comprehensive cancer centre. We've got to be able to have clinical trials that can work at a distance, where most of the information is collected at home or close to home, and there's remote monitoring with digital support. The technology is there for us to do it. We need to come together and have the will to implement that comprehensively. The fourth is we need to think about not just precision medicine in the context of one treatment for somebody that has one particular mutation. We know cancer is more complicated than that. There's multiple mutations and multiple adaptive mechanisms. So what we need to think about is treatment regimens, induction regimens and maintenance regimens, just as we do in the cancers that we cure, in leukemias, etc. But we don't tend to apply that in multiple solid tumours quite as much as I think we should do. And we need to understand that adaptation to treatment and the evolution responses. And then the fifth area, as you've just heard from Bettina as well, is the better models that can model this. I think there are approaches now, not just for PDX models and organoids for targeted therapies, but also models that can now potentially incorporate the elements of the immune response that will enable us to be much better at predicting how we can do in the clinic. I think if we focus on all of those and we do it together, we've got a great opportunity to make a huge difference. Thank you, Joseph.
Thank you very much, Susan, for introducing you know, these points. Also for the fact that you are targeting more and more early cancers than advanced cancer, and I think that this is also something that has been the focus of the discussion. Let's move to the third panelist, and it's my pleasure also to introduce she's Fatima Cardoso, the director of the Breast Cancer Unit, Champalimaud Center. But also importantly, she's the president of the Advanced Breast Cancer Global Alliance, an alliance that has always been interfacing with professionals and the patients in order to get the best diagnostic and therapeutic options. It's very difficult to summarize what Fatima has done in these years to the field, the contributions, but I would highlight the implications that have been mentioned before on the big, and especially on the MINDACT study, that it's a clear example of an academic collaborative trial. So Fatima, we would love to have your thoughts on how we could move forward in being more efficient in our clinical research through the European Union. Thank you, Fatima.
Thank you very much, Joseph, for the kind introduction. Thank you also for the opportunity to give my thoughts. And I did not know that Bettina was mentioning implementation, which is actually also what I thought, because I think the value of science is directly linked to its applicability, at least in my perspective. And this is what I've been learning throughout the decades of doing clinical and translational research. And the implementation phase is the longest one. So how can we shorten this implementation phase? This was the basis for the creation of translational research, was to shorten the time from basic to clinical research and practice. But it's my opinion that clinical trials have not evolved as fast as the other types of research. And there are many reasons for that. Many of them were already mentioned. I will briefly mention one that I don't think we have heard enough of it. And this has to do with the requirements from regulatory agencies, because we can do everything that we can in the research field, but for the research field to really tackle the needs of patients, what we find in the research field has to be approved and has to be made available. And the requirements of regulatory agencies, I'm afraid in some areas, have not evolved according to the evolving agencies, science. And I will give you three very brief examples. So we now have new technologies that take old drugs into new formulations that retain efficacy or are even more efficacious, but are less toxic. And we do not have a good clinical trial design and model to make these new formulations into the market quickly. And it is not possible to run non-inferiority trials for each of these new formulations. So we should learn perhaps from the biosimilars development of equivalence trials and move faster in that area. The other one is, as we've been saying all day, so not every piece of science comes from clinical trials, but every piece of approval comes from clinical trials. So how can we integrate the real world evidence and the artificial intelligence methodologies to analyze the big data, to complement clinical trial data, and do that in a way that it's acceptable by regulatory agencies and help us shorten, once again, this implementation phase? And finally, a word about integrating biomarkers in clinical trials. The example that Denis mentioned, the MINDAC trial, was one of the first biomarker-driven trials in Europe and one of the first to have funding from the European Commission. But it took 15 years to do it, and about 50 million euros, of which only 7 million came from EU-funded projects. So it was a huge fight to be able to validate a biomarker that was developed in Europe and that we wanted to be validated in Europe as well. And there are many struggles, particularly in the sharing of data and sharing of samples between and within EU countries. And this has not become easier, has become even worse. And the final 2 points I would like to make is that we've been fighting to have molecularly driven trials, but we won't be able to have those trials open everywhere. And the free movement of patients is crucial for that. But what we have seen in our real world, in our practice, is that we are not able to tell patients to go, for example, from Portugal to Spain, to go into a clinical trial because of the costs associated with the standard of care. So we need a common regulation so that patients can go into another country to enter a molecularly driven trial. And finally, I totally believe that comprehensive cancer centers is the way to go, but I plead that these are not seen exclusively as public comprehensive cancer centers. I've been working in one of the few private comprehensive cancer centers in Europe, and the only one in Portugal. And I can guarantee that the quality and the aims here are the same as in a public comprehensive cancer center. And I hope that we can all work together for the good of the patients. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fatima. And actually, you raised one question that came from the audience about the cross-border, how we could increase cross-border participation in clinical trials, being this a major obstacle in making patients moving from one country to another. Let's move forward to the final panelist, who is Jose Carlos Machado. He's a group leader at the Institute for Investigation in Health at the IPO in Porto. And actually, he's going to be making the point on the use of artificial intelligence in biomarkers for early diagnosis and also for predictive markers in patients treated with immunotherapeutics. Thank you, Jose Carlos.
Thank you, Josep. I mean, your suggestion that I make a comment on artificial intelligence is surprising to me. I was not really planning on doing that. I was more planning on making some comments on a local message, very much related with the initiative we are having right now about Porto Comprehensive Cancer Center. I think it's now crystal clear what the Comprehensive Cancer Center is all about, and I think under the perspective of what we are doing here, this has very much to do with maximizing the likelihood of fundamental discoveries being picked up and taken into preclinical and clinical research. I think that's very much why I3S and IPO-Porto are together in this endeavor. And for that, we need resources, of course. And my colleague Raquel Assuruca alluded before to the very recent resources we were allocated. Those were great, and we are very thankful to the decision bodies that helped us have access to these resources. But they are very much tailored towards infrastructure and equipment. And we need resources as well to fund the type of research that fuels an initiative like a Comprehensive Cancer Center. I think it's important that we call the attention of decision bodies that this is not the type of funding we get through funding agencies like the Foundation for Science and Technology in Portugal. It's not really tailored towards this type of research. And we really need that science and health come together in this respect. In other words, we think we need our Ministry of Science, our Ministry of Health to work together and to create mechanisms of funding for these types of initiatives. I think IC is probably the tool we are looking for, and I hope it will work well and successfully in the near future. We also realize that we have to work very hard regarding Horizon Europe, because that's probably a fundamental way of getting access to that type of funding. A word also to investigator-driven research. I was listening very careful to all the presentations before, and there is a lot of references to clinical research and clinical trials. There was not really a discussion about industry-sponsored and investigator-driven clinical research. I would just like to stress that I think that investigator-driven clinical research is very much at the heart of what a comprehensive cancer care should do, because I think that a big part of the value of a comprehensive cancer research really lies on the capacity to exploit successfully the products of fundamental research. A last word to the fact that in a country like Portugal, we have only about 10 million inhabitants, so it's not much. I think a comprehensive cancer center should really open itself to the outside and think, for instance, about the possibility of taking up roles like, for instance, becoming a reference center for biomarker determination, or, as Júlio Oliveira said before, providing services like a molecular tumor board. I think those are things that are really fundamental. And of course, this is a challenge. Most likely, this would demand the creation of a consortium between the Comprehensive Cancer Center, the Ministry of Health, and our pharmaceutical and in vitro diagnostics industrial partners. But if that's done successful, I think it would be a great investment in both sustainability and optimization of resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jose Carlos. And again, you can see that there is no playback here because You saw that I asked him something that he was not prepared for that, so my apologies. Let's helping us to sum up this session. Unfortunately, we don't have more time for discussion. But first of all, I would like to thank, of course, the organizers again for making this possible. I think it's important that you hear the voice. The presenters and the panelists have done great because it's very difficult to put all this information together in such a limited period of time. I think it's important, this is a message for the commissioners that are here, but also the ministers of science and the ministers of health, because this is one of the problems, the limited interaction there is between the Minister of Health and the ministers of science at the European level. We all think that this is really important. We would be more than happy to guide you through different bodies. But as you can see, I mean, many physicians, many scientists, many professionals, patients advocates as well. We are prepared for the next generation clinical trials, but still there are several challenges that would have to be discussed in more detail. You have seen here today on the new technologies. These are fundamental opportunities, no doubt about this. But at the same time, especially in the European Union environment, we still have the challenges of regulation, the participation, the cross-border participation in clinical trials. This is something that we should solve in one way or another. Also the fact that not only the promotion of clinical research has to be dedicated in the very advanced setting. So we know that early stage is really very important, prevention clinical trials, but also trials considering other therapeutic opportunities like surgery, like radiotherapy. They are all important as well. And as mentioned, especially at the last, with the last talk and presentation, of course, the comprehensive cancer centers are important just to provide the best accuracy and the best quality for clinical and prevention research. But it's also important to engage and foster local networks collaborating with comprehensive cancer centers. So this is something that we cannot miss. And of course, guaranteeing the quality of that. So I have been asked as the other chairs of the sessions to provide a summary, written summary of these presentations. But again, I think that all of them have been really very important. A big congratulations to all of you, and thank you all for being here. Thank you. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Before proceeding to the next session, I would like to announce that the keynote speaker, Walter Ricciardi, will give his presentation after session 4 at about 17:45 Central European Time. Now going to session 3 on infrastructure for outcomes research. This session will be shared by Joachim Schutz from International Agency for Research on Cancer from Lyon, France.
Yeah, thank you very much for this introduction, and thank you very much for the opportunity to chair this very important session. And now from the perspective of the outcomes research in this session, we really look at the whole cancer journey. So that means we are starting from the healthy individual, which is the 450 million EU inhabitants. And the ideal would, of course, be to prevent as many cancers as possible before people get their cancer. Well, unfortunately, we know that this is not always possible and we can't always prevent it. But then there's this next step that for some cancers, we do know that we can find them at an early stage, even sometimes at the stage where it's just a precancerous lesion and not yet a manifest cancer. And this is what we are trying to do with early detection and screening and try to reduce the risk of dying from cancer. And this will also be part of our session. Then we have heard a lot about cancer patients, and unfortunately, even with these two measures, we cannot prevent every case. And so we have to find the optimal treatment for the remaining cancer cases. And this is what we heard in many sessions, but also in this session, we hear about the outcomes perspective for the clinical trials and for the most effective therapies. But the cancer journey is not over here because unfortunately, also cancer survivors course, the cancer may come back, and research into survivorship, but also on the quality of life of cancer patients is extremely important to ensure they really have the best quality of life. So we also have presentations from the outcomes perspective for these two angles. And finally, also we take the view from the economics angle. So because time's running, I really think we should go into the individual presentations, and the first speaker of this session is in fact myself, so that I will start with the outcomes research infrastructure to support the primary prevention. And so do you show my slides, or do I have to do it myself? Okay, fantastic, that works. And this presentation I'm not doing only as a staff member of the International Agency for Research on Cancer, but also as the chair of Cancer Prevention Europe, which is a network that I will introduce in a minute. And also the European Code Against Cancer has been mentioned by our director already as a key instrument in cancer prevention. I'm one of the principal investigators. So the first slide, please. So we didn't really have a coffee break before this session, but I tried to wake you up by again showing you the shocking numbers that we have seen at some presentations before. So unfortunately, if you look at the whole of Europe in the next 20 to 25 years, we are looking at an epidemic of 100 million new cancer cases. So at the moment, every year, we have more than 4 million new cancer cases in Europe, and we heard in the first presentation already by the Minister of Health from Portugal that 2.7 are from the EU countries. So why is primary prevention so essential? Well, this is a number. I mean, this is a population that is higher than any single population of any EU country, if you look at it. And this really overburdens our healthcare systems. And if you are talking even about individualized, personalized medicine, it's not only a question of where do the resources come from. It's also a question where do all the people come from that are important for the cancer treatment, for the cancer care, for the patient care, and also for the after treatment. So the best would be to reduce this number markedly. And what is really sad that in theory, we would know how to prevent 40% of these cancers. And this is what you see in this pie diagram. So 20% of cancer still caused by tobacco, which is a well-known cancer risk factor for many, many decades. You see obesity, diet, alcohol consumption, but also the environment, radiations, and infections as other very important contributors. So we can say from what we know about how to prevent cancer, the glass is half full. So we can almost prevent 40% of cancers. It's only a small fraction where we know the causes, and it's not preventable because it's for instance, natural exposures. But at the same time, the glass is also half empty. So you see that for 50%, which means for the 50 million of this upcoming cancer epidemic, we don't know about the causes. And this is why we have to remember that cancer etiology and the identification of causes of cancer remains a priority for all upcoming beating cancer programs in the EU. Next slide, please. So what belongs to the primary prevention? What I just mentioned, the etiological research is a very important component. So the identification of causes of cancer, and we have not reached the end here. As I said, the glass is half full. But even when you know the cause of cancer, you have to find out how to most efficiently prevent it. And this is what we are doing with the intervention research. So you're trying to identify the most effective intervention to prevent cancer, which can be through clinical or field trials. Sometimes it can also be technical measures. For instance, when we talk about environmental exposures like air pollution or radon. And when the most successful, effective intervention is identified, then there's still the implementation gap, because also in Europe, it's not necessarily that one size fits all. So you need the implementation research to really implement the most effective intervention in the most cost-efficient way optimized to the local circumstances, which can be to the cultural and social background of your population, find the most efficient way for behavioral changes. And sometimes again, it's also legislative measures that you have to undertake. And all this, and this is now the outcomes research, you have to monitor the success through monitoring the incidence rates, mortality rates, survival in your population, and monitoring the respective time trends and geographical differences. And here the good news is that actually this is in place in Europe already. So you have seen the figures, for instance, by the IARC director or just by myself, that the Global Cancer Observatory by the International Agency for Research on Cancer is providing all these figures. Next slide, please. So when we are looking at these outcomes in primary prevention, we have to be very careful in this thinking, in the distinction of two ways of presenting these figures. And on the left-hand slide, you see the so-called age-standardized incidence rate, which means that we are taking the demographic changes in the population into account here. And this is something what we have to do if we want to see preventive successes in the population, whether our prevention measures are really succeeding. Because then, as we see in the example of lung cancer here, we potentially see a downward trend in the incidence rates. Unfortunately, as you can see, for lung cancer, this is only in European men, not yet in European women, but at least since the 1980s, you see a downward trend in lung cancer. But then there's the other way of measuring the incidence, and this is the absolute burden of the cancer. This is what you see on the right-hand side. And even if we reduce the exposure in the population, if at the same time the at-risk population increases, and since age is a major determinant of cancer, the at-risk population in Europe has increased in the past decade very steeply. This means the numbers of the cancer still go up. So this is the same lung cancer time trends that you see on the right-hand side, that is also on the left-hand side, but this time the absolute numbers. And here you unfortunately see that now we see the highest number of male lung cancers in Europe ever, even when we have this downward trend in the incidence rate, meaning the prevention that we have done so far is not successful in reducing the numbers of these cancers. So these are the two figures that we both have to monitor and that we have to report and also interpret independently, because it's the figure on the right-hand side that determines the resources that we need for the treatment and the after treatment of the patients. Next slide, please. So you have heard that the International Agency for Research on Cancer already is very aligned with the EU in its cancer mission and beating cancer plan. But it's not only on the EU level, but we also have this network reaching out into the individual countries of Europe. And this is the newly founded Cancer Prevention Europe, where IARC is the scientific secretariat. And we have really a number, as you can see on this slide, of key cancer prevention research institutions all over Europe who are joining this network. So this is not really an independent organization, because the delegates that are working for Cancer Prevention Europe, these are really the key cancer prevention people who work for these national or international institutions. And this is really just a platform for improved communication and to make sure to use all the synergies, because like we hear from the viruses, they don't know borders. And this is the same for the cancer risk factors. And some of the cancer risk factors, as we know, are viruses. So they don't know borders, and they don't stop at borders. So of course, working together as an all-European approach is extremely important. And you see here the main cancer players like Cancer Research UK, the Danish Cancer Society, German Cancer Research Center, the Institute, European Institute of Oncology in Italy, Imperial College London, Institut National du Cancer from France, the Karolinska Institute from Sweden, Maastricht University, the UK Therapeutic Cancer Prevention Network, and the World Cancer Research Fund, represented by the University of Wageningen. And these are the steering group members of the Cancer Prevention Europe, but our networks would reach out in every single country in the European Union. Next slide, please. So this is my summary. So primary prevention is really essential in averting health system collapse because of the overburdening with new cancer patients in Europe in the coming decades. And primary prevention at present is both underfunded and underutilized. We know much more about cancer prevention that is at the moment applied, and this is really a huge implementation gap. Primary prevention needs more etiological research, more intervention research, and more implementation research. And of course, networking of the country's key player in cancer prevention is providing the necessary infrastructure for this, for instance, coordinated through Cancer Prevention Europe. So we have to study the unknowns, implement the knowns, and monitoring the programs. This is our outcomes research. And now I will be quiet for a while after just announcing the second speaker of this session. And I'm very happy to have Dr. Partha Basu here. And he's the deputy head of the Early Detection, Prevention and Infection branch of the International Agency for Research on Cancer. And his talk will be on the outcomes research infrastructure to support the development of cancer screening. So please, Partha.
Thank you so much, Joachim, for the kind introduction. If I may have my slides, please. Thank you. At the outset, I must thank the organizers for inviting me to give this presentation. The next slide, please. You know, the gold standard for evaluating any intervention in cancer screening has been randomized controlled trials. And this is a very typical example of how a randomized controlled trial is designed. So we are talking about the Nelson study that recently published their data. And there is an intervention arm, there is a control arm, that we demonstrate that the intervention is being able to detect more cancers, detect the more cancers at an advanced, at an early stage. But most important is, next one, please, that it is capable of reducing the mortality in the screened population as compared to the control arm. So this is a very traditional design. This is how we find out the evidence whether one particular intervention is going to work or not. But then when it comes to adoption of these interventions in real health system, it's a very, very different story. The next one, please. So what a randomized controlled trial tells us is about the internal validity of the system. That means in a randomized controlled trial where things are highly controlled situation, and then we can take care of all the different biases, different confounders, and we show results. But then when it comes to the real health system application, we need to think of something beyond internal validity. There is a question of feasibility. So for example, for lung cancer screening, is it feasible to identify those high-risk population whom we are supposed to invite for screening? Is it feasible for the particular health system to do that many number of low-dose CT scans? So that is the feasibility issue. And there is another very, very important issue, that is the external validity. External validity is something that really makes difference in different health situations. It is all about the context. So what are the things that we look for when we look for external validity? And this external validity is the most important thing to assess through implementation research. And the implementation research guides decision making. So we need to look for health system inputs in terms of workforce, infrastructure. We need to understand what will be the impact on service delivery once this particular intervention has been introduced. So for example, if a country goes for introduction of lung cancer screening, what will be its impact on diagnostic radiology services? The perceptions of the consumers, perceptions of providers, of course, very important. But what is again very, very important is to ensure access, because we need to ensure that the facilities that are created, that are appropriately utilized by the people who need it with appropriate equity. And then, of course, there is the question of financially protecting those who are undergoing these services, not only for screening, but then to navigate the entire screening and treatment continuum. And we need to look at from the aspect of the health system pillars. You know, we know that there are 6 pillars of health system that we need to address whenever we are talking about bringing in a new intervention. So for example, in terms of governance and leadership, coordination between different services, finance, quality assurance, workforce, so all these things we need to keep in mind. And this information we can get from something that we call implementation research. Next slide, please. An implementation research, we use various terms because sometimes we call it outcome research, sometimes we call it health systems research, health services research. But then the basic, the idea of implementation research is that once we know the what works, we need to understand how it works. And it is all about context. As we understand, the contexts are very different even within Europe, between the countries and within the country. So through implementation research, we try to understand what are the different implementation outcomes if we bring in this intervention in the real health system in terms of feasibility, fidelity, penetration, acceptability. But something that is very, very important from the policymaker's perspective is the cost. You know, we always talk about cost effectiveness. But for a policymaker, what is important is the impact on the budget and an investment case. That means if the policymaker invests $100, how much is it that particular intervention going to return in terms of monetary value? So these are the things that implementation outcomes can be known from implementation research. And then of course we look for the service outcomes in terms of how efficient that is in real health system. Something may work excellent in a highly controlled setting of randomized trial, but it may not be that great when it comes to real health systems. And once we address these, of course, we will finally get information on the health outcomes. Next one, please. Now, one of my colleagues, Dr. Raul Murillo, had a very interesting take on how the need for implementation research is perceived by the health system. So, for example, if there is an intervention which is very costly, there is a lot of talk about implementation research. Say, for example, lung cancer screening, where the intervention itself is very costly, it is very resource intensive. We are talking about implementation research a lot. But there is a concern when something like a PSA testing, which does not cost much, will there be in that amount of dialogue when PSA testing, when there is discussion around whether a country should go for PSA testing or not? Similarly, on the right-hand bottom, you can see there is how the marketing pressure can sometimes let the systems to shortcut the implementation research challenges. So this is we should keep in mind. On the left-hand side, bottom, it shows that if the evidence is very strong, sometimes the implementation research is to some extent bypassed, but that's not correct. So for example, HPV testing, we have excellent evidence that HPV testing is the answer to go forward with cervical cancer screening. But then there are many implementation research challenges also. And right-hand top corner is something that I would like to point out. If there is a local capacity to do good implementation science research, and if there is a local capacity to look at things from more evidence perspective, then there is more investment into implementation research. So implementation research, it requires equal scientific rigor as it is required for any research, including randomized controlled trials. In fact, within implementation research, randomized controlled trial may be included. But then what we need now is to build capacity to do implementation science research even within Europe. Next slide, please. Yeah. So this is a slide that I have put intentionally to show that at the present moment, implementation research is quite complex. This is a study we are part of this collaboration that is looking at improving cervical cancer screening among vulnerable women in Europe, focusing on 3 countries, Portugal, Estonia, and Romania, having different levels of cervical cancer burden, having different health systems, having different local contextual challenges. And then for this, we have the fortune of having the big consortium involving 10 institutions across Europe. And as you can see on the right-hand side, implementation science research needs capacities in various aspects, starting from understanding the system to how to disseminate the findings. So what we need, people who are good at health economics research, behavioral research, qualitative research, intervention research. So then only a proper implementation science research can be done. But then one major object of this particular research is to develop generic protocols, generic tools for doing implementation science research, so that we do not next time, say for example, if Portugal wants to do similar Poland wants to do similar implementation science research, they don't have to bring in capacities from 10 institutions. We will develop the protocol, the tools, and then the study implementation plan for them to do it in their own country. So that is one of the major ambition of this project, and that is the way forward even for Europe. Next one, please. In Europe, we are fortunate. We are not starting from scratch. A lot of work has been done to improve improve cancer screening. On the one hand, we have the Utopia project that has looked at the barrier. We have the European Commission, the European Commission Initiative for Breast Cancer, giving us excellent guidelines for improvement in quality. We have the Cancer Prevention Europe, a large conglomeration of different institutions. At IARC, we led this big initiative to evaluate cancer screening programs and build it and develop the indicators for evaluating them. But then now it is time to bring in the convergence and complementarity in the research, especially in implementing cancer screening, so that the countries, they get the appropriate guidance on how to move from research to implementation and narrowing the gap between research and practice. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Pata, for this excellent presentation. And we directly continue. And the next speaker is Dr. Niels Wilking, who has been working in oncology for 50 years at the Karolinska Hospital, but also a research affiliation at the Karolinska Institute in Stockholm in Sweden. So really looking at it from both perspectives. And the title of this talk is The Infrastructure for Outcomes Research. Well, that's the session. And the individual title is The Outcome Research Infrastructure to Support the Assessment of Clinical Effectiveness of Therapeutic Interventions. So Niels, please.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Is it okay?
I can hear you, yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay. First, I'd like to thank you again for the nice introduction. It's actually, I've been in oncology just for 40 years. So it's, I also like to thank the organizers and especially my old boss, Ulrich Ringborg, for inviting me to this very interesting meeting. I also like, of course, to address the ministers, the commissioners, and dear colleagues. I hope, yeah, you got my slides, and this is my introductory slide. And I will present data from a report that was put available on the net about a year ago from the institute, the Swedish Institute of Health Economics in Lund. We've had a collaboration with the Institute for a number of years, but I've also collaborated for about 15 years with Professor Bengt Johnson, who will follow on later in the program today. But I would also like to especially thank Thomas Hofmacher at IHE and Lund University, because he's been the key person in driving these comparative reports over the last years, where we looked at cancer care across Europe and across some other geographic regions. Let me take the next slide, please. If we look at what has happened in cancer mortality, we've seen that the cancer incidence has, over the last 20 years, from 95 to 2015, gone up with about 30-35%. The mortality has increased by some 11%. But you can see that the increase is basically all linked to the patient group over the age of 65 years. So we can see that in patients younger than 65, there has been quite a substantial reduction, and especially, of course, for the pediatric cancers and for cancers in the age group 15 to 39 years. So we are making a lot of progress. But the problem is that we have information on overall incidence mortality. We have a lot of information from clinical trials based on preclinical research and so on. But there is a huge gap when it comes to information on treatment and treatment outcomes in what we call the real world setting. I come from Sweden, where we have a lot of different registries, and we can follow each person by the personal identification number, etc., etc. We collect a lot of data, but we do very little with the data. And I'll come back that we like to emphasize, we are duplicating data collection to a large extent, while we are missing out a lot of data. Another thing, if we go to the next slide, that is important. Please take the next slide. If we look at the spending at the direct cost of cancer per capita, and this is expressed in euros in 2018, it's both unadjusted cost, and then it's adjusted for purchasing power. And regardless of what kind of adjustment we see, if it's unadjusted or PPP adjusted, we can see that there are large differences on the money available for cancer care. To the left on this, you can see that you have the European average, and then you can see Romania, Latvia, Bulgaria, etc. They have very much lower amount of financial capacity to spend on cancer care if you compare to countries to the right, where you have Switzerland, you have Germany, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Austria. So, and even if we compare what you get for the money by PPP adjustment, the differences are marked. There are about five to sevenfold differences across Europe. So we have huge differences in the resources available for cancer care. But how does this affect outcome? Well, we only have scattered data on that if we try to look at the whole of Europe. We have some islands with very good information. There are some areas of Europe where we really have started up collecting data in a fashion that I will come back to. But if we take the next slide, here we look at spending on cancer care in relation to 5-year survival. I mean, it's a very blunt, perhaps, calculation. But what you can see up to the left is breast cancer, and you can see that there seems to be a correlation of the money available for cancer care and 5-year survival up to a certain level. But then there is a plateau for breast cancer. We see a similar plateau for colon cancer. We see a similar plateau for prostate cancer. The only area where we see more direct correlation between money available for cancer care and outcome is in lung cancer. So, I mean, there is an upward sloping trend. Adequate healthcare spending on cancer is, of course, a prerequisite for achieving high survival rates. Still, we see a great variation in healthcare spending between countries that have similar survival rates. So it's not just throwing money on a disease area that will improve outcome. But still, I mean, we lack a lot of information. How can we explain these differences? And then it comes to a couple of things I like to address. If you take the next slide. We believe that there are some fundamental tools for improving efficacy. First, there needs to be a national cancer control program in place. We need to have cancer plans. We've heard a lot about EU Beating Cancer Plan. But these cancer plans need to be comprehensive. They need to cover the whole area from prevention to palliative care. And that has been a lot of the focus today. But of course, there needs to be evidence-based measures. But there needs to be a financing plan. There needs to be money for implementation, for improving access to new diagnostics, for new therapeutic interventions, not only with respect to pharmaceutical innovations, but also, of course, for surgery and radiotherapy. But what we also need, there needs to be nationwide population-based cancer registries. If I look at the Swedish Cancer Registry, we have data on diagnosis, incidence of cancer, and we have mortality data. We have sufficiently good data on primary treatment, but there are a lot of black boxes when it comes to treatment of advanced cancer. And still we can see that the money we spend on pharmaceuticals, for example, are, let's say, to 90% linked to a non-curative situation. So we are prolonging life, but we don't really know the details around that. So what we need is much more detailed information from cancer registries. We need to have detailed level of diagnosis. We need to record all treatments given. And that needs to have some kind of structured case record form that needs to be at least similar, at least in outline, across the European community. So, if we go to the next slide, this is sort of my summary slide. So we need to have these structured case record forms based on relevant indicators linked to electronic patient records. And this may sound very simple and very obvious. But what is a relevant indicator? First of all, there needs to be evidence, scientific evidence, with a connection between the indicator and some kind of outcome measure we have. There needs to be a relevant impact. I mean, we have, as I said, in the Swedish registry, we have a lot of details, let's say, from surgical procedures and a number of sutures in the axilla for breast cancer, but basically no information on outcome from patients from the time patient develops metastatic disease. We only know that the patient died subsequent time down the line, but we have basically no information on therapeutics given. These indicators we must be able to measure them. They must be clearly described so you can measure them in a reliable way. And you should have little overlap in between different indicators. You need not to have duplicating indicators measuring the same outcome measure. So this was perhaps a very basic presentation, but I mean, Professor Johnson and I have been working with our comparator reports in 2004, and we've still been both scared, amazed, and surprised by the low level of detailed granular data. We have a lot of data on, what shall we say, an ecological from an ecological viewpoint, we have aggregated data on population level, but we don't have detailed patient data, and we need to have those data. And these should, of course, also include patient-reported outcome data. So we need to have both quality of life data, we need to have data on progressions, we need to have data on therapies given, etc., for all therapeutic interventions. And then they have to be put into an overall context on how can we make cancer care much more affordable than it is, at least in parts of Europe today. So thank you for your attention, and I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Niels, for this excellent presentation. And as you say, well, maybe it was basic messages, but sometimes these basic messages are the most important ones, especially if the basic information is not there. And I totally agree with you that while we measure the burden of disease quite accurately, there's much more uncertainty when it comes to measuring the course of disease. And we continue now in the cancer continuum, and this is now for the goes in the direction of the life of cancer survivors. And our next speaker is Dr. Karin Steindorf. And she's the head of the Division of Physical Activity, Prevention and Cancer at the German Cancer Research Center and the National Center for Tumor Disease in Heidelberg, Germany. And the title of her talk is Infrastructure for Cancer-Specific Health-Related Quality of Life Research. So please, Karin.
Thank you very much, Joachim. Can you see my slides in the presentation mode?
Yes.
Perfect. So welcome, good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. It's an honor to speak to you in this high-level meeting. And I would like to talk about cancer-specific health-related quality of life. And just as a short reminder, this is really a complex construct covering very different domains that are mostly reported by patients themselves. And I would like to make an important distinction here into two topics if we are talking about quality of life research. On the one hand, we can see it as an additional perspective in cancer research. That's one field. But also if you think of cancer research, of course, there's research on cancer-specific health-related quality of life in itself. And actually, personally, I consider point 2 as even more promising if we invest there to advance cancer research, as I think the full development of the novel therapies which are under development will also depend on managing the side effects in an adequate way. But of course, these two fields are linked, but from my point of view, the distinction can sometimes really be crucial. So why is it also relevant to invest more into this field? We all know it's not only survival that matters. We really need to understand the ultimate effects of modern cancer treatments. There's also a direct link between quality of life and cancer outcome and survival. If you just think about dose reductions that are needed just due to too many side effects or even treatment terminations. So of course then the drugs or the therapies can't do what they should. So this is the direct link. It's also an intuitive endpoint in itself. Bettina mentioned that before, and there's also a close link to safety data. And the future will definitely be more in the sense of combined endpoints, including quality of life aspects. And we are already on the way to this, as for example, ESMO already includes quality of life in their formal anti-cancer treatment evaluations. And also the regulatory bodies, the FDA, the EMA, they all stepped in already some years ago and make more and more clear what they expect also in randomized trials for treatments. And of course, there's also a high public interest. There are so many cancer survivors that we want to reintegrate into the social, into the family, and also to the occupational life. And if we assess the quality of life at all in cancer research, how do we do it? You all know quite a bit about that. So we, for example, use the 30-item EORTC questionnaire. This gives us then a global score, but also various subscores, which we then in the best case show in our publications as a figure. And if we look, for example, on fatigue or on pain, then we would base our whole statement on this, just on a summary of 2 or 3 questions. And sometimes, of course, we need more efforts. And these are examples for this. On the left side for fatigue, the new developed 12-item fatigue questionnaire. On the right side, if we are more interested in pain, of course, there's a whole inventory of different questionnaires which we could use. But I would really like to acknowledge here, or we all need to acknowledge, that assessing subcomponents of this quality of life are sometimes research fields in its own. So it can get pretty complex if we do want to do things right. This was more a first teaser to start this table with action items where we can do better, I think. So the first line was that sometimes we really lack depth, and that we might be interested in data with higher resolutions. We work mostly so far with questionnaires, but of course we need to integrate more and use more e-tools, m-tools, and incorporate modern techniques. Well, of course, these are patient-reported outcomes, and it's all about subjective, or it's a lot about subjective things. But in some instances, there are also additional objective options, and we need to elaborate on those, and maybe the combination of those will help us a lot. How do we assess this? Normally, it's very sporadic. This is not systematic. There's no routine, and we don't assess it in real time. Standardization is not such a big problem. I think we are doing fine there. But then we assess it with regard to timing. It's mostly cross-sectional. We mostly don't have repeated measurements at meaningful time points. And there also we need to be flexible with regard to the time points. There's not an easy answer to what is the best time point to assess quality of life. It depends really from case to case. And we definitely need long-term data starting from baseline, from the beginning of the treatment until a very, very long time period. And currently, we assess it through the patient, but mainly clinically based. But of course, the future, if you think of apps and web versions, the future will most probably be patient-based. And we have to then think about a shift in data ownership as well. And each line here is really something that needs major efforts, infrastructures, and research. So it's not that easy. And of course, there are many initiatives, also EU-wide consortia, handling some of these questions, and there is already a lot of progress. Some of these initiatives are quite technically oriented rather than research driven. And I would also like to mention that there are many apps and web tools, and that also the industry is quite interested in these things, in these topics. And there we really have to be maybe also a bit careful with regard to the ownership of the data. As mentioned before, this is quite an issue here in this context, because it's not clinically assessed, and it's really with the patients, or at the end maybe with companies who will have the data. I think we want to have basic quality of life assessments as part of our central cancer registries, of our CCCs, maybe also in our networks. That's what Niels also just mentioned. I would like to stress that standalone databases are completely useless in this context. We really need to merge it with many other data sources. It might become a paradise for big data and artificial intelligence, but we don't know yet because nobody has big data on this topic, because we just don't collect them so far. And we need to be, another point, maybe specific to the field, as the patient is in the center, we also need to study how to not overwhelm the patients. We can't ask them every minute. So also we need to study adherence experiences and methods how to select it. Coming to the second point here, if we consider quality of life research like research on cancer, like cancer research, I mean, we are all experts in cancer research and we know how to address things in this field in general, how to do research, and we need to transfer this knowledge also to the field of the side effects. And if we just look for a second only on fatigue, for example, the most prominent example, where do we stand there with fatigue? What do we know in comparison to what we know about cancer? And we must then admit it's all in its infancy. We are really decades behind what we have done for cancer. We have no clue about, for example, for fatigue, about phenotypes, subtypes, the classification, what's the cutoff point when a patient has should be considered as a fatigued patient. Is it the same for women, for men, for elderly? The grading, what's the etiology of all this, the pathophysiology, what are determinants, predictors, the time courses. As said, we normally don't have even repeated measurements for this. We think and know, we feel that there are interactions between symptoms like clusters, but we don't really know. Then, of course, we want to study primary prevention for these symptoms. Also, if you think about colorectal cancer in parallel, for example, we know how to screen. But we also need to do all these efforts also for quality of life endpoints. And of course, maybe there also risk-adapted procedures would be the best. And of course, we also want to manage and treat these symptoms. And as stressed before, this is really not la pour la. It's really a direct link with cancer treatment and impact on cancer prognosis. And so I think there are many infrastructures needed in this field. My summary and conclusions here, there is a consensus between many stakeholders is growing that quality of life is an essential add-on for clinical cancer research. There is a need to add it to randomized controlled clinical trials in a meaningful manner and also to our databases. I hope I could transfer a bit or give you a flavor of the complexity. There's really no ready-to-go solutions, and there's no simple one-fits-all approach, and there will never be. So I feel a lot of pressure at the moment on the field, so that some say now, well, okay, I understood now that this is important, so just give us a small table or some really simple thing, and then I'm happy to do it. But we need to accept that the life will not be that easy. And furthermore, there is really an immense need for quality of life research in itself. And we want to establish systematic screening and management programs for these quality of life issues at least in all of our CCCs. And I would like to, what we know from cancer as well as, of course, if we now start to improve our screening efforts for such symptoms, we all know that just by as artificial effect, the incidence will rise. And this will also increase the need for supportive care infrastructure so that we are preparing for this as well. And as I said, for me, there is a very close link between this kind of research and the success for any and all of our novel cancer therapies. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you so much, Karen, for this excellent overview. and for really stressing the importance of not forgetting about quality of life, which is extremely important, but also the necessity of respective data collection for quality of life, so that this can really complement all the other outcome research, and this is the topic of our session. So the next speaker is Dr. Françoise Meunier, and she's involved in pan-European cancer clinical research when she was director of the European Organization for Research and Treatment of Cancer, which was until 2018. And she is now vice president of the European Association of Medicine. She's the chair of the Cancer Survivorship Committee of the European Academy of Cancer Science, and she's a member of the steering committee of the European Cancer Patient Coalition. So who could be better to present outcomes research infrastructure for survivorship research? Please, Françoise.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this fantastic European Cancer Research Summit. I have no financial disclosure to declare. As we have heard several times today, cancer survival is increasing thanks to tremendous progress in medicine, in diagnosis and in treatment over the last decade. And overall, there are more than 14 million cancer survivors. We can discuss about the definition of what do we call a survivor, but for the focus of this presentation, I will focus on really the patient to who we medical doctor, we say you are cured, and so the long-term survival. This is a slide that many of you know, showing a picture is worth 1,000 words. We indeed, since 1970, show a fantastic decrease in cancer mortality in Europe. This is for all cancer in EU. But cancer is here to stay, and all the problems are definitely not solved. As we have heard, 1 man in 3 and 1 woman in 4 will develop cancer. And overall, in Europe, there are now over 20 million living after a diagnosis of cancer, which represents 4.2% of the total EU population. And there is indeed a fantastic increase thanks to improvement of treatment of 45% just in the last decade, up to 20 million of cancer survivors. And as we have seen in a previous speaker presentation, most of the survivors, those who live longer, are under 65. And I stress that because it's important. Those people living, 35% of them are long-term survivors and are able to reintegrate society, getting back to work, having access to normal life, and to the socioeconomic life, which really is important. The survivorship issue are an overlooked challenge. It's quite a new field of interest because the society still had in mind that cancer is a death sentence, while it is no longer a death sentence. And so we have to still tackle such challenges which are either physical, medical, psychological or societal, and it's important to distinguish the 3 categories. Among the physical, medical survivorship issue, you can have lymphedema, fatigue, secondary malignancy, and also cardiovascular and pulmonary or renal disease, which are often the consequence of the treatment and the aggressive treatment that we have provided to the patient. There is also psychological challenges such as fear of death, anxiety, fear of relapse, uncertainty, altered body image. And the third pillar is the societal one, which interfere with interpersonal relationship and also concerns on financial matters such as getting mortgage, job, losing a job, getting a job, return to school for youngers, and for the pediatric patient, it's really important. So these are all the issues that needs to be addressed and which are overlooked so far. I have divided the 3 pillars for cancer research survivorship based on what I previously explained. The medical cancer research survivorship, the socio-economic one, and the political legal cancer survivorship, as there are many issues to be underlined in that field as well. The first one, the medical cancer survivorship research. There is a need to integrate cancer survivorship research into the whole spectrum of cancer research activity in Europe, including mainly also specific programs for children and young adult survivors. There is a need to improve robust research prioritization using the benefit of data intelligence and long-term data collection. As it was mentioned in previous presentation, we lack data. We don't know. We need more detailed information from cancer registry. We have also to support interdisciplinary research activity in the survivorship domain by appropriate research tools. And another challenge is the education of next generation of physicians, which really needs to be well trained, both on clinical investigator, but also on the need for long-term follow-up. Most of the physicians dealing with oncology now are overwhelmed with the treatment of ongoing treatment of patients, and they sometimes do no longer have the time or the opportunity to organize those follow-up for the survivor. And therefore, I suggest that we should develop within the EU program appropriate infrastructure for long-term, which are specifically dedicated to long-term medical follow-up, either within or outside oncology unit, if current oncology workload does not allow the oncologists to deal at the same time with patients requiring active treatment and those who require long-term follow-up, which are different specialty, different topic, different issue to discuss with those cancer survivors. The second pillar is the socioeconomic cancer research survivorship research, where there is a need to increase knowledge on the specific social determinant of cancer inequalities. We did mention that during the day. There are tremendous cancer inequality throughout Europe that are unfair and that should be dealt with, and particularly the impact on cancer survivorship. We should support research to collect, again, accurate data on the economical burden of cancer and recovery plan returning to work, and that should include both the cancer survivor and the cancer giver, who are also very much affected. We should provide support for research to collect data on the impact and cost effectiveness of the intervention measure for cancer survivors, and there is a need to develop multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary research infrastructure for the integration of all the social issues in survivorship research activity with adequate budget. Those are new fields of investigation which we are not very familiar with. And I also want to stress and dwell on the third pillar, which is the political legal cancer survivorship research. To conduct research or improving legal measure and policy in the health for all policy department of the European Commission to tackle discrimination for cancer survivors. There are still a lot of stigma and discrimination for cancer survivors when we medical doctors tell to a patient you are cured, who are the banker and the insurer, to penalize them, to stigmatize them, and to avoid providing them mortgage or access to financial services. So we should encourage legal research aspects to reintegration of cancer survivors into the society, including similar access to financial service without excessive premium. We should provide this infrastructure to support research conducted by and for cancer patient advocacy group, which actually are the most relevant person to conduct such research and to promote research activity to improve and increase patient empowerment. We should promote pan-European research program on the right to be forgotten for cancer survivors, which is a topic very close to my heart that I deal with since 5 years now, based on existing model of the legislation in 4 EU member states who have such a legislation. Again, we should not reinvent the wheel in Europe. There is a pilot model which has been successfully conducted in 4 EU member states and should be translated and adapted in the next program of the European Commission. For that, we have the key role played by many EU policymakers to support survivorship outcome research. We now know that survivorship is mentioned and stressed in the both European Beating Cancer Plan and in the European Cancer Mission. We can also rely on the support of the BECA, the Special Committee on Beating Cancer at the European Parliament, but also of the Beating Cancer Plan Implementation Group, the MEP Against Cancer, and the European Parliament Challenge Cancer Intergroup. So the things are moving and are encouraging as we heard today. It's a good momentum to be in cancer and particularly in cancer survivorship research at this moment. Indeed, this slide shows the pathway of cancer. It is a thunderstorm at the moment of cancer diagnosis, followed by very heavy rain during the cancer treatment. But there is the sun and light at the end of the tunnel and at the end of the path. And because of those hope that we now give to the patient, there is a need to stress the development of innovative solutions for appropriate rehabilitation and full reintegration of the patient who are cured into the society, and that without discrimination. My conclusion are that cancer survivorship outcome research should be recognized as a critical component of the overall cancer research in Europe. An European cancer survivorship outcome research strategy should be promoted cross-sectionally within the framework of the Cancer Mission and the Beating Cancer Plan. Innovative research through appropriate outcome infrastructure is needed, facing numerous challenges, societal challenges related to major improvement of cancer survival. Such survivorship outcome research infrastructure would significantly decrease inequality and existing discrimination throughout EU and should promote empowerment of cancer survivors. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Françoise, for this really brilliant presentation. And we move on with our next speaker, which is Bengt Jönsson. And he's Professor Emeritus of Health Economics. He's also from Stockholm, Sweden, and he's presenting on behalf of the European Academy of Cancer Science Health Economics Committee. And the title of the talk is Health Economics as an Integral Part for Prevention and Therapeutics. So please, Bengt. You are still muted, Bengt.
It's amazing. After so many meetings that you can't remember that. So sorry.
No worries. Okay, now we can hear you.
Sorry. I'd like to thank you for the introduction and the organizers for acknowledging the importance of the health economics and for the invitation. And of course, also thanks for seeing my slides coming on here. Health economics should be an integral part of cancer R&D to make sure that the outcomes from interventions with different costs and different outcomes are optimized, or using the economic language to show to patients and payers that resources for cancer which are available different in different countries, they are used efficiently. And I will also say that this is increasingly important since the number of alternatives are rapidly growing, which we have seen ample evidence of from this conference. And choices are inevitable, and they must take into account both costs and outcomes in order to best to benefit the patients. Health economics is a well-established research topic in cancer. I can have the next slide, but resources and applications are scattered, and there is a need for core-funded health economics research units attached to comprehensive cancer centers in each EU country. And this is important could you change to the next slide? I'm not really sure how to do that. Thank you. And this will create an infrastructure for professional development and international collaboration in this research domain, because each unit, of course, in each country will be rather small, but there is ample opportunities for collaboration in Europe, because we all share about the same type of patients, and we share the same technologies for prevention, early detection, treatment, etc. So we are all having an interest in having the evidence about which works best for a patient. And the link to comprehensive cancer centers is also important to have health economics in an early involvement in the design and also the selection of comparative studies aimed at addressing questions about relative effectiveness of cost effectiveness. I'm very aware of that not every trial, not every research question is worthy of an economic evaluation. But it's very important that those questions where we know particularly those will be important for decisions when the technology reaches the state that is going into clinical practice. For those technologies, it's very important that health economics is taken into account. So systematic studies of cost effectiveness, they are important, but there is also a need for developing models for simulating cost effectiveness of alternative actions in prevention, early detection, diagnosis and treatment based on best available clinical and epidemiological evidence. And this is also something which we share in Europe, the clinical and epidemiological evidence, and thus, of course, working together. If we take the next slide. I'd like to stress the importance of thinking early on funding decisions or coverage decision, including price and payment mechanism, because if we are not thinking about that, that will prevent the access for patients. So waiting to market for market entry is commonly too late to exert meaningful influence on uptake and use of new methods. We have to think that very early in the development process, because this also is increasing the chance for patients to have early access to valuable information and that they are reaching the patients in time. Can I take the next slide? An infrastructure for health economics also need to include real-world epidemiological health system, health services, and outcome data. And here, of course, we share these data requirements with outcomes researchers, with researchers on quality of life, with researchers on survivorship, etc. And for rare cancers, and including the childhood cancers, pan-European approaches are, of course, particular importance because we don't have the relevant number of patients in a single country to do the study, but actually doing this in a European perspective makes it feasible. And this should include epidemiological data with information about intervention and patient characteristics, including molecular profiling, because when undertaking real-world studies from a health economics perspective, it is an observation that what you very often see is lacking is an adequate characterization of the patient. And patient-relevant outcome data, mortality, survival, quality of life, etc., including different patient-reported outcomes, as well as health service and system data of good quality, they are necessary for development and evaluation of cancer policies. And this is an important part of the health economics infrastructure as well. And my last slide is coming next here, and building and infrastructure for health economics also requires the possibility to extract economic data from hospital to national level, covering all modalities, site-specific cancers, and across the entire patient pathway. And also, as an example, for example, data on the indications for patients treated with different medicines, which is not available at the moment. And that will also include data on resource use for defined patients and episodes of care, data on cost for preventive diagnostic, surgical and radiological interventions and cancer medicines, as well as data on indirect cost and cost for formal and informal care for patients at different stages of the disease. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Bengt, for this excellent and very important presentation. So we now heard 6 presentations really giving an overview on these individual topics, so that I think it's very useful and interesting to really round this up with a specific case study on the topic. And for this, I'd like to welcome as the next speaker, Dr. Marta Soares, who's the clinical director of the Portuguese Institute of Oncology and a medical oncologist doing research in clinical trials in oncology. And the title of her talk is A Case Study, Outcomes, Implementation and Measurement in Lung Cancer. So please, Marta.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. And I'm going to present you a case study of outcomes measurement implementation in lung cancer. Sorry. As you know, cancer is one of the highest causes of global death and is increasing, leading to a significant economic burden. Lung cancer leads the causes of cancer death and has been related to a significant daily loss over the past years. In fact, lung cancer survival rates drops as the disease progresses, urging the need for early diagnosis and a robust disease management of this disease. In the last years, lung cancer pharmacological treatment has been evolving, and this has direct and positive impacts on patient survival rates, with the development of target therapies and the immunotherapy, we have achieved a better survival rates for our patients. And in fact, not only the treatment is evolving, but also other measures such as prevention, quality of life and survivorship, as we have heard during this afternoon, are improving and develop some challenges in the management of our patients. Healthcare institutions are reshaping their way of work and progressively are combining clinical practice improvements with the evolution of information technology, and we are directing our work to a more predictive, preventive, personalized and participatory healthcare management. The adoption of value-based frameworks will support the improvement of health results and outcome measurements and are a critical step for this implementation. The value-based healthcare is all about creating value for all health systems, stakeholders, improving the relationship between the quality of care of our patients and the required costs. We aim to improve patient outcomes, not only clinical outcomes, but reported outcomes by the patients, and we hope to do that diminishing the costs of delivering those outcomes. IPO-Porto has partnered up with several institutions to develop a value-based healthcare pilot project in lung cancer named the Project for All. In conjunction with the Portuguese Association of Hospital Administrations, the ISHAM Consortium for Health Outcomes Measurement, ALCAM, IQVIA and Roche, we developed this project. For this project, we had to require the definition of the most accurate care pathway to enable cost assessment and outcomes measurement. For that, we have to define the lung cancer pathway, and for that, we need to have the collaboration of all the stakeholders that are in the process of treatment of the lung cancer patients. And to define that the care delivery value chain, we involved all the medical doctors, the nurses, all the professionals that are are caring for the patients. And then in the value-based implementation roadmap, we had to do the lung cancer assessment per patient using the TD-ABC, time-driven activity-based costing, where we went to obtain all the time estimates for each procedure, analyzing the costs of supplying patient care resources, direct and indirect resources, to calculate the total costs of patient care. And then select the outcome measurements that we want to measure. Those outcome measurements rely on the existence of already defined and well-documented standard sets. We used the ISHAM standard sets that were already defined for lung cancer patients, and we measured the PROMs they also suggested, and we used two quality of life measurements, one more generic and one more applied to lung cancer, which was more specific to collect this patient-reported outcome measurements. And we evaluated those measurements at 3 time points. at diagnosis at 3 and 6 months. Since not all outcomes are systemized, we defined some other variables so that we can measure other outcomes, and we decided to use the survival rate, the time between diagnosis and treatment initiation, the share of patients under pharmacological treatment in the last 30 days of life, days spent in the hospital in the last 30 days of life, and the share of unplanned hospitalizations upon treatment definition, and the share of unplanned appointment upon treatment definition. And we are going to analyze all these results later. The implementation of value-based healthcare brings tangible benefits to patients, to healthcare professionals, and to the organizations. We can ensure a patient-centric care delivery, foster the communication and the involvement of clinicians in management decisions. We improve resource capacity utilization, and with the optimizing of the full circle of care, we may eliminate some processes that do not add any value to care, to the care delivery chain, and we provide a means to continuous quality improvements in the process of treating our patients. We can support the improvement of the patient experience in the care delivery process, because when he reports what is happening with him, we can improve those results. We can help improve clinical outcomes and promote standardization and reduce variations in patient care. All this is only possible because some of the intrinsic institution-based factors were present at IPO-Porto. We have a strong leadership. We have a care organization with a centered in the patient. We have a strong healthcare professional involvement, and we have a good IT system. This project has several benefits. For me, the one that I stressed was a better understanding of the patient pathway that allow us to correct some things that we foresee that were not the best ones. And with that, we can do a better and continuous improvement of the patient care in clinical practice. We hope that we can do a costing analysis of all lung cancer treatment pathway activities, so that we can do a variability analysis of the patient pathway and treatment costs. And with that better understanding of the real costs of lung cancer treatment, we can allow us to understand what our hospitals can be, how our hospitals can be more financially efficient. And we will have the ability to benchmark real cost with other institutions with comprehensive price currently set by payers. We hope that the measurement of the patient valued outcomes can be integrated in daily care practice, so that the care quality measurements and we can do some international benchmarks. And measuring quality, care quality and outcomes enables the identification of the best incentive-based funding model linked with therapeutic care and procedural excellence. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Marta, for this really excellent contribution to this session. And this concludes the presentation by the speakers. And like in the previous sessions, we have some independent experts who now like to share with us their view on what has been presented and what they think is important in the context of outcome research. And so I want to directly start with our first panelist, who's Dr. Jose Martin Moreno. He's from the University of Valencia in Spain, and he's a clinician, but also a well-known expert in cancer prevention and public health. So please, Jose.
So, no se oye. Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you, yes.
I cannot hear you for some reason. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, but we can hear you. Can someone else confirm that we can hear him?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Okay, but not anymore.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay, I think this is probably difficult. So why we try to establish a good connection to Jose, maybe I shuffle the order a little bit and ask as the first panelist, one that I can in fact see here on the screen just right in front of me.
Now,
can
if
we...
I can just speak, because
yes, you can.
for some reason the line has been cut.
Oh,
for
okay,
me.
but now
I
we
can
can
give
hear
you my if you send me a message by the chat, I will continue as if I were listening to you.
Okay, I sent you the message.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, first of all, thank you so much, because this has been really exciting, and I really enjoyed participating in this exciting event. I would like to mention that a couple of things that have been clear for me is just the fact that this has been very practical. And it has been very practical because two issues that have been consistent throughout the different presentations have been that we lack data, that we need more data, we need to fight for more data, and this is part of our collective effort. And then we need to foster also a very practical approach. So from that perspective, I think that the presentation by Dr. Joachim Schutz was very useful. I'm going to be obviously galloping on horseback because there have been so many things. But just to mention that this session has gone from primary prevention to screening to assessment of clinical effectiveness of therapeutic innovation, quality of life research, survivorship, economics, and a real practical case study. And here, the first thing that we saw is that we need to go beyond the etiological studies, also to go using and approaching the implementation aspect, to know why are not we preventing what we could prevent, what we are not achieving, but would be achievable through science. And sometimes, and this has been repeated in different presentations, this is part of the challenge, is just to make this practical, because this is actually a hurdle that we need to pass. Another thing from Dr. Basu in cancer screening, he also mentioned the issue, I like a lot that he started by challenging the current paradigm of the screening value assessment. And Dr. Basu was saying, okay, so far we use, randomized clinical trials, which is the paradigm, but then this is actually good in order to check the internal validity, but we also need to check the feasibility. We also need to check the external validity, the issues like access, the issues like financial protection. So this is something that I found particularly useful, and actually this is a voice that we need to raise in order to move forward, in order to make a new cancer screening programs really effective. Dr. Niels Wilkin was also mentioning the effectiveness of therapeutic innovations, acknowledging the advances in incidence and particularly mortality, but the problem is still in the real world. So it was very, very useful to see these upward sloping trend lines that actually adequately health spending on cancer is a prerequisite for achieving good survival rates. But still, there are a lot of things that we need to discover and to learn. That was another thing that was clear in his presentation. We need more granularity of information from cancer registries. This is a fact, because we are also very proud of the cancer registries, but still, we need to challenge how to improve them with more detailed diagnosis, with actual treatments that have been given. He was also mentioning something that was very useful that I would like to complement, that was the relevant indicators, what should be characterized by, evidence, relevance, measurability, and little overlap with other indicators. I would also like to include here the famous and at the same time very practical mnemonic acronym SMART. So it should be specific, should be measurable, it should be attainable, relevant, and time-bound, because sometimes we actually, especially for survival, we need time in the whole equation in order to understand the effectiveness and the impact in the game. Obviously, Dr. Steindorf on the quality of life research was mentioning that the ultimate goal of modern cancer treatment is not only survival, but also quality of life. And at the same time, well, you mentioned many things. I'm not going to repeat, but the new tools integrating questionnaires with e-tools, m-tools, and modern techniques. But she said something that was very, very sensitive, I think, or very practical. A reflection on the idea of not overwhelming patients and actually carrying out the studies with due sensitivity. I think that was also something very important for patients and for patient associations, because it's the right way of getting information, but at the same time with a lot of respect, on an approach that doesn't make this, increasing the burden for the cancer patient. Obviously, Dr. Françoise Menieux, she's an expert on survivorship research, and she was mentioning all the consequences, physical, psychological, societal consequences, and the three pillars: the medical pillar, the socioeconomic pillar, and the political legal pillar. Again, one of the things she was saying, and again, it's a common point here, is the need for more data intelligence, the need for more aspects. And then in political legal, I think an aspect that is important also to reflect is the right to be forgotten and to decrease the inequalities and the discrimination. I think this was particularly useful. Again, for the sake of time, I'm not going to dwell on the issues of health economics by Dr. Ben Johnson. I think I know him. We have been in different meetings in the past. This is essential. This is essential. The undertaking systematic studies of cost effectiveness of new interventions in prevention, early detection and treatment of cancer. And finally, I think the case study was very useful because it was putting all of these pieces together in some way. The outcomes of implementation and measurement in lung cancer by Dr. Marta Soares. And I would like also to commend all the role of the Portuguese Oncology Institute of Porto, IPO, which are doing a great job. With that, I will try again to connect the audio system to listen to your comments. Thank you so much. Muito obrigado.
Now I forgot to unmute. Okay, thank you so much, Jose. And I was trying to do some multitasking here, so I'm thanking Jose for his great comments and the fantastic highlighting of the key take-home messages from the 7 talks. So I think he did our job of writing up a summary later of the session much easier. Hopefully we have recorded him. So for the next panelist, and here I'm happy that I see him on the screen and he's smiling, so apparently he's hearing me, is Matti Apro, who doesn't need a very long introduction. And I'm happy that as a panelist, we hear the opinion of the president of the European Cancer Organization in Brussels. So please, Matti.
Thank you, Joachim. I would really like to start by thanking the Minister Manuel Heitor in Portuguese. Muito obrigado, Manuel, because thanks to him, everyone that has supported him, the advisory board, and I have to mention also Teresa Tavares, the indefatigable secretary, we have been able to have this meeting today, also supported by the commissioners Gabriele Kyriakides and many other people. I'm here, as you said, representing the European Cancer Organization. We are a federation of 34 professional organizations, 20 patient organizations. Several of our members have already addressed some of the specific issues. And it was wonderful to listen to Jose Martin Moreno because he really summarized the key messages that we just heard in this session. So I will not delve then that much with this session, but just to emphasize one point on prevention, which is such an important issue and is now part of the Beating Cancer Plan, of the words of the Cancer Mission, is that there's so much going on, so many wonderful initiatives, incredibly good work, but which we feel as a federation, these groups don't talk maybe enough to each other. So we have called with the support of the European Cancer League, and Rui Medeiros is going to be the co-chair of a meeting at the end of May, where we would like to have everyone around the table, virtual unfortunately, to discuss and go forward. There's no doubt from what we heard today and what we have heard previously in many, many meetings over the past few years actually, that we need to have a good network of comprehensive cancer centers and networks around these centers of those that support these centers, help these centers. This was so nicely presented by Simon Obers, among others. Fatima Cardoso mentioned a very important point, that high quality private care does exist in many, many European countries. And I would add to that, the European Institute of Oncology in Milano, which I helped create under the leadership of Umberto Veronesi, is a private institution. Maybe not everyone knows that, but it is a private institution. There's a great goal, and Minister Heitor put it forward. In 2030, a 10-year cancer-specific survival, 75% of the patient diagnosed in EU member states. It's an ambitious goal, but it is achievable if we do what we have been discussing and what has been discussed also in the previous ministers' meeting that was held by our Slovenian colleagues, our German colleagues, sorry. We try to help at the European Cancer Organization. We have what we call focus topic networks, and one of the co-chairs of the Health Systems and Treatment Optimization Network, Denis Lacombe, just made a very nice presentation on what the URTC has been doing and will be doing in the future in order to support all of these initiatives. And I would like to also underscore that it's not only about medications, it's also about radiation oncology. And the co-chair of this network is Yolanda Levens from Astro, and of course about surgery. Already stated by many, don't reinvent the wheel. We are here to offer many tools. The European Cancer Organization, thanks to its members, has a series of essential requirements for quality cancer care papers. These are not guidelines. These are some visions of our members and especially of our patients on how can we deliver a better quality cancer care in specific tumor types. And one of the papers is a very important one because it deals with the role of the primary care physician that we alluded to briefly during this meeting, but that we should never forget. We have to have a better interface with the primary care physicians all over Europe because they play such an important role in early detection, prevention, and of course later during the itinerary of the patient through a wonderful end or unfortunately sad end to the cancer history. We have also implemented the European Code of Cancer Practice, which is an addition to the European Code Against Cancer. And this was a patient-led initiative trying to translate the rights of the patients that are in the essential requirement papers into a reality. And we will be now approaching all the different countries to see how can we transform this document into reality throughout all of the countries. We have many members that are ready to help implement all the goals that have been discussed here. And I mentioned just, of course, OECI, I mentioned already Simon Oberst, MASS, the Supportive Care Society, the Geriatric Oncology Society, I'll come to this in a couple of minutes, the International Psycho-Oncology Society, the European Association of Palliative Care, and many others have developed tools, standards, and guidance that can help in the work. So let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's see at what other people have already done that. And I hope that your support will be available to support all of these fantastic organizations. I would like to end my comment here with something that is very dear to my heart, the issue of older cancer patients. There's a huge inequality in the care of these patients throughout the world, throughout Europe. And one of the issues, for example, is that we do not have the appropriate clinical trials for these patients, and we need to address this issue. Thank you very much for having invited me.
And we thank you, Matti, for these important comments. So it was absolutely worthwhile inviting you. Thank you very much. And also now just to point out that you can see the face to the wise words that we had heard before. So waving to Jose, and if you wave back, then you can see the line is back. So fantastic. And then you can listen actually also to the next panelist, which we have in this session. And here I like to call Gennaro Giliberto, who's the director of the Digital Institute for Cancer Outcome Research, also located in Brussels. So please, Gennaro.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah, so my short talk is going to give you an idea of what is this new object that is called the DigiCore, which has a registered office in Brussels, but actually I'm located in Rome. I am the director of a National Cancer Center in Rome and a member of the executive board of Alliance Against Cancer. So I've really enjoyed very much the whole day, and in particular this afternoon session. Obviously I don't need to persuade this audience that we need to fill the gap of outcomes research in the cancer research continuum, and that we need to work around real world data and generate real-world evidence in order to improve the impact of personalized therapy for cancer. So in order to achieve this goal, obviously this has been discussed before, we need new infrastructures. And in order to be pragmatic, we need to build infrastructure of sufficient critical mass in order really to put into practice what I guess that everybody has enjoyed before, the example, the use case presented by Marta Soares. We need to structure this in a manner that we can conduct these studies with strength and continuity. This is basically the goal, and that's how about 1 year ago we have started to discuss among several members of OECI comprehensive cancer centers, as well as with IQVIA, the idea to generate a new institute for digital outcome cancer research. And we have recently constituted this about a month ago. DigiCore stands for Digital Institute of Cancer Outcomes Research, and is as a structure of a European economic interest group. Is a private-public partnership. So we plan to use a federal model to pull together our cancer data with two major goals: to improve patient outcomes and conduct more efficient trials. So what type of structure we have at the moment? At the moment, we are about 22 different members of which 2 are private, IQVIA and Illumina, and the other 20 members are either cancer networks or individual institutes. And actually, we have an open structure, and we welcome additional members to our group in order to increase our strength. So basically, what sorts of science we intend to conduct. So what has been discussed during the day. So we plan to use routine electronic medical records to drive outcomes research and advance real-world evidence studies. We plan to semi-automate the trial screening to make it easier to recruit to trial, especially in precision oncology, and democratize the access to clinical trials. We plan to drive large-scale randomization research for validation of biomarkers, in particular NGS panels. And we plan to provide input to biobanks in order to improve the quality of annotated samples. It has been mentioned before, the importance of building up better quality annotated biobanks, samples biobanks, and ultimately also to drive pragmatic platform trials. We are aware, obviously, of the different issues we have to tackle, in particular the difference in the level of digitalization of our centers, but we act with the hope to really bring every center up to the same standards. This is our purpose. And also, obviously, we will have the difficulty in the sharing data, especially with maintaining the respect to the GDPR. However, we have the possibility to work both on academic and industrial research opportunities. So therefore, I'm not going to extend more on my presentation and list all the members that are part of our organization. However, I would like to underline that already 6 countries are involved, besides Italy and France. Also, Slovenia, Germany, Portugal, and Czech Republic are represented in our network, and we hope to expand our network and to work with as many organizations as possible. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Gennaro, for really complementing this session with introducing us to this new platform and organization. So this brings us to the end of the session. So I would like to thank again all the speakers. I would like to thank the panelists for their contribution. I think it was a great session. I'm not going to summarize it again because this has been fantastically done by Jose and also complemented by the other panelists. So as we heard before, there will be something in writing because there have been so many important things that were said during all these sessions that it's very important to document them. And even when the outcome of our summit today is a declaration on cancer research, we know a declaration cannot contain all these important details and all these important things we have to keep in mind when we are really going to beat cancer in the future. So thanks again to the speakers. Also a very great thanks to the organizers for letting us organize this session, but also especially to Rui and his team for organizing this virtual conference. I've done a few over the past years, so I know how stressful this is, relying always on this black box internet that everything's working. So that's fantastically done. But nevertheless, with all the greatness of the talks and the sessions, I do miss that we cannot be together having a coffee, having some informal chats, and also having a conclusion of this great summit by meeting in the evening at the sunset of Porto with our 5 daily portions of fruit in our hands to digest the day. And finally, I can't resist pointing out that we are below our 2 hours for this session. And you see, outcome research is a very precise discipline. So thanks here really to all the speakers, and handing over back to the organizers.
Thank you so much. Let's now proceed to the session 4 on opinion on cancer with Eva Condorocci, European Commission's group of Chief Scientific Advisors from Brussels.
Hello, good afternoon. I would like to thank the organizers giving me this slot to present our group, the Chief Scientific Advisors, and also speak about one of our current work, which is scientific advice on cancer screening. So before I would give more details on that one, I think you might not know so well the group of Chief Scientific Advisors. So first I would like to introduce ourselves, who we are and what we do, and what is the scientific advice mechanism. Can I go to the next slide? Wait a minute. Oops. It was jumping now, my slide. I don't know how to go backwards. Wait, let's try like this. Okay. So in 2015, the European Commission established the scientific advice mechanism with the aim to provide independent scientific evidence and advice for the Commission's short, medium, and long-term demands. And for this one, the group of chief scientific advisors was established. We are 7 scientists. We are independent, so we are not employed by the Commission, and we are representing different scientific fields. Our role is to provide scientific advice for well-informed policy and better regulation. So we have to state clearly what is known, what is evidence, what is unknown, what is uncertain, or where are the knowledge gaps. We should be transparent and free from bias as possible. We work closely also with the SAPEL. This is Science Advice for Policy by European Academies. Then this consortium is made of more than 100 European academies. We can ask them to provide literature search or making evidence review report, which serve as a basis for our scientific advice. And we have a third component, and this is the subunit at the DG Research and Innovation, which helps our work, but also the work of the scientific advice mechanism in general. So you heard today that cancer is on the priority of the Commission, and there is the plan for the Beating Cancer and Horizon Europe cancer mission. And we know that in many states, member states, there are cancer screening programs in breast cancer, cervical cancer, colorectal cancer. But still, this is not efficient enough, and there are still millions of people who are diagnosed with cancer yearly, and millions of people can die from it. So in 2022, the Commission will make a proposal to update the 2003 Council recommendation on cancer screening based on the latest available scientific evidence. And one of the objectives will be to consider the extension of cancer screening to other cancers. And we know that prevention and cancer screening is really the basis, and without that one, we cannot fight against the cancer. So we are asking the FEAM, the Federation of the European Academies of Medicine, to provide an evidence review report. And we hope that we can provide a scientific opinion by the end of February next year. The major scoping questions will be: how can cancer screening programs targeting breast, cervical, and colorectal cancers be improved in the EU? What is the scientific basis extending such screening programs to other cancers, for example, lung, prostate, and gastric cancers, and ensuring their feasibility through the EU? So here you already mentioned today other screening programs, the liquid screenings, liquid biopsies. It is very important also to developing more non-invasive screening procedures, and it would be nice to have screenings for those cancers where there are no early symptoms. And the final question is, what are the main scientific elements to consider and the best practices to promote for optimizing risk-based cancer screening and early diagnosis through the EU? This program just started, so we are at the beginning, but I hope that we shall have a lot of collaboration in the future with you, because I suppose many of you member of the FIMS. And I really miss you to meet in person, because that would have been very, very helpful for me to have really a direct contact to you, who are really the expert in the field. Thank you very much for your attention, and looking forward meeting you and working with you in the future. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just like to ask if Walter Ricciardi is there to give the keynote speech. If not, okay, so if not, we'll proceed with session 5 on EU-USA cancer research cooperation that will be shared by Michael Baumann from German Cancer Research Center, DKFZ, Heidelberg.
Good afternoon, everybody. Congratulations first to the Portuguese presidency for this excellent meeting today. After we discussed the mission and also specific key components such as translational research, clinical and prevention trials, we now take up a look transatlantic to the United States to compare our approaches with approaches there. Professor Dr. Richard Schilsky is one of the most distinguished oncology leaders in the United States. He has made uncountable contribution to cancer science and cure, for example, on new drugs and on GI cancers. He is a professor emeritus of the University of Chicago and a past president of ASCO, a past chair of CLAGB, and served on several NCI committees. I would know nobody better suited to talk to us on strategic development of precision medicine in the United States. Dr. Schilsky, please.
Thank you very much, Michael. Good afternoon, everyone. It really is an honor for me to be invited to speak with you at the end of a long and what looks to be a very productive day. And I want to thank all the organizers, and in particular Ulrich Ringborg, for extending the invitation to me to speak with you. If I can have my slides, please. This is the title of the presentation that I was asked to give, but I made one minor modification to it, which is I put the word strategic in quotation marks. Because one thought I will leave you with is that although we have many resources and many infrastructures and activities in the US related to precision cancer medicine, there is really not a unifying strategy across the entire country. Next slide. Now, as you've been discussing today, of course, when we talk about precision medicine, we really, at the present time at least, are talking about understanding the individual and the germline variation in the patient who is the host of that cancer, understanding the tumor and the somatic mutations and other molecular alterations that drive that tumor, and using that information, integrating it as best as we can to develop what we hope to be an individualized, personalized care plan for each person. Next slide. At the moment, this is largely facilitated by what some have called translational genomics. Although without doubt, there will be other omics that will come into play in the succeeding years. Transcriptomics, metabolomics, epigenomics are all being developed, but genomics is the major driver right now that enables risk prediction, better assessment of prognosis, the development of biomarkers to select therapies for patients that are most likely to work, and so on. So a lot of what all of us are doing relates to the implementation of genomic analysis of tumors. Next slide. And this is complicated, of course, and you all recognize this, and it requires biospecimens that are collected in a high quality and uniform way. It requires a deep understanding of molecular pathways, biomarker validation, and the development of multiplex assays, because in most cases, we won't have enough tissue to be able to analyze every single potentially useful biomarker in a patient's tumor. It requires outstanding and continually updated bioinformatics. And then, as a clinician, I think one of the most important and as yet poorly developed aspects of precision medicine is the clinical decision support that helps guide the physician to a treatment recommendation for the patient based upon this wealth of information that we're able to develop now, but is very difficult to assimilate into routine clinical practice. Next slide. The next slide just shows you sort of a more detailed workflow for implementing precision cancer medicine. I'm not going to go through this in any detail, but I do want to point out that under each of these steps are detailed standard operating procedures, detailed quality control measures, detailed data collection requirements. So getting from the sample collection to the physician interpretation is not by any means a simple matter, and it requires a lot of careful planning and as much training and uniform implementation as possible. Next slide. So just to take a step back to overview something that you all, I'm sure, already know about cancer research and care in the US. I think it is best characterized by these bullet points. It is decentralized, it is fragmented, it is driven by the marketplace. There really is no national priority setting. Yes, there are priorities that are set by various groups in the US, but there's not really a unifying national strategy. There are a few standards. And one of the things I'll come back to, and one of the things that I've heard all of you emphasize throughout the day today, is the importance of having common data standards. Data standards for data definition, for data acquisition, for data reporting, for data access. And it's important not only to have the standards, but to have common development and application of those standards. Because, if various groups each develop their own data standards, we're not going to get to where we need to be, which is a global ability to collect information in a uniform way and then share it. And that gets to the issue about limited data sharing. Even though there are lots of data sets, many of them are not fit for purpose. Many of them do not have important clinical annotation, and it's very difficult to integrate these across organizations. So in short, in the US, there really is no national strategy for precision cancer medicine that I can identify. Next slide. Now, I'll just walk you through briefly this little diagram about how the major US federal government agencies are involved in cancer research and care delivery. And so, if you go from left to right, For discovery research, this is largely funding through the National Institutes of Health and the National Cancer Institute. Development or translational research is overseen largely by FDA, NCI, and the Office of Human Research Protections. Delivery of care is really the primary responsibility of FDA and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. And then learning from real-world experience falls largely in the domain of NCI and CDC through the SEER registry and other population-based registry systems. And the setting for interoperability standards. I mean, many of you throughout the day today talked about extracting real-world data from electronic medical records, but having interoperability standards and putting the incentives in place to implement those in the US falls largely to what's known as the Office of the National Coordinator, ONC. And again, CMS is the largest public payer in the US. And I'll point out that, although these agencies generally work together, they still work largely in silos. They each have a statutory mission that's established by Congress. They each have an independent funding line. They each have independent leaders. The leaders rarely meet together. And so while there is some overlap and complementarity in the work that they do, and they're all important in order to bring discoveries to actual practical clinical application, they don't work in a very coordinated way. Next slide. And then, of course, there are other entities. There are the NCI designated cancer centers, of which there are now more than 70 in the US. But I'll point out that the NCI designated cancer centers, and I used to be a cancer center director earlier in my career, don't really collaborate very much. There are no established networks of the cancer centers. Yes, there are collaborations across centers and between individual scientists, but the cancer centers are also very competitive. They're competing for patients, they're competing for funding, they're competing for recognition. And so the cancer centers, while they participate in the various research networks that exist in the US, primarily the US cooperative group system, don't necessarily collaborate in an organized way. The cooperative groups, and again, I spent 15 years chairing one of those cooperative groups, do provide an important infrastructure for enabling publicly funded cancer clinical trials in the US that we hope will address clinically meaningful questions that may not be pursued by the pharmaceutical industry. And they are a very valuable resource, although they are terribly underfunded. The funding for the entire US Cooperative Group program is about $170 million per year, which is about the same as a pharmaceutical company might spend to implement one prospective randomized clinical trial. And for that budget, there are hundreds of clinical trials that go on. But the trade-off, of course, is that many of those trials are slow to launch, slow to complete, and some never reach their endpoints. There are, of course, the professional societies like ASCO and others. There are the bodies that set guidelines like ASCO and NCCN, and these play important roles in helping to establish standards of care in the US. Each state has its own cancer programs. And then we cannot underestimate in a country that does not have a single payer healthcare system, the importance of both commercial R&D and commercial payers. Right now in the US, the primary gatekeeper with respect to who is able to access care are the commercial payers. Because to a great extent, we don't have many of the health technology assessment entities that exist in the European countries. We have no way of really constraining the cost of care, which is essentially driven by what the market will bear. Medicare, as you know, is required essentially to pay for any FDA-approved therapy. So the only entities that constrain cost are the commercial payers, and they constrain costs largely by limiting access, which of course is not good for patients. Next slide. Now, all that said, of course, the National Cancer Institute does play a pivotal role, and the director of the National Cancer Institute was designated by the National Cancer Act of 1971, the 50th anniversary of which we're celebrating this year, to be the head of the National Cancer Program. One of the authorities given to the NCI director at that time was the authority to develop and submit directly to the president an annual plan and budget proposal. And this is just a snapshot of the website from Dr. Sharpless's presentation of his budget proposal, often known as the bypass budget, that goes directly to the president. On the next slide, you can see what his proposed priorities are. Studies in cancer drug resistance, molecular diagnostics for cancer treatment, obesity and cancer survivorship, all topics that I'm sure you've touched on during the day today. But these are obviously at a very high level. And he's proposing, he's asking the president to propose to the Congress a budget increase of almost $1.2 billion that would bring, if approved, the NCI budget to about $7.4 billion in fiscal year 22, with those funds to be deployed as shown on the right-hand side of that slide. Next slide. Now, just to point out, since I just retired from spending 8 years working at ASCO, that ASCO also sets research priorities and publishes these annually in January, and these are the 2021 research priorities published by ASCO. I won't dwell on these. You can all look them up. They've been published in the JCO, but I'm sure they will resonate with many of you. Next slide. Now, you all, I'm sure, have heard about the cancer moonshot, also known as the Beau Biden cancer moonshot, that was created by Congress essentially as the Obama administration was leaving office and shortly after the death of now President Biden's son, Beau Biden. And this is an initiative that is providing to NCI an incremental $1.8 billion in funding over about an 8 to 10 year period to hopefully develop and accelerate progress against cancer. Now, the moonshot has been implemented. As you can see, if you can read this slide, NCI so far has invested about $1 billion in moonshot funding since 2016. It is supporting over 240 research projects and 70 consortia programs. The areas of focus were developed by a group of scientists and cancer experts known as the Blue Ribbon Panel. But the implementation of the moonshot funding has been done in the way that the NCI typically does things, which is by creating grant programs that people can apply for. So although the broad areas of funding were developed in a somewhat coordinated way, the implementation of these funds is done through sort of the traditional mechanism of investigator-initiated research grants, and again, with relatively little coordination among the individual research projects. You can read more about the implementation of the Moonshot programs, on the Moonshot website shown here. Next slide. Now, if any of you listened to President Biden's address to Congress last week, you may have noticed that he called for the creation of something now being referred to as the Advanced Research Projects Agency for Health, or ARPA-H. This is formulated in keeping with an agency that's been in the Department of Defense in the US for many years, known as DARPA, which has been credited with creating some of the most important technological advances that we all use now in our daily lives, including things like GPS and even contributing to the development of the internet. And the president is now calling for the Congress to appropriate $6.5 billion additional dollars in fiscal year 22 to create this new agency. We don't have a lot of information yet about what this new agency will do, how it will be formed. It is rumored that it will be led by Eric Lander, who you may know was nominated by the president as head of the Office of Science and Technology Policy in the White House. It is thought that this is an agency that will in some ways bring together biology, medicine, and engineering to more rapidly develop and deploy innovative technologies in healthcare. The focus is supposed to be on diabetes, Alzheimer's, and cancer, but this is still very much in a developmental phase, and of course, may not be created if the Congress doesn't actually approve it and appropriate the funds for it. Next slide. So getting back to this issue about what is necessary to create a unifying system in precision cancer medicine. And I've listed on this slide, the things that you've spoken about throughout the day, I'm sure that I think are the necessary building blocks. There needs to be a strategy for molecular analysis, and decisions have to be made about using commercial labs or building in-house laboratories. In the US, of course, there are commercial labs that are now beginning to have a global reach, like Foundation Medicine, that provide a high-quality product. But there are also many opportunities for hospitals, cancer centers, and institutions to build their own certified omics laboratories. This is expensive and complicated. It requires building and curating a knowledge base and a bioinformatics platform to support the readout from those analytical laboratories. That requires teams of clinicians, bioinformaticians, molecular pathologists necessary to help interpret and report the results in a way that they can be readily understood by busy practicing oncologists. Importantly, any such system needs to include a mechanism to obtain clinical outcomes that ultimately are necessary to validate the utility of this approach. Provider and patient education is key. It may be necessary to invest in genetic counselors as another group of professionals who can help interpret this data and counsel patients and, where appropriate, family members regarding the implications of the findings. Data storage and security requirements are huge. And I think a great challenge to all of us is that the field is rapidly moving and requires continuous attention, updating, curating. This is not a static activity. And it ultimately comes down to who pays for it, and then ultimately how to assess the return on investment for implementing programs like this. Next slide. So how is this being implemented in the US? Well, as I said earlier, in the typical US decentralized, fragmented, market-driven way. The omics testing is being done largely by hospital and commercial laboratories. There are some standards that are set for this. Any laboratory that delivers information that is used in clinical care has to be certified by what's known as CLIA. Now, CLIA, as you may know, is administered by Medicare, by the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. It is not implemented by the FDA, and it only oversees the general performance of laboratories to be sure that they meet certain standards with respect to general good laboratory practices. Specific omic tests that are intended for sale are regulated by the FDA, but those are generally put forward by commercial laboratories, not by hospitals. Then there's the question of how are the tests interpreted? Well, again, this is done largely at the level of the institution, by institutional experts, by molecular tumor boards that are being convened now increasingly commonly, sometimes by commercial entities. There are now services that are offering test interpretation, not to do the test themselves, but to provide clinical decision support and test interpretation as a fee for service. Then there's the challenging issue of, if a patient has a test that recommends a specific therapy, how do they get access to that therapy? It might be an on-label treatment, More commonly, it will be an off-label treatment that may not be reimbursed, and then getting access to those off-label drugs is very challenging. Of course, some patients might be recommended to participate in clinical trials, but we all recognize that clinical trials are not always available to patients, and not all patients are eligible to participate, nor do they consent to do so. So treatment access is a big issue, but a bigger issue, in my view, is outcome reporting. So if we put all these systems in place and we can actually treat patients with the therapies that are thought to be beneficial for them, how do we learn from those experiences? How do we gather the information to know whether or not those treatments are successful? This requires real-world data platforms, prospective registries, maybe some clinical trials. ASCO tried to address this specifically by developing what we call our TAPER trial, which is essentially a multi-basket prospective clinical trial that focuses on the post-market or off-label use of genomically targeted drugs. Quality assessment in terms of care delivery is essential, and various speakers today have talked about the importance of guideline adherence and quality measures. And then how is it all paid for? In the US, it's paid for largely by either research funders, if it's research, commercial sponsors, if it's intended for commercial deployment, private philanthropy, and in some cases, public or private insurance, although that, more often than not, is always a negotiation at the level of the individual patient. Next slide. So just to finish up, I will leave you with this quote, which I think very well describes where we are right now in the deployment of precision cancer medicine. The vast accumulations of knowledge, or at least information, have been responsible for an equally vast ignorance. When there is so much to be known, when there are so many fields of knowledge in which the same words are used with different meanings, when everyone knows a little about a great many things, it becomes increasingly difficult for anyone to know whether he knows what he's talking about or not. Now, that's a fairly sorry state of affairs. On the next slide, you might be surprised to see that this is a quote from the American poet T.S. Eliot on a completely different subject, written in 1920, but one that I think is completely applicable to where we are in precision cancer medicine today. So I hope I've stimulated some thinking. I hope I've given you some information that perhaps you have not been well aware of. I personally think it would be wonderful to find better ways for the US and Europe to collaborate. We are a global community. Cancer is a global problem. We all have the same challenges. I think a big part of the solution is going to come from development and deployment of common data standards. And another aspect that has been stressed today that I think is particularly critical is actually integration of our work across scientific disciplines. We can't just have the clinicians talking to the clinicians, or even the clinicians talking to the cancer biologists. We have to have the clinicians and the cancer biologists talking to the engineers, to the technology developers, to the people, to those who understand human behavior, in order for us to bring all of the necessary insights to the table to really rapidly make progress in improving the outcomes of cancer patients around the world. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you today, and it's been a great conference, and I'm pleased to have had the chance to participate.
So thank you very much, Dr. Schilsky, for this very interesting and comprehensive talks on the problems we have to face in the future, and also on making your note on interaction between the United States and Europe in these critical endeavor times.
Thank you. So before the presentation of the Porto Declaration on Cancer Research, we'll proceed with some closing remarks. And for that, I pass my word to António Sousa Pereira, Rector of the University of Porto.
Dear Minister Manuel Heitor, dear Commissioner Maria Gabriel, dear Chairman of IPO-Porto, Rui Henrique, dear Professor Julius Ellis, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all. I would like to thank you for the invitation and congratulate the Porto Comprehensive Cancer Center for organizing this summit. The event that brings us here today is commendable for its scientific relevance, its international scale, the quality of its speakers, and the public interest of the team. As rector of the University of Porto, it is gratifying to note that the Porto Comprehensive Cancer Center is establishing itself as a pivotal institution in cancer research, both nationally and internationally. The consortium formed between the Instituto Português de Oncologia and the Instituto de Inovação e Investigação em Saúde have the merit of bringing scientific research and cancer patients closer together, thus allowing for studies that are more comprehensive, diagnoses that are more accurate, more innovative therapies, and treatment that is more individualized. The Porto Comprehensive Cancer Center is a good example of how cooperation between scientific and health institutions benefits not only the production of advanced knowledge, but also the practical implementation of this knowledge for the well-being of the community. The Team Up for Cancer project, led by the Porto Comprehensive Cancer Center, and which involves an investment of more than 17 million euros, will result in future benefits for cancer patients and strengthen the response capacity of the Institute of Oncology of Porto in cancer treatment. Europe's Beating Cancer Plan is a great challenge for cancer research in Portugal. It should harness the talent and resources of our scientific institutions in the healthcare sector, and even more importantly, promote a closer and more synergistic relationship between researchers and physicians. It is vital that scientific research and oncological medicine coordinate efforts in order to boost the production of basic translational and clinical knowledge concerning what is the disease of the century. Furthermore, this groundbreaking mobilization of European resources in the fight against cancer is an excellent opportunity for Portuguese institutions to join transnational research networks, participate in clinical and prevention trials, share infrastructures and scientific equipment, and attract international funding. We must therefore take advantage of this plan for the European Union to strengthen our position in the European scientific and innovation ecosystem. I believe that Portuguese cancer research can indeed contribute substantially to the advancement of the study and treatment of cancer on a European scale. For this to happen, however, there needs to be a strategy for action and cooperation on a national level, structured accordingly. For a small country like ours, the quality of the clinical research undertaken in the national scientific system is noteworthy. In fact, some of the most important discoveries in Portugal in recent years were made in the life and health sciences, a field that, as we know, requires considerable investment, sophisticated technology, multidisciplinary knowledge, and highly specialized resources. That said, I reaffirm the commitment of the University of Porto to cancer research and our openness to collaborate with other national and European institutions in this area. The University of Porto has the scientific critical mass, accredited science and healthcare institutions, excellent training in medicine and biomedicine, innovation in biotechnology, and partnerships with hospitals, laboratories, pharmaceuticals, and biotech companies. We are a pivotal institution in the North Regional Health Cluster and a member of the European University Alliance for Global Health, a university consortium that promotes scientific research, human development, and business innovation in the field of global health. Therefore, the University of Porto will not shrink from its responsibilities in the fight against cancer. We are fully committed to the European effort to improve cancer prevention, treatment, and care. The pandemic has made the need for a European Union for healthcare even more evident as a way to strengthen the mutual response capacity of the 27 member states to health threats, notably cancer. The future of the European project is founded by Europe's ability to increase citizens' access to medical care, improve health security, promote active and healthy aging, and boost research, development, and innovation into health. I would like to conclude this short introduction by welcoming the speakers of the summit, whom I would like to thank for their readiness to participate in this event. This summit had the merit of bringing together renowned national and international specialists in oncology. It was therefore an excellent opportunity for debate and for the sharing of knowledge, experiences, and projects. I would like to congratulate the Porto Comprehensive Cancer Center and the other organizers of this event, which I hope will continue in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I pass the word again to Rui Henrique on the quality of Chairman of the Board of the IPO-Porto.
So it's good afternoon to everyone, and I will very briefly just like to acknowledge all of those that participated actively in this summit. And you were here both at the Porto Comprehensive Cancer Center through video conference and in several European countries, in the United States, and also in Brazil. And so I have special thanks to our friends from the Academia Nacional de Medicina do Brasil for having joined us and having been interested in our discussion. So I put in my speech that we are all aware that in the coming years, Europe and actually the whole world will witness a significant increase in cancer incidence, but actually the numbers that were given here today put us aware of the threat and of the dimension of the challenge. So our discussion today clearly demonstrated that the only way to reduce mortality is to invest in discovering new forms of prevention, early diagnosis and treatment, and evaluating the outcome of these interventions. Only then they can be sustainable. This summit aimed to discuss the advances already made and envision the future of cancer research through debate and strategic alignment between researchers and policymakers. That's what happened here today. So I believe that this has been a unique opportunity to show the commitment of all of us to effectively fight cancer and to save the lives of millions of our European fellow citizens. So thank you again for joining us, and let's hope that we can continue our efforts in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I will pass the word again to Julio Celis, Chair of the Science Policy Committee of the European Academy of Cancer Sciences.
Dear all, thanks very much for participating in this very interesting and productive meeting today. It has been a pleasure to really hear so many stakeholders that seems to be going to the pathway of collaboration. Everything today is really getting people to work together. And I think the message that I got from this meeting, that we really are ready to be able to go ahead and put all our effort to make sure that the cancer mission and the Beating Cancer Play is a success. Now, I should tell you that the outcomes of the meeting will be published in Molecular Oncology, and we plan to do this in August. Now, Ulrich Ringberg will be in charge of organizing the issue, and you are welcome to contact him, because we would like to really have a publication where every single person that participates becomes an author, so that we can send a message to everybody that together we can make a difference. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Louis and his colleagues at IPO-Porto for organizing the conference, and also especially to Teresa Tavares, who worked with us in the Scientific Advisory Committee, and in some way connected us with the ministry. So it was easy to really move the ideas from the science to those policymakers that make decisions. So I would like to thank everybody for attending the meeting. And I hope that we could find other ways to network so that we can actually speed up the way forward concerning the mission. So thanks everybody for attending the meeting.
Thank you. I'll pass the word to Patrick Child, Deputy Director General of Research and Innovation from European Commission, Brussels.
Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a huge pleasure for me to take part in this closing session of today's Cancer Research Summit. And I'm deeply honored to be able to address you today in my capacity as mission manager for the Horizon Europe mission on cancer, where I work alongside my colleague, John Ryan, who's director in our Health and Directorate General. Earlier today, our Commissioner Gabriel has described to you the concept of research and innovation missions under Horizon Europe, which have a lot, I think, of resonance with the moonshot concept that we heard from our last speaker. And you've also been lucky to hear from the chair of the Cancer Mission Board, Professor Walter Ricciardi, presenting the work that he and his very distinguished group of professionals have helped us develop. And you will therefore, I'm sure, have understood that we see the missions as a really powerful instrument to mobilize resources and commitments that we need to address what is one of Europe's most pressing societal challenges in a very effective way. And the Cancer Mission, as you know, has set the very ambitious overall goal of saving more than 3 million lives by 2030, and for those affected by cancer, to ensure that they live longer and better. We're really looking for the mission to establish synergies and linkages between a very broad range of EU and national policy initiatives, research and care infrastructures, as well as funding programs. And as we prepare to launch the first calls for proposals under the Horizon Europe Research and Innovation Framework Programme, following the very welcome final institutional agreements in the last days, we see the mission as being able to reach out and stimulate a wide range of mobilization of other programs, including, I hope, the recovery and resilience plans post-COVID, which member states are working on. I'd like to congratulate Portugal for being among the first countries to share the program with us. And I think we've heard clear messages today on the importance, in particular, of connected and high-quality infrastructures for translational research, clinical and prevention trials, and outcome research on cancer. And we hope, therefore, that this Horizon Europe mission will accordingly be able to expand dedicated infrastructure boosting translational research, cancer control, and real-world data. I'll give you two examples. First, the proposed EU platform uncan.eu, which we hope will facilitate breakthroughs in understanding cancer. And secondly, the network of comprehensive cancer infrastructures and the European Patient Digital Centre, which we think can accelerate progress on cancer research and control while putting the patient at the centre. So, ladies and gentlemen, finally, through their integration into the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, on which we've heard a lot today, these infrastructures will become, we think, part of a broader EU agenda for cancer. The creation of these ambitious infrastructures and their deployment will require strong collective commitment of many actors, including member states, and the active support of all our citizens. I therefore really warmly welcome the Porto Declaration as a strong commitment to build shared infrastructures through coordinated coordinated efforts and based on common objectives, which I'm sure will play a vital role in our common efforts to combat cancer in future. So thanks again for all the organization of this conference and for the initiative of the Portuguese presidency, which has shown such clear and effective leadership in this vital field. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we'll proceed with Simona Kustec, Minister for Education, Science and Sport from Slovenia.
Thank you very much. Dear fellow ministers, especially dear fellow colleague Manuel Heitor, dear commissioners, dear respectful rectors, directors, researchers, dear speakers, dear guests. It is really an honor and a privilege to be a part of this important summit. We have pledged to a common trio presidency goal together with Germany and Portugal to make cancer research more effective. In doing so, we signed a joint declaration called Europe United Against Cancer last October. I'm really delighted to see how this initiative has been developing rapidly and with such dedication after that. Today, we are taking an important step further with the adoption of the Porto Declaration on Cancer Research. Inclusive approach to cancer research is so very important. We have to focus on the entire research continuum, from prevention to care. And I couldn't overemphasize the need to engage cancer patients, survivors, and their families into cancer research, providing them with the opportunity to become active agents in the research and enabling them to be at the core of shared decision-making. This is indeed expanding and transforming the boundaries of the research field itself. And we need concrete and joint steps across all areas of cancer research. And I especially support all possible conditions for a strong network of high-quality infrastructures that will work for these purposes. Slovenia, my country, has been actively involved in the European Organization for Research and Treatment of Cancer and several of its groups, continuously sustaining international clinical research collaboration across diverse programs and initiatives. Practices in real life have frequently shown, however, that research work and entrance into joint international multicentric clinical studies for researchers and institutions could be a big and demanding challenge. And also due to this fact, we need an inclusive approach for all. Therefore, I would especially like to highlight equity as one of the guiding principles of the future cancer research, also in this field. Accessibility to international multicentric clinical studies should be offered to all countries, regardless of their size. In July, when Portugal hands over the presidency of the Council of the European Union to Slovenia, my country, we'll continue with our common trio presidency efforts of putting into place a new governance of European research area, ensuring inclusiveness, political ownership and commitment, coherence and agility. Our goal is to enable the new era to better deliver on our common missions, where beating cancer will undoubtedly be one of them. And let me conclude by thanking the organizers as well as all the presenters and participants for this opportunity to join our efforts in the fight against cancer, to affirm the alignment of our national and European research efforts and our dedication to improving the life and care of cancer patients and survivors. Thank you very much. Take care and stay healthy.
Thank you. We'll pass again the word to Manuel Heitor, Portuguese Minister for Science, Technology and Higher Education, for the presentation of the Porto Declaration on Cancer Research.
Thank you very much, and let me start by thanking Simona for taking over this major effort to continue in the next semester under the Slovenia presidency. Actually, this was a decision of the trio between German, Portuguese and Slovenia presidency. As you may know, last October in Germany, we signed a declaration, Europe Against Cancer, and we have decided semester after semester to go deeper in our reflections and to make it happen in a way that we can, over the coming decades, guarantee this enormous and collective mission so that by 2030, 75% of those which have been diagnosed as cancer can have a long time, 10 years expectancy life. And this is an enormous target that should mobilize Europe at large and European citizens in every single region. So we thank very, very much all of those that have been associated with building up and writing the Porto Declaration on Cancer Research. It was our task to develop during the last few months a strategic orientation so that we can give more emphasis to cancer research and in particular to call for a collective action throughout Europe for what we say a patient-driven approach to translational cancer research in a way to give emphasis to the continuum of cancer research, cancer care and cancer prevention. And this will only be successful if we better understand the role and the strategic alliances of comprehensive cancer centers throughout Europe. We have organized this conference through the Porto Comprehensive Cancer Center, coordinated by the Porto Cancer Hospital in collaboration with the research community, in particular at the University of Porto and at the Institute for Research and Innovation on Health, but in very close collaboration with the Comprehensive Cancer Center in Lisbon and in Coimbra, and overall, our national network of comprehensive cancer centers in Porto, Lisbon, and Coimbra wants to make part of the full European cancer approach, and we want everyone in Europe to join this effort. We know still that 10 member states do not have a well-organized network of comprehensive cancer centers. And certainly, we need and we understand that we need to deepen and to strengthen the existing comprehensive cancer centers, but also open up and widen this network to every single member state. And this is the ultimate goal of the Porto Declaration on Cancer Research. Is essentially a collective call for strengthening and widening the network of comprehensive cancer centers, which should be based on three types of infrastructures. First, infrastructures for translational research as a bridge from fundamental and preclinic to preclinic research, including topics which are particularly clear, as we have seen this morning, from molecular pathology to more intrinsic issues associated with preclinical research. Actually, it was nice to listen this morning to Fátima Carneiro, one of the world's leaders in molecular pathology, addressing this issue. Actually, we know that in Porto, we have been having the most influential pathologists, Fátima and Manuel Sobrinho Simões, which actually have been able to build a school of pathology and really understand the role of pathology in a more large continuum, which goes into clinical research. And again, the Porto Comprehensive Cancer Centers is a clear manifestation of this capacity, but also of the ambition to do always more and more. The second type of infrastructures on what we call clinical research and clinical trials have been shown throughout Europe to be particularly critical for proof of concept studies, and more to bring together stakeholders for the clinical issue, which do require our mobilization at large in order to better understand how can we complement basic and translational research infrastructures with specific infrastructures oriented and dedicated to clinical research and clinical trials, without which we will not have the therapies that we need to achieve our targets. But it is also clear that in our studies throughout the last months, and also has clearly been published in Molecular Oncology last October, beyond research infrastructures for translational research and research infrastructures for clinical research and clinical trials, we need more and more a comprehensive establishment of what we call impact or outcome research infrastructures, which we believe should definitely be done under a collaborative effort between physicians, researchers, and epidemiologists, but also considering the economics of the impact of cancer prevention and cancer care. Outcome research has been a critical tool in order to achieve a continuum between cancer research, cancer care, and cancer prevention. And these three sets of infrastructures, again, translational research, clinical trials, and outcomes research, are critical parts of modern comprehensive cancer centers, which we believe should exist and should be strengthened throughout Europe. Let me thank you, certainly all of those that have been associated with the preparation of this conference, from the October declaration to the Porto declaration. A lot of work has been done, certainly under the leadership of Julius Ellis and the scientific committee, but I should also acknowledge more and more the contribution of the European Academy of Cancer Science, Anthony Byrne and all his team. And as we have seen today, I would like to give a special thanks to Professor Walter Richard, the president of the European Commission boards on cancer research, which will be particularly critical to drive us over the coming 7 years through the Horizon Europe mission on cancer. And this is a unique opportunity to mobilize European and national, centralized and decentralized funding throughout an effort and throughout the targets of certainly getting at least 75% of those diagnosed with cancer with a lifelong expectancy of at least 10 years long. Is a difficult challenge, is a very complex, certainly in the health sector, but also in socioeconomic terms, and therefore needs the ambition. And the Porto Declaration is an ambition which is open for everyone to be signed. A special thanks to the Porto Comprehensive Cancer Center, and in particular to the Cancer Hospital in Porto, the team by Rui Henrique and all his team that has put together this conference in close articulation with the Scientific Council. I certainly would like always to thank to Ulrich Rinborg from Karolinska, also a chair of the committee, our colleague Pepet Tabernero from Barcelona, and also Joaquin Schultz from the International Agency for Research on Cancer. Many of others that have contributed session after session, and essentially emphasizing the key importance of a diversified set of 3 types of infrastructures, of research infrastructures, which will be critical to be available through the European network of comprehensive cancer centers. Let me thank again to everyone, and particularly not only to appeal for signing the declaration in the conference websites, but to pass the message to every single European citizen that we need to mobilize our effort on cancer research, because more research is better quality of life in Europe. Thank you very much, you all. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I'd just like to close this summit, but before, I would like to thank you all for participating, with a particular word of acknowledgement to all the speakers that took their time to make this summit possible. And for that, I ask you a round of applause at the end.